power, too much memory. Has to be hard drop. Oh, he might try to be Digimon into it.
Yeah.
Okay, this makes sense. Yes, it is technically cheaper, right? It's 5 against 7 memory.
Yeah.
Put him to 3. Yeah, gonna see the end of turn Jogress. So this one should have all the inheritables he wants. It's gonna have blocker and evade. Like I said, evade might be relevant against the Iron Onslaught. Not so much against the Digivolve. At the same time, Examon is gonna let you play a level 6 for free. And that one you don't care if it's gonna get the Digivolve, right?
Yeah, and so Wyatt only has 2 life left in security, so and there's at least 3 swings next turn. Obviously, the Examon can try to mitigate that, but
yeah, I mean he can mitigate a lot, right? Because you can block one, and then when you suspend, you suspend somebody else, right? So already 2 attacks per turn that you're able to mitigate.
Yeah.
Gonna get the free Dragdramon, so while you're doing this, you're gonna be trashing your opponent's security, maybe avoiding the security bombs. So this is where now I feel like Wyatt is kind of favored.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Does Michael have a good answer to the Examon?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's drawn into his ultimate flare, which can be a reason to get rid of the Examon. I don't think you will be able to get rid of the stack, but you won't have your Examon anymore. So
yeah, so here we see the Slayer Dramon inheritable effect. So it's forced into attack. Break Dramon is going to suspend the other Digimon. The Examon can block, restand, suspend the other guy, and trash security. So you see how the one Examon can essentially withstand 3 attacks while trashing security.
Yeah.
So that is trash. That is not checked.
And no Commandramon either for the automation one.
So honestly, really good turnaround for Y. This is exactly what he needed. Now he's pretty set up. Yes, a flare can de-digital the Examon, but Examon gave you a free level 6.
Yes.
So depending on the situation, you might be able to go into another.
Oh wait, that goes.
I believe he might be play cost 4 for the Dracomon. I don't know. I think it's 3.
Flare,
Yeah, no, it should.
Flare.
Yeah. If it's play cost 4, it would be alive. But the Dracomons do cost 3. So
yeah, so a little
it is
unfortunate with
gone.
that, but it's how it is. But again, you do have some power to remove that board. There's nothing in raising either. So
right, like he has memory to work with. He still was able to cycle through a lot of cards. He has a level 6 on the board, so he could perhaps be able to go into another Examon this turn. Gonna swing. He gets the clear. Gets the trash again, so now Wyatt is catching up on that damage. Doesn't have to check security. Tiger
right
effect
now
does add a card.
Yeah, 3 security for Michael to 2 on Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this could be as simple as like, okay, he just hard drops another Wingdramon, makes another Examon, and he's in there. If he doesn't have that, then, you know, we might be struggling, but the Breakdramon is going to be able to put in some work.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is the 5, so if he has Examon, yeah, it's going to be the play. I like it. Now, this new Examon is even better against Ultimate Flare.
It is, yeah.
And depending on his hand, he might be able to summon yet another Slayer, for example, or another Breakdramon. Yeah, getting the Slayer on there, getting a new Breakdramon. I love it. At this point, I think Wyatt is in complete control.
I agree, yeah.
Like, now you look at a Flare and it's like, no.
Yeah, exactly. Flare doesn't do anything. That just gets the deletion. Now,
so now we're trashing 2 security, I believe, because he has 2 Breakdramons. Yeah.
Oh,
and there's Rookie on the board, Rookie in the back. So even if you Flare, which doesn't answer the board, that's it.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good example of like how this matchup is going to go. Wyatt did slow down. He didn't have the Examon right away, but he searched enough that when he had the Examon, he had everything he needed to go along with it. And the Examon power is very, very strong.
For sure. And I think like the other thing too is that like he got really fortunate with his searches, right? He got one Davis he played. He got another one from security. He got a blue memory boost.
Yes.
Being able to use all those things to help you get there is really nice. And yes, he did play a Death Examon, which was for.
I mean, it's good. Yeah, like Examon always going to be strong. But in this case, I just don't think it's doing enough, right?
Agreed.
Like, it can't attack. There's still 2 Breakdramons on the board, Rookie in the back. Going to be playing Commandramon blocker, but it doesn't matter because when the Breakdramon swings, he can suspend it. And that should be more than enough swings to go for game. The Gourmet Security, that's going to be game 1 going to Wyatt. Really solid showing so far.
Yeah, and this is... I think I wasn't really believing in Examon in a matchup like this, and to see it do as well as it did game 1 has definitely changed my mind, and hopefully he's able to keep it up for this game number 2 too.
Yeah, I'd love to see Wyatt do well. I think Examon is one of the decks that it has the power to compete against the top decks. The Slayer Dramon is actually so powerful, it just breaks some decks, pun intended. Like, Slayer Dramon is out, decks have to Digimon in the back, you don't get your effects, you have to skip all your memory gain. For example, like Blackboard Greymon, they can usually go Greymon X, Digivolve for 2 into your 5, Blitz into your 6. If Slayerdramon is out, like, you cannot promote your level 4. So now you have to go into your 5 in the back, which costs 4, so now you're passing the turn. And then you go into the 6. It just slows them down so much. Decks just don't have good answers to it. The answers is like, oh, you have to play extra bodies on the board. Like, but that's, again, slowing you down, right? Like, oh, I play an Agumon. And then that Agumon might just get answered anyway, so...
Yeah, and I don't want to count Michael out, though, especially since, like, D Brigade is probably one of the best decks to punish a deck that bricks,
yes.
right? And I would say that Examon definitely has capacity to do that, right? You have to run so many different levels of stuff, and you don't run as much of a straight Digimon line that if you don't see your pieces, like, for example, if Wyatt wasn't able to do the DNA on that turn he did.
Oh, yeah, that was it, for sure.
Game 2 right there, right? So I do think this is a lot of back and forth, and it's really going to depend on who is able to kind of capitalize first on something like this.
Yeah, and I think like Michael's list is fine. He's playing the Commandramon package. There's like nothing inherently crazy about it. We see that Examon, a very powerful Digimon, could definitely disrupt a lot of boards. We're gonna see if game 2 goes better for him. I wonder, you know, what makes you want to bring D Brigade to an event like this? It might just be like his favorite Digimons, and I think it can be one of those decks that, like you said, can definitely punish people and catch people off guard.
Yeah, and I think that it is a form of security control because you're allowed to run so many big bombs and security, but also be an aggressive deck, right? Like, it does kind of have issues getting around things, and sometimes, like Black War Greymon X, or like something which is probably going to be one of the meanies of today, it can get around, but like Ultimate Flare is great about it, right?
And, oh yes, for sure.
Everything else, so. And
once again, we see Michael with a fantastic opener, rookie into the Issy. And Wyatt gonna start picking up the pieces. The new Dracomon, that alt art is fantastic.
It's so good.
He's able to search 2 cards, getting the Wingdramon and the Examon. Honestly, fantastic start.
Yeah, it's a really, really good start.
We're gonna see how Michael responds. You know, he's definitely very aggressive in the early game. This time does not have the Undeletion Commandramon, but hey, this guy's 5k.
And
so it is gonna live.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of the cases where the high DP security Digimon is relevant, but okay, now we see the Undeletion Commandramon.
And Decoy. And so, different for Wyatt in this game is that he doesn't have his Davis Tamer. So, there is a lot of potential for this deck to memory choke him to 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Which, specifically at this point, you want to have a little bit more memory to do stuff with.
Yeah, so he's playing the onslaught, like I said. This is the security that can be evaded.
Well, that is definitely a good hit for that Dracomon, just to have it out of the...
Oh, for sure.
And make sure you're not in danger of it.
These are the awkward turns where your opponent has a memory tamer and you do not, so your memory is very inefficient. But Michael could be swinging into a Davis, right? And then that changes everything.
All right, hidden potential.
I mean, that's memory to work with for sure.
But you don't have a green.
No, that's why, like, I could see why you'd like to play it, because it just gives you this very high ceiling of power plays you could do. But it can also be a dead card. Michael continuing the aggression. Yeah, Wyatt down to 1 security already. Like, again, yeah, this has to be the Jogger's turn. Gonna go into Examon.
All right, so 6 of memory is a lot.
Yeah.
You will get some...
Has Breakdramon and his Slayer, so exactly what you need. Yeah. And again, now he should be safe from damage in the following turn. As we've seen with the Examon Breakdramon package, you can protect against 3 attacks. So last time this happened, you know, Michael had the Flare right away. Maybe this time he doesn't, right? And like, if you don't answer the Examon, like, that might just be curtains, right? Because going super wide with a bunch of rookies, not going to be doing too much, but we'll see.
Yeah, and so I'm pretty sure he's gonna... I think he's just making sure he knows how the sequences of all this goes.
Yes.
Probably pushing up the Commandramon, but if he does, he loses... What? He loses 1. You get 1 blocker, 1 suspension, and then...
Yeah, well, you get
2 blockers,
2 suspensions, basically.
2 suspensions, and a blocker, so...
That's enough to withstand the whole aggression, yeah. And you start trashing security, go from there. And this is one of those cases where it's like, you come to an event like this, you're definitely prepared to play against Black War Greymon, Grandis, Mastermon. Did you prepare against the Examon? Do you understand how the sequencing works? A lot of people do not, right?
Yeah, so suspending the Breakdramon. He gets to
force the attack
with, yeah.
Now Examon can block. Breakdramon gets to suspend somebody. Examon gets to suspend somebody. He unsuspends, can block.
Trashes a security.
Yeah, so he's missing 2 suspends here.
Yeah.
Exactly, and he gets the trash. So exactly, last time this happened, the response was, okay, I play my Flare to answer your Examon. And what is the response now?
He is not getting super lucky with his Commandramon checks either, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, and again, like, if the answer is, oh, I don't have Flare, but I have the punch, well, Examon's gonna evade that, so it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Death X is way too expensive. Does not do nearly enough here.
You do have 6 memory to work with, though, so not.
He
not
does have a good amount to work with. But the tides can rapidly change here, right? Wyatt can get a massive advantage, as we saw. The flare is there once again. He does have the response.
Yeah, but with the
so
the
this
stack
time
that you
around,
have,
he gets to keep a body, which is a massive difference, right? Dramon can still do some work. I believe the other Commandramon should still be suspended.
Yeah, does it have?
Oh, does it have reboot from the baby?
I guess so. It must. It
Yeah.
must.
Well, the Breakdramon can suspend it anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get the trash, the Grumblemon. I respect it. And now Wyatt, he still has board. I believe, like, so even though the Examon got the Digivolve, he still maintains the Slayerdramon inheritable. Can still do work with it. Can also just, like, go into the Wingdramon and then end of turn Jogress anyway. Oh, hidden potential. So he gets to suspend, he gets the tap. That's pretty good. If you can go into an Examon here and keep turn, oh, that would be massive.
That'd be super cool.
Yeah, he could push so much damage and just be set up to win the game next turn.
Yeah,
I absolutely love that play.
Yeah, so confirming on hidden potential. But that card's limit to 1 for a reason, right? Like,
it's absurdly strong.
Yeah, so going into the level 5, and then guess
does
what?
have the Examon. So this one's going to have the Breakdramon, the Slayer. If he has another Breakdramon, he's going to swing and trash to security. Like,
it's pretty much over.
There's some people that don't play a lot of Breakdramons, but I'm like, man, that effect is so strong. So what is he going to be playing? We're going over the card. Yeah, hidden potential. So Examon comes in as a brand new Digimon. He's able to attack.
Yeah.
Still has all his effects.
It's got evade.
Yeah, whenever you get Jogress and like maintain turn, like, oh, it's so powerful, right? That's what we see from the new Mastermon, you know, the Mirai allowing that. And for Examon, it's like very rare. But after you've like resolved one Examon, further Jogress becomes easier because you just got that free level 6.
For sure.
At this point, I'd like to say, like, well, maybe Michael has something insane in security, but it's not going to matter if it's going to get trashed by the Breakdramon. We're going to be playing the Cordramon, draw 2, can swing, unsuspend. It is only going to be trash 1, but at this point, you know, with nothing on the board for Michael, he set up. I think if I was wide here, you just have to, like, okay, let's maybe think about a Death X-Mon potentially, but it's really nothing here that he should be afraid of. Gonna drop the Davis. And why it's good to go for next turn. Yeah, this was, I think, a good set to display the power of Examon, how it can control and create these board states that are just very tough for decks to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. But like at the same time, like there is one security, like you are like on the curve of losing, right? And a match like
exactly.
This,
yeah, it's the same thing as last game, right? Like if that was not the turn where Wyatt pops off and he does a Jogress, for sure he's gone.
Yeah.
So we do see that Examon. It is going to clear the Cordramon.
Yeah. And he didn't push up. All right. So.
Oh, he could just swing if he's feeling.
Security withstanding, though, right? There's a lot of
or you would just make another Joggers play. Or you do like a Slayer, yeah, so now you can swing on suspend.
Yeah, so we can't clear both, probably.
Yeah. Went to a Cordramon. Maybe he's looking to Joggers. Yeah, just swing on suspend. Security is nothing, and that's gonna be game. That's 2-0 for Wyatt with the Examon showing up, looking good.
For sure, and definitely a pretty tight matchup. And I think, again, like, he had to definitely hit that curve, and he definitely did both games, and be able to do that is really strong. Only one security or two, like, both games, so there's a lot of pressure to get there, and he was able to withstand it.
Yeah, but again, I think that is a good game to show the power of the Examon. It has the tools, right? The Joggers is powerful. It has the defensive capabilities. Once he was able to go into the Examon, he's able to stabilize. It has security trashing, which is very strong. And this very unique mechanic where you force your opponent to attack just creates these awkward situations that decks are just not prepared to answer.
They sure aren't. So we're going to try to get him over here, get a quick interview with how he feels, how he went with that deck, and we'll be right back with that. All right, we are back with our winner from round number 1. Wyatt, how you feeling, Wyatt?
I'm feeling great. Phenomenal way to start off the day.
For 100%, 100%. Like, you are here, you showed up on a stormy bad weather day.
Yes.
Going through, you didn't even know Thursday if you're going to be here, right?
I didn't. No, everyone was telling me to skip your tournament Wednesday and drive to the airport and stay overnight there.
Yeah.
But I got halfway to Phoenix, checked the roads. I was like, okay, I think I can make it Thursday. Let's turn around, go play in the tournament, and then come to nationals the following day.
Yeah, and then again, no invite, so you did some LCQs.
Yeah.
Got first.
Yeah.
Round 1, got a win there, so really, really good start.
I'm feeling really good. Yeah.
Yeah. What brings you to Examon? Why is that your list for today?
To be honest, when EX3 came out, I was like, wait, this Digimon's so cool looking. He's like a big dragon. And then I saw the alt art, and he's just like posted up, and I was like, that's me. So I want that. And I was going to play Crossheart, and I've been testing with a lot of my friends the last few days, and they were like, you got to take Examon. Like, I was not feeling good about the deck. I was like, this deck doesn't feel good to play. I never see the pieces. And like, what do you mean? You always have it. And I'm like, yeah, but like dropping 2 level 7s, giving you like 5 or 6 memory, and then just having 1 body doesn't feel good. And then I came, it was like an epiphany. I was just like, wait a minute, Examon, if they can't out that first stack, you build so much momentum and get into a second stack that even if they out one of them, you just sort of win.
Yeah, like, and that's kind of what happened in your match too. Like, once you built your first stack, like it was Deep Brigade's really aggressive. They hit you down to 1 or 2 security, right? But once you're able to build your stack, even if they do an alternate flare, right?
Yeah.
They're giving you more memory back than you gave them.
Exactly, and I can just go straight into another Examon stack if I have it.
For sure, for sure. So, what matchup are you looking forward to today? Like, what matchup do you think is the best one for you?
I really just want to play against Grandis and Blackwood Grays. They feel so free with this deck because, like Grandis, right? If you can get an X out before they raise their Okuamon, they just can't play the game. Oftentimes they just have to scoop it up because they're going to try and put out a bunch of little dudes to force you to like remove those. But if you play the deck right and you put out Breakdramon in that matchup, if they're putting out little dudes, you can suspend 2 of them each turn, and they're forced to raise up that Akuamon eventually and start over from scratch. And then Blackwood Gray, relatively the same thing, but that deck's a lot more bricky, I find, than the Grandis deck, so it feels a little better in that matchup as well.
For sure, for sure. Well, thank you very much for sitting down with us. I really do appreciate you playing an Examon deck, especially something I don't think a lot of people are playing, so I hope you're still doing well. And any shout-outs before we take a break?
Yeah. Can I... thank you for having me here. Go subscribe to my YouTube channel, True Pain Gaming. It says that under my name. Thank you for having me, and it's been a wonderful time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Keep going, and we'll be right back with round number 2 and probably about 30 minutes left in time. About 30 minutes.
All right,
so we'll be there after that.
Sounds good.
Welcome back to the Digimon 2022 North American Finals. Joining me now, we have Benjamin, Mr. Panda, DigiPanda. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing really good. We had an amazing round 1 with Eggman. Now we have you joining us.
Yep.
So I'm excited to have you in here. You know, we're going to be doing it. All 3 of us rotating around, keeping you guys entertained. We had some really good matches, you know. And it's crazy because we're trying to see who we're going to get on stream on round 2, right? And we're asking around like, oh, did you win? Did you win? A lot of people lost because now we have 500 players that took that L, right?
Yep.
That said, our round 2 is going to be a very exciting match. We have Tyler Sear going up against Alexander Pham, better known as Huang Zero. We have Alex playing Blackwork Raymond and Tyler Sear with the Crossheart.
Tyler's also part of Gaia Force Gaming too, so
of course, yes.
We have 2 content creators facing it off against each other. This is going to be a really exciting matchup because we know Blackwork Raymond has a lot of tamer destruction. We also know that Tyler's playing a very tamer-heavy deck, so
yes,
there could be the assumption right now that, you know, Crossheart has the disadvantage here.
You would think so, yeah. I feel like people are kind of sleeping on the Crossheart. Shatmon was the top deck in BT10. You know, adjustments happens, there's the limits, and I feel like when that happens, people are very quick to disregard those decks and just move on to the next thing.
Yep.
But the Shatmon deck, its mechanics and what the deck does is still very powerful, and it did get new support in BT11 as well.
Very powerful effects too, and we even saw some, you know, additional support for Blue Flare, the other tamer-heavy Digimon Fusion, Digimon Cross Wars related decks that really are going to be shining today, I feel like, in some ways.
I definitely got to shout out Alex's shirt with Digimon World 3. Amazing artwork. But here we go. We're getting right into it. It's going to be an amazing game here. Again, Tyler Sear with the Crossheart, Alexander Pham, Huang Zero with the Blackwork Greymon.
9 versus a 6. It looks like Tyler won the die roll.
Yeah, everything's looking pretty crispy. We're going to see both of those players are currently undefeated. We're still early on in the day. It's going to be potentially, you know, 10 rounds. So off to a good start, but a long, long way to go. We have the Pikmon starting off.
Starmon's on top for that extra draw if he can make it an inheritable.
Yeah, Crosshair is one of those decks where, like, they're always going to have a rookie, right? They should. We're going to see lots of rookies, lots of tamers.
Passing it off to 4 with the Ballista, so no tamer. That's actually kind of a disadvantage in some ways for the fact that if that Starmon does get promoted next turn, it won't be able to be saved.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So you're missing out on your save potential, and it's like your tamers play your Digimon, right? So it's like you can play a tamer that plays the Digimon or play the Digimon, which is just worse, right? Obviously, if you had a tamer, he would have played it. Not having it means that he's off to maybe not a fantastic start. We're going to see what Huang's going to be up to here.
Huang showed us the BT.
Oh, that tech already.
Ooh.
That Gravity Crush. We were literally talking about this card
just talking
early
about
on
this.
today. How, you know, it's an explosive card. It has massive drawback, but hey, it does not have a drawback if you win the game on that turn you play it.
Whiffs there on the Agumon X, and then just Digivolves into BT5 Greymon in the back over the promo Agumons.
Yeah, and as we expect, we're going to see the Crossheart being very aggressive, but like you brought up, no tamer, no
There it is.
save.
There's the other tamer.
Yeah, we finally get to see the tamer, so now the save potential is there, gets the card draw as well.
Akari plays that Darulumon, minus 3Ks that Agumon X, and just sends it to the trash.
Yeah, that was a great outcome for Tyler, right? Getting his tamer online, the clear, the draw.
Now he can start saving, and also one other advantage here, yeah, that Metal Greymon wasn't going to be any value because there's no D-Digivolve, and nothing has 3,000 DP or less.
Yeah, so Alex going to stay in the back, trying to find those pieces.
Ooh, one of the first techs for Tyler's deck, he's looking at an Ignitemon.
Yeah, so Ignitemon, you expect to see this in a Mastermon deck list.
Yeah.
So talk to me about this. Like, why are we seeing this in the Crossheart?
So with Ignitemon, he can swing and also pop one of his Digimon.
That's true, yeah. It's a very powerful effect.
And then save that Digimon too.
Yeah, so now we finally start to see the save mechanic. Tyler doing a great job getting some early damage, as you would expect. And then before you know, you're going to have some Shoutmans with some rush technology to close the game out.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe sooner rather than later.
So crossing Omni Shout as one of the targets. He has no way to... There's the Ballista from hand.
Yep.
And then debating on Darulumon? There's another Darulumon.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Digicross mechanic, you know, very powerful, right? You're playing this massive Digimon with a ton of effects for essentially one memory.
Adds both tamers off of the targets for the Crossheart, because the Shoutmon Cross 3 can add 2 Digimon or cards in general with Crossheart or Blue Flare in them.
And it gets the young Jeremy getting the memory, release the back.
Yep.
Pretty good turn for Tyler.
So now that if Huang decides to push out that Metal Greymon, Blackboard Greymon might hit both tamers, but there's nothing saved underneath, so Tyler doesn't lose anything. We also know he has the Taiki Kudo
For sure.
for the additional follow-up play next turn.
Yeah, and this is, you know, we're going like all red base here. So it's like you can go to a Black Greymon, it's not going to have blocker. You want to go into the Black Gray, you need the X antibody, and then you can redirect one attack, right? Like Tyler already treading in so much damage here. So Alex is forced to promote here. Maybe as Greymon X could potentially get a pop before going into a level 6. Does not have a lot of memory to work with.
I did see a Yuya in his hand, but that would also put him back a turn. That Metal Greymon doesn't have blocker.
Oh, for sure.
Also...
And like, this is the point where like the Crossheart is too fast, right? For you to play a tamer here, it's just a massive tempo loss. There's no time for Alex to drop the Yuya, as powerful as he is. So honestly, not looking too good for Alex here.
Alex still thinking about what to do.
Okay, he's gonna just swing over.
Takes out the Darula.
Yeah, we see the save mechanic coming in. Maybe he's thinking about like a Hades Force potentially. This wouldn't be like excellent, that's for sure.
Black War Gray can't pop more than just the 2 tamers. I think he wants to unsuspend or force the unsuspend somehow.
Yeah, he's trying to see what he can do, thinking about it. You know, again, both of his players are 1-0. It's a fantastic start. But very quickly, you could find yourself getting an L. And in a tournament like this, for you to make top 32 is very difficult, right? Like, one loss, you're in there. But as soon as you get 2 losses, like, chances are you are not making it. So every single game matters so much. And there's so many games. It's going to be a very long day.
It's the faster-paced decks, though, that will give you that little break in between.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, that being said, Alex definitely taking his time, as he should. You know, these are not decks that we expect to go to time.
Hades
Force
Force.
is going to be played, but no X antibody is going to be the full cost, 7 play cost. Very expensive.
Removes the Ballistas.
Yeah, but as you're saying, it's like you can clear some of the tamers, but does not clear all the tamers.
Yep.
The Shoutmon is up.
They'll delete it right off
Be
the bat there.
swinging.
Saves 2 sources. Decides to saves the ballista.
Yeah. I feel like that's still pretty good.
He's got so many ballistas under there.
There's so much memory, right?
Yeah.
Jesmon with 6 memory, oh, it could be anything.
Yeah. Ignite going in too. Draw off
Yeah.
that Pikmon's effect.
And now we just need one more hit. Any Jesmon with Rush will do it.
Yeah.
There's the
doesn't have it
Mikey.
yet.
Well, maybe he picks out the pieces, right?
Yeah. Ooh, a lot of
maybe
tamers.
not what he wanted to see, though, if he was missing that specific Rush.
He might just play another Taiki here. Nope. He does have the X3. Oh, that's it. That's it.
All right, and that's going to be game number 1. Very quickly, Tyler showing the aggression of the Crossheart, while it's still a very powerful deck, and you should not sleep on it.
I think the question is at this point is, what top end do you prefer? Do you prefer the Merva top end or do you prefer the Cross 7 top end?
Well, I'm not a Jesmon specialist, so I would like to throw a question back to you. You tell me, compared to the old BT10 list, and now we have this new technology, what is your preferred top end?
So Merva feels, in my opinion, more aggro-based, while the Cross 7 base is more defensive. We did not see it in much of his top end. We didn't see any level 6s.
Yeah.
So we do know that he had the Ignitemon, which is indicative of the fact that it could be the Merva list, the more aggressive variant.
Right, yeah, there's definitely some cool plays there. And you said we didn't see any level 6s for Tyler, but hey, we didn't see any level 6s for Huang either, right?
We saw them in the security.
Sure, but that's not where you want. I mean, maybe in some matchups that might matter, but as the Crossheart, you're more than happy to sacrifice your rookies, get the save going. So Tyler off to a fantastic start. We're going to see if Huang can bounce back on game 2 here.
We also saw that the option card, the red option card, Gravity Crush.
Yeah, well, so we have this little like questionnaire for the players. So Alexander, you said his list is more aggressive than usual, and maybe that's sort of what he was implying to, like Gravity Crush. Maybe he's playing like a hybrid or something. I'm not sure. Like, what is the best use of that 2 memory? Maybe he's playing like Blitz Omnis, something like that. We shall see. Game 1, we didn't get to see him do too much, to be honest. So we'll see if he can bounce back. The Nationals, such a fantastic event. Again, we have over 1,000 players here. This is just a celebration of Digimon in general. You know, we have the Art Museum.
Yeah.
We're definitely enjoying that. Competition is great. There's side events too, so it'll be a very fun weekend for sure.
We didn't quite see Alex either go off with the Black War Greymon deck either, because we didn't see that perfect chain with the Agumon, Agumon X.
Yeah, Greymon. We did not. Like, sometimes they just like immediately have the chain. Alex, he had to go with the Search, right? He played the Agu X. But even after that, he did not have the pieces. And that might be okay against some of the other slower decks where you have the time. But the Crossheart from Tyler, very aggressive, did not give Alexander any time at all.
It looks like... I'm not sure if... In this situation, would you want to go first or second?
I'm a go second gamer. I think in a game like Digimon, that extra card makes a massive, massive difference.
Yep, and we were right. So Alex is going to go second.
Yeah, that said, though, it's an aggressive deck like Tyler's playing. Going first is pretty good. You always get the initiative.
Ooh, he is playing the Cross 7 top end with the Ignitemon as well. So he's going to go ahead and use Taiki, reveal top 4, and slot the Darulumon underneath Taiki, and then add Ignitemon to hand. He didn't have a rookie, which is kind of the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, well, you'll have to excuse me if I refer to him as Mikey.
No,
that's my boy Mikey, you know?
Yeah, boy Mikey, Jeremy, Angie. Yeah.
Still pretty good start, though, right? Although, obviously, not having the rookie is less than ideal. We're going to see the young cool boy is going to pick up, I believe that was the Agu X.
Yes, from BT9.
Yeah, so at this point, it's like, well, you'd like to maybe promote next turn, go Agu X, proc the cool boy, right?
He might have the Greymon play, though.
Just going to play out the, keep going for the searches.
So it looks like
Gritty plus Greymon.
And there's the Black War Grey.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see him go into a level 6 this time around. Tyler did not have the rookie, so maybe he'll have a bit more time. Here's the Ignite we're talking about.
He might go Angie and Darulumon here, because there is the Darulumon under Taiki to play.
Yeah, that would be a pretty solid, get some card draw, get bodies on the board. Definitely want to establish multiple tamers. As we saw last game, even though Alex could destroy a tamer, you can't answer all of them if you have a bunch of tamers.
Yep.
It's going to be the Jeremy.
For Jeremy, and
there's the Ballista, gets the memory.
Turn.
Oh, well, can do one. Why not do both, right?
Yeah.
So I do like this. He does give Alex a bit more memory to work with, but he speeds up his game plan by quite a bit, right? This is him saying, like, hey, I'm going to accelerate the game state. We're not going to be memory chucking ourselves 1-to-1. I'm going to give you some memory to work with, but, in turn, I accelerate my game plan by a lot.
We're looking at minimum 3 security checks next turn on Tyler's end here.
Yeah, so we see the Greymon X, but it didn't have the Greymon, so missing out on quite a bit there. Is going to equip the X antibody option, could potentially be swinging and then Digivolving if he wants to.
That's the Metal Greymon Alterous mode.
Yeah, Terry's pretty good, gets a pop on the 1. Is not able to capitalize on the Cool Boy that turn though, so definitely missing out the line, right? If he had a regular Greymon into a Greymon X, like that turn would have been infinitely more explosive.
Interesting. He also should have only paid 2 memory, I believe, because that Metal Greymon...
Yes, it does discount it by 1.
Yeah.
Because it is still has 1 color red, so it's discounted by 1. Yes, you are correct. So Tyler pushing out. He's got 3 Tamers set up, 2 Digimon on the board. Again, this Metal Greymon cannot block, cannot redirect, nothing.
It's Greymon, saves it.
Yep. And there's really like not much insecurity that Tyler needs to be scared of, right? Like, yeah, there's another Greymon X. I'd say things are going pretty good for Tyler. Now, we know that Alex does have the level 6 in hand. So if he gets another turn, he can go into that. But, again, the Blackwood Greymon can, like, redirect 1 attack. It's not going to be a blocker. We're going to see how Tyler chooses to spend his memory. He has quite a bit with the Tamers to save Digimon.
I'm also curious whether that extra memory he got will be affecting, the game state in the end.
Yeah, a small mistake can end up having a massive consequence, We're going to see the Digicross.
Cross 3, substituting that Omni Shoutmon as a Shoutmon.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? The Shoutmon, the game plan is very strong. Like, you have this boss Digimon you want to for essentially free, while it's getting some card draw, and then you get to reutilize the sources anyway, because you're going to save them again, right?
There comes down the triple General Tamer Taiki, Kuriha, and Nene. Funny enough, I believe Nene was the only one whose name did not change.
Did not change, okay.
Between the English dub.
I did not know that.
Yeah, because it was Mikey and Christopher in the English dub.
Okay. So we're going to go into the Metal Greymon X. Is going to have the Cool Boy. So finally getting some value out of this Cool Boy. I wonder if he does not have a rookie.
Pops a 6K body. So that's where we get the Metal Grey X effect.
Does get the save. Like, okay, so he can go into the Blackwood Greymon. Doesn't get like the most out of it, but it is a way for Alex to start getting his own aggression, right? Can start chipping at security, trashing security. Maybe trashes those Tamers instead of checking them, which is infinitely better.
Question is, do you want to give 4 memory?
Yeah, it is quite expensive. Well, if you go into the Blackwood Greymon X, it's 5, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's quite a bit.
You'll pass turn, though, at 4 memory, though. And that also gives Tyler the opportunity to use Taiki, Kuriha, and Nene in order to slot a Digimon underneath. Oh, there's a second one. That means he's going to gain 2 additional memory and
that is rough. So if you get the trash...
Oh.
I mean, they were both Tamers, right?
Yeah.
So one getting trash is okay, but hitting into the expensive Tamer, good for Tyler. Gonna get the effect. Yeah. The gain 1 memory, draw 1. Those type of effects are always very strong in Digimon. And like now... Tyler's going to have so many resources.
He can do it again.
Potentially close the game out. Now, Alex has 1 redirect, right? He has 1 defensive tool here. But that's about it.
He has protection once and also the redirect, which is not terrible.
Yeah. And if there was some restand shenanigans, he could also get a pop. So
Pheromon down on the Pikmons for that reboot later.
Okay, kind of nice. Look at so many Tamers Tyler has, right? Going to be suspending the Mikey to play.
We know he added the Shoutmon earlier for the rush.
Yep.
So we know he's going to play this for...
Get the Beelstar.
Typically a memory cost of 1, but with...
0, really. You have Jeremy, right?
Yeah.
And you get the card draw, of course.
Yep.
Gonna get the reveal.
A lot. Ooh, there's also the Cross 5 right there. Cross 5, he has all the components too to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Rush with that Shoutmon right now.
So is he going to choose to redirect?
No, just
gonna let it go through. Still has 6 memory to work with after all that, by the way. And again, so many resources.
Unfortunately now, that Cross 3 has all those components that he needed locked under him.
Right, in a way, like, well, that's where, like, the Ignitemon comes into play, right? So you can pop your own Digimon and get the sources back. So I do like that technology. We're going to see Mikey getting the searches. Can go for another Digicross play.
he has 2 more tamers. So the triple tamers here, they each have the ability to suspend themselves in order to use sources underneath the tamers.
Yeah, so basically always going to have that effect.
Yep. Cross 7 comes down now.
So talk to me about the Cross 7.
So Cross 7, you slot, I believe, up to 6 Digimon under it. And for every 2, it gets plus 1,000 DP.
Okay.
And you delete a Digimon whose DP is less than or
Equal to it. Yeah.
It also has innate rush, so you don't even care.
Yeah, if you don't have the Shoutmon.
Yeah. So we just watched a slew of cards get slotted under there.
Yeah, he has quite a bit of inheribles here. But he does pass to 1 memory, giving Alex as little as possible to work with. The Black Greymon, you know, like you're saying, does have the protection, the redirect. So Alex still finally has something, but we do have to wonder if it's too little too late.
Yeah.
With 1 memory, I mean, if you have... Well, he doesn't have the right Agumon, right? If I was going to say you can do it with the Greymon for 1, but not with the AguX.
So,
Yeah.
Yep, Huang bottom decking that X antibody for protection to keep his Blackboard Greymon.
Yeah, at this point, there's no reason why he like wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
That said, though, he does lose the option, so he's not going to give the security, the effects, right? Like he's going to miss the...
to delete a Digimon with the lowest
yes.
cost.
He doesn't have the actual 6. There's the Gravity Crush. We were talking about it.
Yep.
So it does give a memory. Like now, his turn could be infinitely better. Does he have the Greymon X follow-up? That will extend. Yeah, so this one is 2. You don't get the memory back because it's not a... It's a Digimon Agumon. His name is not an Agumon. He does have the Greymon X.
Yep.
So now you get the memory. Your next Digivolution is discounted by 1 or 2. So enough to go into a 5 and maintain turn.
He's trying
exactly what you want to see.
Yep. De-Digivolves the Cross 3, hits that Shoutmon, and then deletes it. So he does get to save that Shoutmon.
But you can't save the rest of the stack. So it's definitely a big hit for Tyler. That said, though, I feel like he's going to have enough sources for the rest of the game, more or less, right?
Cross 7 also does have Reboot and also Blocker.
Good to know.
That's Z Greymon.
Yeah,
Gives
from the
a
C
blocker,
Greymon,
yeah.
right? Some of the... Gonna go into the...
Alteros for the extra protection.
Yeah, so this time around, it did cost 2. It is right. He got the discounted by 1, right?
Well, he already went into the Metal Greymon from BT8.
Yeah. Oh, so you go into it for 0. Yes, of course. And he does have the option as well. So, what is the sequencing he wants to do? How big is the Shoutmon?
It's all turns.
So it's all turns.
Yeah, so there's looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 components total underneath it. So it will be a 15,000 body.
That is a big boy. And, you know, the Black Greymon, you have protection, but no, never from battle, right? So, yeah. Now, the stack can usually get some extra DP, depending on what you have.
Mm-hmm.
But he needs quite a bit to get over 15k. So we're going to be swinging with the second stack that can, when Digivolve into the new one.
For the full 5 memory.
Yeah, it is pass over quite a bit of memory.
Well, remember, he's also taxed on Gravity Crush, too.
Oh, that's true. At the end of the turn, he has to give up the Memory Crush. Yeah, that is like the drawback for Gravity Crush, right? Like, if you don't win the game on that turn, the drawback is significant.
That extra 2 memory could be the make or break for your next play.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, 2 memories is huge. We're going to see, it's like kind of like a gamble, right? Like, I will say, though, without the Gravity Crush, like, Alex's turn would have been awful. He would have had really not much to work with. So I can see why it was good this turn.
I was thinking he was going to go into like an Omni X to potentially, you know, bounce the Cross 7.
Yeah, that could have been an option, right? We usually see Omnis being played. But you can play so many different Omnis in the deck that it's hard to see, you know, which ones they play, right?
No blocks.
Some people like BT5 Omni X.
The reboot happens, and then Cross 7 is deleted. And I believe you material save 3.
Yeah, and I believe he did pass over the additional Gravity Crush memory. So, you know, 5 plus 2, Tyler going to start the turn with 7. But then he's got his Tamers to gain even more memory on top of that, right? So, at this stage in the game, with this many resources, yes, he is facing down 2 Blackbird Greymons.
And remember, he also trashes his stack, too, from the inheritable.
Yes, of course.
X. So out comes the itty-bitty Sparamon. that all turns plus 3,000 is huge.
Yeah, it makes quite a bit of a difference, right? And like, yeah, these buffs being all turns, it's a massive improvement. He's gonna get the extra memory from the tamers, going all the way to 8 and then
Now
9.
Ooh.
9 memories. I mean, look at how much setup Tyler has. How many tamers is that?
You have to ask though. Do you think he has the one of cross 4? There it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
right on time. Yeah, so he's gonna get everything on it. Again, cost 1, except nope. Wait, Jeremy, get your
And then the
memory
card,
back.
So draw, and then
Get
with
the
this
card
cross
draw,
4, you'll
yeah.
draw 2 more.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Like, resource-wise, Tyler has everything he
Yeah.
needs at this point, right?
And you can't redirect here.
No, it's the
because-
highest DP.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Can't even redirect. So good sequencing there on the attack. The Sparrow does survive. The extra DP, like you said, is always relevant.
He's still at 9 memory too.
Yeah, 9 memory. Still has so many tamers he could use as well.
Now, one thing we did see him at earlier was the cross 5, so we know he has a cross 5 in his hand as well.
Yes, that is true. Gonna swing with the Jesmon.
Draw
card
off
draw.
the star.
So do you redirect this one?
Well,
Or do you wait until he shows the next attack?
because then he can just unsuspend one of his tamers, so he can unsuspend the Zenjiro.
Yeah.
End of attack.
It's like you don't want to give that end of attack effect, right?
No. So yeah, he did redirect.
Okay.
He is going to save.
Yeah, I feel like that is the correct play for
Yep.
sure. Deny the end of attack effect.
So one Grandmon X has used its
Redirect. Yeah. That said, though, Tyler still has 9 memory. So now we're
There's
gonna
the
see,
cross 5.
Yeah, cross 5. As you were saying, we knew he had it in hand. He has the rush.
If you have all the pieces, it's free.
Yeah. I mean, you have 9 memory and your stuff is free. So almost endless possibilities for Tyler here.
Another swing. Draw again with that Starmons. Because
Yeah, what you're doing is, like, even though you're not digivolving, your effects are still giving you that card draw, right?
Yes.
So he's still going to see more and more resources.
And this game is very impressive with what you can do with your resource management.
Yes. Let's see, the Koromon. I personally like the draw Koromons, but I see people are a fan of the 1000 DP.
The reasoning for that, after playtesting it heavily, you deck yourself out.
That is true.
Very
You know,
quickly.
one thing that I commonly hear talking to people over at Nationals weekend is everyone's like, oh, you can just deck out Black Greymon.
Yep.
They do draw quite a bit.
Because it is
Sometimes
mandatory.
the games go very grindy, yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna see the trash.
I think he's checking for all the components, because if a certain card is removed from that stack, we've already seen several Darulomons go to the trash. We've seen several Ballistamons potentially go to the trash too.
Yeah, and at this point, like, maybe Tyler's the one that will deck out. He's drawing quite a bit of cards. Still has, like, it should not be an issue.
So he does redirect.
Yeah, so that's it, right?
Yeah.
Both the redirects being gone here. And again, Tyler's still 9 memory.
Decides to keep that. Oh, he doesn't keep the Rush Shoutmon. He decides to keep.
Maybe he has another one in hand already.
Probably.
Yeah, look at his hand. He still has quite a bit of cards, right? And now he just simple as 2 swings for a game, right?
There's the Shoutmon for the full 4. Finds another cross
Okay.
7. Adds Ignite and no.
That's the
Bottom
cross 7
deck's
and the
Ignite,
Mikey. Yeah. So Tyler needs 2 swings here. No more redirects. Tyler did win game 1 as well, so...
One thing you can do that's also really fun with cross art is that you can use the pieces on board.
Yes, that's true. You don't have to and from hand too, right? So it's from
hand.
anywhere.
Yeah. As long as you have Taiki or like one of the triple tamers out,
Yeah.
you can cross from under your tamers and hand or.
Yeah, they could come from anywhere.
So I think
You
he's trying
see
to find those
another search with
pieces.
another Mikey. Still has 2 memory left after that.
Oh no.
Most tamers have been suspended, but he still has a Mikey and the dual tamers as well.
He still has the capability to cross 3 times.
For sure. Yeah.
Oh.
And he just needs 2 successful swings.
So he is going to go into the cross 7 again.
Okay.
Add Zeeg, Ballista, Darula, Stars, and Sparrow
The full chain here.
for a memory cost of 4. He's going to pop the existing Blackboard Gray stack.
Yeah, but it looks like that one had protection from the Alterius.
mode.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So after all that, Tyler not actually able to close the game out. You would think that with 9 memory he might have, but actually not able to. The double redirect from Black Raymond was enough. Now we go to Alexander, who has 2 level 6s.
Is he going to block is the question.
Yeah, so because Tyler could not end the game, could at least end with a blocker, right?
There is the blocker right there. It was only up to 14,000 DP from that BT9 Koromon.
Okay, the other Black Gray is free to swing.
Hits Sparrow.
Sparrow. Do we have a Blitz Omni for game? We
That is
do.
the Blitz Omni.
Yeah, so I was talking about this early on. There's so many Omnimals you could play in this Black Gray list. There's the new Omni-X.
BT10,
People
yeah.
like the BT5 Omni-X. Good against
Defensive,
Grandis.
much more defensive.
Alex is saying, hey, my list is more aggressive, therefore he's playing Blitz Omni. And in this case, it's exactly what he needed.
That's one of the differences, too, between, Melga style decks and Greymon style decks, because, Melga has the inherent ability to unsuspend
Yes.
willy-nilly, left and right, whenever they want to, go for multiple checks. But with Greymon decks, they don't have that. They usually have the built-in inheritables that help them get that +1 security check. So this is where a Blitz Omnimon is most effective.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because it kind of shows you as a player what you want out of your deck. We see the Black Greymon and the War Greymon decks are very similar. A lot of the times they're just playing the different top end, right? Where Black Grey is more control. I can clear my opponent's board, trash their security. The red one is more aggressive. I'm just checking for. And usually you see the red regular War Greymon is playing Blitz Omni.
Yes.
So they're checks and they want to close the game out. Or we see the other decks, the control decks, play for Omni X, either the new one or BT5 because they want that control, right? But Alex here choosing. Even though I'm playing the control version, Black Greymon, I still want the aggression of the Blitz Omni. And it's tough too, because like, you can only fit so many cards into your deck, right? And every decision you make is huge, right? Like, maybe Blitz Omni pays off here, but next round he plays against Grandis, and BT5 Omni would be better, right? So we'll see if it works out for him. Blitz Omni, obviously very powerful there, and it was exactly what he needed. We are now going to go to a game 3.
We had also discussed, too, that Gravity Crush also has that consequence that
Yes.
of its use.
The
Giving
drawback.
your opponent that extra 2 memory is huge. Now, we thought that putting Crossheart up to 9 memory, well, 7, but
Yeah,
the additional 2
then he went to 9.
Triple Tamers. Well, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, like I said, I love Gravity Crush when you win the game that turn, right?
Yes.
So it's like, oh, I don't have memory, but I go Gravity Crush, hybrid for game, right? Or something like that. I will say, though, that turn, with the Gravity Crush, he was able to find enough memory to proc the Cool Boy, do cool plays, use the Greymon X. Without it, like, his turn would have been really bad. So in that case, I think giving the 2 memory was definitely worth it. And even though Tyler went up to 9, and I thought that he might have been able to close the game out, ultimately he wasn't, right? So it definitely did pay off.
It was just missing a couple pieces, I think.
Yeah,
to
and
really
another thing
finish
that's good about this type of cards is that, like, when you're playing against these Black or Greymons or Greymons, you don't expect the Gravity Crush. Once you see it, it's something that you were not ready for, right? You're like, I set my opponent to 1. I know that he could do ABC. And then that's like the X factor, right? Like, oh, you didn't think I was going to have 2 more memory. It changes what I could do completely. Now we're going into game 3 here. We have Tyler Sear going up against Alexander Pham, 2 known players from the community. Going to be starting off with the Agumon X.
Again, it's been interesting to see him go into Agumon X every time. Like, he just raw plays it.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, again, while his build, he says it's aggressive. Like, hey, we're seeing the blocker Greymon here, right? It's a very defensive tool.
It might be that instead of running the 4 of, he runs the 2 of. And with Tyler now, he's countering back with, finding a much more efficient hand where you raise, build into immediately a rookie.
Yes.
And then also set up your tamer so that you can already start saving.
I mean, this is, right, the ideal opener. You have your rookie, you have your Mikey, gets the double search. Pretty good start.
Yeah.
A Cool Boy to pass back.
Ooh.
Gonna be looking for those
Bottom deck
pieces.
does add the Gaiomon. The Gaiomon is another great level 6 to run in Black War Greymon.
Yeah, and again,
decks.
one that is naturally more aggressive, right?
Yes.
Tyler right away going for the swing, getting the card draw. Those early damage while there's no blockers or anything like that, definitely ideal for Crossheart so that Tyler can easily or close out the game easier at the end.
We also see that Huang just lost a Metal Greymon Alteros mode, so, the typical ratios of a deck have, 8, maybe 9
level 5s.
So we know that he's already lost 1. So if he loses his level 5s, he can't climb his Digivolution chain as easily.
Yeah, we're going to see, can he go up the stack? Because the Black Greymon, it's a very, like, one play centric deck, right? Like you have a level 6 and it's incredibly powerful. If you're missing pieces and you can't get to it, your deck doesn't do much of anything else.
Adds the triple tamer, and I believe it looked like a sparrow.
Also, I definitely want to point out, like we were talking about early on, we have not seen the Yuyas at all, right?
No.
And I think it goes back to what I was saying, where it's like such a powerful tamer, but it's a big tempo loss, right?
Yes.
Like you commit 4 memory to playing something that doesn't affect the board, compared to Machinedramon X, who now you're going into it for 0, gaining memory. Now your next digital turn is discounted by 1 or 2 potentially. Absolutely insane card.
At this point, Huang can easily climb up into that Black or Gray X.
Yeah, and he would be in a great spot.
Because now he has both a redirect and a blocker. Oh, no.
Yeah, and for a deck that's being aggressive, like the Crossheart, you know, that could be the difference, right? Like being able to double
just
block.
Hades Force right off the
Oh,
bat.
the Hades Force. So early on, but it's not going to attack. I thought he might like attack after and try and digital or something.
He wants to keep that stack.
Yeah, so really wanted to answer the Mikey early on. So put in the extended body, not for the attack, but for the discount.
Yes.
So that Hades Force only costs 5. Even so, it's like, hey, Tyler paid 3 for the Mikey and it searched twice. You spend 5 to clear it. It's not even like in all grand scheme, like Tyler's probably okay with that. Sure, losing the Mikey does feel bad, but I'm sure he could find more tamers.
Luckily, the Shoutmon got to stick around because it's a play cost of 4. So Hades Force looks at the major drawback with Hades Force is that you need a Greymon Digimon in play. So if you don't have one, you can't actually...
You just can't even play it, yeah.
No.
And since he only had a Greymon level 4, he can only pop up to play cost 5, which means only Mikey. Yeah, the Greymon is a blocker though, so not going to attack with the Shaman or anything like that. Plus, he doesn't have tamers, right? You definitely want to have a tamer so you could save all your stuff. Gonna be Digi-crossing though. Passing turn.
Ooh, spoiler, we just saw another Hades Force in Alex.
Oh. Okay. Agu X, another cool boy being picked up. Gonna see if he opts to just, is this a setup turn or is there a go turn? Because with 2 memory and a Greymon X on the board, you could easily be going into your level 6 this turn.
The D-Digivolve off of the Metal Greymon right now, off of that cross.
Oh, it's huge, right? Yeah, again, you deny the sources. Anything you clear right now, there are no tamers.
Yep.
So nothing could be saved. Looks like you're saying, maybe he just didn't have that 5.
Yeah.
Gonna be out there for another cool boy. And, I mean, setting up multiple cool boys is good for the future, right? Like, very, very strong. But I think this was a turn where, like, yeah, if he had Metal Greymon and he started Digivolve and popping, like, he would have just been in a fantastic spot. But, of course, you don't always have what you want.
Find your level 5s.
Oh, yeah, the Black Greymon deck starts drawing like crazy.
Yeah, and there's the Yuya.
It's going to be the Yuya, yeah. So, again, this is what I'm talking about. It is a bit of a tempo loss, right? You are giving Tyler a lot of memory to work with. Now, obviously, the payoff is that, hey, for the rest of the game, you're guaranteed your 3 memory.
Yep.
And the Yuya effect is very powerful.
Yes.
Last game, we saw how the DP actually matters quite a bit, right?
does.
So, maybe it's not even the security immunity, but you just want the DP from the Yuya.
I also think Alex is actually, reining it in a little bit because, when you check security against a Crossheart deck, you could be giving them free tamers.
Oh, for sure.
So,
yeah, and this is also a game where he's only taken 1 damage early on from chip damage. In the other games, we saw Tyler immediately come out and be very aggressive. This game, Alex was able to establish that blocker early on, only taking 1 damage. So maybe he just feels like he naturally has more time to set up that really good stack with the double cool boy and the Yuya, so that when he does get to his level 6, it'll be enough to win the game.
debating on whether to swing right now. So this Shoutmon does get 2 checks because of that Omni Shout.
But not if it dies on the first one.
Yep.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Tyler. Alex, definitely choosing not to block, which I think is the correct play there.
We also know Alex does have the Gaiomon from earlier adding.
That's true, yeah.
He is missing a level 5 right now.
Yeah, so he's still very interested here where he's playing this still control-based black war gray and then very aggressive top end, right? Blitz on the Gaiomon, close the game out. I believe we saw security +1 Greymon in there as well. Yeah, so it's tough because you have a blocker, but you don't want to give up your body for free. Especially he did commit the X antibody option to that stack.
And if you lose it to trash, it's just gone forever.
Yeah, exactly.
At least with bottom decking it, you can get back to it eventually.
Maybe, but no, it would just be gone. I'm thinking about whether he's going to block. And it looks like he is.
Yep, there's the block.
Yeah.
Shoutmon does save now, so there is double ballista.
And like, well, now he could just cross and just swing over the Greymon, right?
Yeah.
So that is like the inherent risk that he's taking there with the block. That said, though, he's able to have a rookie in the back and 3 memory guaranteed, so maybe he would be okay.
One thing he does need, though, this is going to cost him 1 memory still.
Gets the reveal. Again, it's like you're not Digibulbing, but you
Snap
still
picks.
get card draw
Yes.
searches. As I was saying, there's the swing.
He's like, I don't need this Ballistamon. We'll use
Good
it later.
enough. And now Tyler gets to continue that chip damage. Sparrow
Ooh,
survives.
5K all
Maybe
turns.
that's relevant.
Yeah.
We will see. Now, at this point, Alex is going to go to 3, so finding an efficient way to pass over turn would be key here for Tyler. He does only have that 1 tamer, and
Yeah.
talking about that Hades Force, clear that Mikey, but we'll see. Like you're saying, there could easily be many more tamers in security for Tyler.
There's the Akari Hinamoto playing
Yeah,
Darulama.
I like
no
that.
target, though, but does get the extra draw.
Yeah, the card draw is nice. Setting up an additional tamer goes a long way. And now we're going to see just how much can Alex get out of this stack. It is only a rookie right now, but with 3 memory and 2 cool boys, oh, anything is
We
possible.
know he added the Greymon X earlier, so he might go right into
Does he
that.
have a regular Greymon?
I don't know about
It
that.
makes a big difference, right? You save so much memory.
Yes. Yeah. Nope,
Okay, just
so
going to go to Greymon X, so less than ideal.
giving
Gonna
it
tap
that
the,
plus 2K.
Yeah, so you don't get the immunity because you're not Digimon on the same name,
Same level.
same level, yes.
Yeah.
But you do get the DP till the end of the turn. Not as good though, right? Like this is not a blocker. He didn't get to proc Cool Boy this turn, which is wait a second.
I think he's
Gravity
gonna-
Crush once again.
Do you think he's going to Hades Force?
Maybe.
I think he's going to Hades Force. Knock out all the tamers. No, he's going for the
Well, you go
Metal
into the
Gray.
Metal Gray mode first because it's still the same turn. Then you get Cool Boy, gain 2, and then Hades Force after if you want.
Yeah. So he's going to pop one of them. Both are within the DP limits.
I will say, once again, the Gravity Crush allowing Alex to do plays that would otherwise not be possible, really paying off. It makes me wonder if he's playing more than 1. I feel like there's no way that you are.
I feel like he's playing 3.
No way. And there's the Hades Force.
As we expected, it can
Yeah.
delete up to 8 play
Well,
costs.
yeah, both tamers, and then he could just swing over the Sparrow or go into the X, restand pop it, right?
I think
Assuming he doesn't swing into a tamer, then it's fine.
he's debating on whether he wants to go into... Well, here's the other thing. If he Digivolves, he's also going to pay that memory too.
Of course. So it's like similar situation to the game 2 where he gives over so much memory, but the control is there, right? He was
Yes.
able to fully clear the board, tamers included. He ends with a Blackwood Greymon that is 15,000 DP on Tyler's turn. That
Yeah.
does have the protection.
And the Taiki was trash from the Metal Gray X
Yeah.
effect too. Now, one thing that's also interesting is Alex put Tyler exactly to 9 memories. So when that extra Gravity Crush tax came back
Oh,
into
it didn't
effect,
even matter, right?
didn't matter.
Well, at least not that much.
Nah.
Yeah. That's it, though. So, Tyler, you have 10 memory to work with, facing the Behemoth, Blackwood Greymon, the bad guy of the weekend, the villain, if you will. But can you answer with 10 memory?
And Tyler also kind of has a disadvantage here. We've already, touched on it, that Hades Force is huge. Blackboard Greymon
Yes,
is huge.
100%.
Tamer
Losing your
removal.
tamers in a tamer center deck is
Yeah.
rough. And just how, like, last game, Tyler had 15 tamers and you can't clear them all. Well, this game, he could clear them all because there just weren't that many tamers, right?
I think he's sequencing, kind of thinking right now about like what components he has, what does he need.
Yeah, it's tough because when you have so much memory, it's like you can start thinking of like, wait, what is my turn going to look like? But that might change as you start playing and drawing cards and seeing other pieces. And, you definitely don't want to slow play.
We also know that I believe Tyler did add another Taiki to hand earlier.
Maybe that's the start of the turn to get the tamer online, get some searches, see what's going to happen.
We know he has cross 7. But
Yes.
he needs at minimum 4 components to go under it to even attempt to delete Blackboard Gray X.
Yeah, who has protection anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to start with the cross right away.
The big
So-
issue is that Black War Gray X is also DP buffed by 2,000 through his turn.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Yuya 2K on your opponent's turn is massive there, right?
Yeah.
Finds the rookie he wants. Still no tamers on the board.
So Cross 4 comes into play. Has all of its components. Can rush.
There's the Tamer.
Do you swing though? Is the question.
I mean, surely it's going to be redirected, right? At this point,
Yeah.
I think you don't have to play extra safe or be scared of anything.
He did need to set up a Tamer for sure, though.
Yeah, you want to be able to save those sources. I think for Alex's side, like, I think it's safe to redirect here. We'll see what he chooses, though. Feels like Alex is in complete control now, and it's been such a shift from where we started, where Tyler convincingly won game 1. We had a very close game 2, and now all of a sudden the momentum has shifted, and it feels like Alex is in the driver's seat here.
Gravity Crush doing work.
Yeah, both games.
Both
it
games.
really did so much.
I wonder if Tyler runs any of those option cards too. Like,
Okay, so it looks like he did redirect the attack, which I think is the correct play there.
yes.
So honestly, Tyler started with 9, 10 memory. We
down to
spent
3.
7, and not much has been accomplished, right? Like,
No.
you set up a Tamer, you got 2 swords under it. That's not great, honestly. And like, don't get me wrong, it's hard because he started the turn with 0 Tamers, 0 sources, right? Like,
And he had 2 Tamers.
of course,
before
yeah.
that, too.
So there we see the power of the Hades Force and why, like, you would think, like, oh yeah, Hades Force just beats Crossguard, right? And it's not that simple.
No.
But it can be absolutely deadly, as we saw in this game. There's the Jeremy.
For the blocker and the memory gain.
But is it too little, too late?
Ignite.
Nightmon being played.
I think I kind of see where Tyler's going with this next play. Alex,
What are you thinking?
Oh, so he's probably going to go into Cross 7 next turn. Use Cross 7 to blow up the Black War Greymon X. It's going to protect.
Yes.
And then he's going to use Ignitemon to swing, pop the Cross 7.
Oh, yeah, I like that play. That said, though, Alex can't pop the Ignitemon, right?
I mean, he could. He also gets to
attack
choose
unsuspended.
attack at whatever he wants.
Yeah, like the Yuya effect is gone, but at this point, I think this Black Greymon has done enough. And now we're in a situation where Alex can start to build in the back. If he can even get to just, like, say, a Greymon, right? Like, just have a Greymon in the back, maybe play a memory boost, and then next turn he promotes, he will be set to take over the entire game. And this Black Greymon must still be dealt with. I do think that him playing safe here, just clearing the board, is probably correct. And later on, we might even see, once again, that Blitz Omni coming out for game. Another cool boy.
Another cool boy. Hits Yuya, Greymon,
Yeah, like if it's-
starter, and Agu.
We go into Greymon, put him to 1. I feel like that would be such a powerful turn for Alex. And that is exactly what we're going to see. I think that is his strongest play.
Yes.
His setup is immaculate here. Gets the security trash. Once again, another Tamer gone. Tyler has next to no memory to work with. Facing that Black War Greymon.
The other issue here is he needs at least 2 attackers each turn to even get through.
Yeah, it's so hard. Like, the chip damage is not really working. I think this attack, maybe you let go. Yeah. So you can block anything else. And I like the idea of what you were saying. The Examon play would have been fantastic. Alex, he smelled it out.
Yeah.
Said no to it. So at this point, I think it's okay for Alex to let that attack go. And now, anything else this turn is definitely getting redirected. And with his setup, 3 cool boys, 3 memory guaranteed.
And a Greymon in the back, which means if he has the Greymon X, he's
Oh.
going to go up to 6 and draw.
Yeah, and very easily we'll see either Gaio or Blitz Omni for game, I think. Okay, we're going to see Tyler potentially on his final turn here. Maybe he looks to set up a blocker or something like that.
Does have the
Not sure.
Zeeg, Omni Shout, Ballista, and Stars. That is a blocker.
I mean, yeah, he might be thinking defensively, which, you know, it's okay. It's just like, in this type of deck, like, you want to be the aggressor, right?
Yes.
When you
Oh,
start
sorry,
playing
that's just the
defensive,
shout.
yeah, it's just rough, right?
Yeah.
Gonna get the full cross.
No Darula, but he will be able to
Yeah.
keep it on his turn.
Your good old Jeremy there. Okay, and then what, right? Because
I mean, he could just Digivolve into the Cross 7.
that's allowed.
I believe it's only when playing it, though. Do you get the
Yeah.
delete effect?
Well, it does have the protection anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, like you're saying, like, he needs a double way to do it. It's going to be the Ignitemon, and I don't think this is good enough. I think that with triple Cool Boy, 3 memory, a Black Gray, and a Greymon, Yeah, he's got the Greymon X. I feel like that's gonna be it, man. It's too much. So now he has 6 members to work with.
There's the
his
metal
next
gray
Digivolution
Digivolve,
is
that's another
discounted by
one. Yep.
2. It's just too
So he can
much.
de-digivolve that blocker and then just pop it because it's just Shaman underneath.
Yeah, the Digivolve mechanic, so powerful. You know, bypassing all those effects. Say goodbye to your sources, cannot be saved. Now there's only an Ignitemon who, let's be real, any level 5 looks
that's
at him and he's
another
gone.
little tech. It's the promo Black War Greymon. That's something that we haven't seen.
Well, he did say his list was more aggressive, right?
Yeah,
So hey,
yeah.
that is aggro.
So
Yeah, we're
Black
gonna
War Greymon
see
goes in, swings,
Swing, and then we're looking at 2 swings per game.
1.
Gets the
It survives.
Digiburst, and that's gonna be the game.
That is the
Alex
game.
taking it 2-1 over Tyler Sear with the very aggressive Black War Greymon. Well done. Like I said, we saw the momentum shift throughout that entire set. Tyler started off so strong, but the more we saw of the game, the more that Alex took control.
I think Alex was also just sniffing through like what exactly the variant Tyler had going too. So because of that, he was able to play around certain elements of it until he for sure had the game.
Yeah, and I think we really got to witness the power of Alex's list, right? Like, you come into this tournament, you're expecting to face a million Black War Greymons. His list is one that I don't think you were prepared for, right? Are you
No.
ready for the
Not many
Restand Digiburst Black War Grey, the
Exactly.
Gravity Crushes, the Blitz Omni? No.
Those are huge things. Now, the one major interesting thing that I also kind of thought of was that Black War Greymon, the promo one, cannot digivolve into that Blitz Omni.
No, it cannot.
That's one
So,
disadvantage.
yeah, there is a drawback when you start mixing this type of engines. Like, you have the Black Greymon, for example. It's like sometimes things don't work out, but once they do, they
That
look
is-
very
yeah.
explosive. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was an amazing round. We're going to try and interview the winner, Alex, and we'll have that for you guys shortly. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be right back.
And we are back with round number 3 of the North American Digimon 2022 finals here in Los Angeles. I'm with DigiPanda right now. Almost said Luisa Panda, but I pulled through at the end. So many pandas today. And how are you doing right now?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little. You're not your regular time zone.
Nope,
You
not
gotta
regular
adjust to that. You're used to that Central Time. But we have 2 players with us today. We have Nolan Lee playing the Security Control archetype, something that I think a lot of people love to hate about this game at times.
It's
but
expected.
It's expected.
It's one of the fan favorites that has once it appeared, it's here to stay. It's never going to go away. Just
Yeah.
like Greymon.
Yeah, it's just something with the mechanics of the game and how security works and just triggers and security that unless there's any big changes to the game, it's something you're going to have to accept with that. So, and then on the other side, we have Tyler Premier all the way from Ontario, Canada, and he's playing a Beelstar Mon list.
Yes, but he also mentioned in his profile that he is using the Beelstar EX2 engine. So
Yes.
this could be an interesting list because normally what we're familiar with Beelstar, I should say in general, is that they use the scatter modes to kind of unclog their hands and also build their trash up in a way that makes it more optimized for their plays.
Yeah.
With Beelstar, you have more RNG-based mechanics that are trashing cards from the top of your deck. So you could, trash something you need. Or you could be setting up for the right play.
For example, yeah, for building that trash is really important for Beelstar. So we'll see how well these mesh together. But this is obviously an archetype that I wouldn't expect to be right now 2-0. Both players are 2-0 going into this, and
Yes.
we'll try to continue to do undefeateds for the rest of the day. But it looks like they're going to get
This
started.
is a security control build.
It is.
It is 2-0.
Yes.
It's not drawing. It's literally finishing the game. So the question for this round will be: are we going to go to the draw, or are we going to actually see an end game conclusion?
And so, immediately? What's your thoughts on this matchup? Who do you think has the edge?
That's really hard to say because I haven't looked at Nolan's complete list.
True. Yeah, I would say there's a lot of variety and a lot of potential
Yes.
spice for both.
Yes, because right here Nolan just started off with Viximon, plays the Kari Kamiya. On the other end, we got Tyler going into what looks like the starter deck Pagu. I might have missed that, and then it goes into BT6 Imp. And then the starter deck Lady Devimon option card. I'm not familiar with it too much.
Yeah, but it lets you just mill some cards from
Yes.
the top of your deck, which is pretty much what you want exactly. And if I was looking at this matchup, I would probably give a bit of the edge to security control.
That's where I'm leaning to right
Yeah.
now.
And not that I don't think that that Tyler won't be able to, but the idea I mean is that they're really, really good at getting rid of like just living for a long time, and you're playing a Beals list that likes to mill a lot of your deck.
Yes.
That's going to be Nolan's win condition probably in this matchup.
We did see with Nolan that he did play the Machinedramon, recovered one, and Tyler's not even going to give any advantage to that. Just gets rid of it immediately with a fly bullet. That Intmon, I'm guessing he runs 4 copies of this Intmon too, for the fact that it allows him to recycle those Beelstar Mons.
Let's see, and Nolan looking like he forgot to use the Kari effect for the security he lost early in the game. It is optional, so you do have to be careful. But using the Hell Scythe there to get the recovery and pass it right back.
Again. Flame Hell Scythe is arguably one of the most powerful option cards we've ever seen in the card game.
It is 100%. All right, doing the Calling from Darkness to get 2 purples, both Intmons back.
I'm guessing that mill is so important now.
It's so important. So Intmon in raising.
But we're also talking about if you mill too quickly, you'll deck out. So I guess the other question is, does Tyler have the Avenged Kidmon to kind of recycle the trash if he needs to not deck out?
And so Tyler's just using those fly bullets, using 2 to kill the same Magna both times. So, and you normally don't like to give so much memory to your opponent, but this is a weird matchup. You're totally fine because you know that they still can probably only make 1 or 2 plays per turn.
Yes. Nolan thinking right now goes.
All right, come on, 1 more Flame Hell Scythe to fly bullet. Let's see the 3rd one in hand.
Well, we see already. Ooh, so there's the Dober. There's also the Metal Storm. It's the new option card from BT9 that basically unsuspends a Garuru Digimon and also bounces a Digimon too.
And it's blue and conveniently 7 cost, so it does work for this deck.
And it looks like Nolan just went into a Venusmon to pass back. That is a blanket field effect now for the remainder of Tyler's turn. So we won't be able to check security, but he will be able to fly bullet.
And it's only when digivolving affects it.
When digivolving and when attacking effects.
Okay, and this is an on play, for the Beelstar.
Yes. And there's enough options now that the choke game is really about to start happening here. Oh,
another.
Back again.
The 3rd proc. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 security right now. Okay,
7
down to
again.
7. All right.
Ooh, reinforcing memory boost coming in.
Oh,
no. It's back again.
I haven't played an Arstina security control matchup. It's just so funny how rough it could be. It's just.
It's really rough when you go calling, not calling, not tactical retreat, Holy Flame.
Yeah.
Or Holy Wave.
Yeah.
When you Holy Wave, and then tactical retreat.
All right, here's the way for a controversial statement. Flame Hell Scythe, good or too good?
I would say too good.
Too good? Yeah.
I would say too good.
I think it's at a time where like it's cool for what it does, like it's strong, but look how much you are able to get something off the board. You're able to get something on your board. You're able to recover. Yes. Like it's such a good card right now, and it's always been.
I know it was intended for Angelomon, from the starter deck, but the fact that you could use it with the Magna Angelon simultaneously just makes it so much free value.
It's so good. I've even seen people use it with the King Sukamon. So you can use that to make something a 3K, and the -6 continues over, so it just gets out of it.
There's another Beelstar coming down, reduced play cost, and there's the Happy Bullet showering to clear all the Magnas at the same time.
Yes, that is a strong part though. So being able
a really good play right there.
It's really strong, and you are pretty much, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of your 7 costs into your trash. So these Beelstars are going to be rookie levels of memory to play.
The old Rookie Rush days.
Yeah, the old, yeah. I gotta say, like, Beelstar is also like, it's such a like a niche following of a deck, but like it's a deck that will always get residual amount of support whenever they make 7 cost options. So
yes,
it's always a cool one to keep coming back to.
And we also are getting a more Demon Lord support in the upcoming starter deck too.
We sure are. Yes.
And the thing about Happy Bullet showering, there is no color requirement as long as you have the 3 Musketeer Digimon in play. So
yes, exactly.
That's one way to get around it. And Nolan's just saying, I'm going to set up my wall of Karis.
Oh, we're gonna
Beelstar
start.
checks, loses 2 memory.
Oh my gosh.
Is that the 4th one though?
I think it is. Like, you guys can't see our face cams, but man, I was rolling. That is like, why can't I? Like, I don't even get 1 flame hell scythe in my security. Like, I'll be lucky to get 1.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The
You played that
counter.
card too?
This is where we have the finger pointing me.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
hey.
All right. And these guys are just playing the same 3 cards over and over again,
Yeah.
it seems.
Out comes Dober off the nail bone, and then an Impmon. He better be careful, though. I think Tyler has the potential to deck himself out here, because
Yeah.
he might need to play a little bit more conservatively, but it also is forcing Nolan to actually reactively do something in return, in kind of retaliation, because he never wants a security lower than a specific threshold.
Yeah, and this is where you are in danger of a pretty solid Death X play to clear a good chunk of this board. If you're not careful, there is 5 targets, so it will only cost 5.
And
just
the bad thing is he'll have to trash multiple cards off the top of his deck. That's
Yes.
3 off the Impmon. That's, I believe, 3 off Dober, and then there's another Dober. But the Dober's going to get de-Digi-evolved is the good thing here.
yeah. Yeah,
There it is. There is the... So the Beelstar Mons will stay.
Yeah.
Oh, it was an EX2 Impmon. So,
Okay.
so nothing too affected in that way. But this Death Exmon went from a 20 cost to... There were 5 on board, so it was a 5 cost total. Not seeing those blue tamers, though.
No, and I'm pretty sure I peeked a blue option or 2 in hand, so... All right, but that Beelstar is going to be free. You should be able to get rid of the... Oh, no, Fly Bullet can't hit that.
Correct. Fly Bullet only hits level 6s, so you need a Trump Sword?
Or you need to get rid of, like, the...
You have to get rid of the Magna
and then
first.
Fly Bullet, yeah.
And then the Happy Bullet showering.
Yeah, that's sorry, Happy Bullet, correct.
Yeah. I mean, it's free.
It is free.
It's free real estate right here with those Beelstar Mons right now. There is a Cocytus Breath, but it doesn't really do much because then you just know your opponent has it in hand.
Mm-hmm. So Beelstar,
Nailbone.
Nailbone, yeah. So that, if you didn't have another body on board, you would be able to get the, like, Death X would pop both of the Beelstars. So you do want, like, some smaller things. But again, like, you don't want Impmons out because, like, they could mill you out. There looks like there's under 10 cards left in Tyler's deck.
Interestingly, we also know that he does play the BT6 Impmon, so he could have played that also to get another Beelstarmon back to hand.
Yeah. There is a Salamon X being raised there.
Yep.
Swinging.
X. Playing more conservatively instead of just going for security.
Yeah, and I think he knows that there's a lot. I think deck out's just the way you have to play this.
Yes.
Like, it's just, you are probably going to zone up, but at the same time, Nolan's security has just been very amazing. And
There's the
trying to get
Venus
out of
play,
it.
so Tyler is locked out of going into security for the next turn again.
Yeah. And just open for another board clear.
So we did just see just now in Tyler's hands, we do see that there is Analog Youth. We also did see that there is a Kiyoshiro Higashi Mitarai.
Yeah.
Right on cue.
You are, for the day, the one pronouncing his name, because I can never get it right.
Kiyoshiro Higashi Mitarai, the BT10 Tamer, blue.
Our producer's like, I can't find that card.
Blue Tamer from BT10.
Good luck.
I think he was more confused how it's spelled.
Yeah, no, yeah, that he's doing text-based finding, so it's like H-I-G. I'm helping him.
Oh, there's no. But major shout outs to Brian.
Yeah, for sure.
The Oz behind the scenes. So Kiyoshiro Higashi Mitarai, when you attack with a level 5 or higher Digimon, you get to draw a card if your hand is less than 7.
Yeah, which you get these conditions pretty easily in Beelstar, weirdly enough, so it fits for it.
And Nolan's just going for a Holy Wave to recover 1.
You get a card draw off the
back
egg.
up to 5
too.
security.
Yeah.
So it's like the game hasn't changed because
He's got 3 cards left in deck.
But oh nope, just
Yeah, scooping it up.
It's a rough matchup.
It is.
It is definitely a rough matchup. This is
really
where
rough.
I think Tyler needs to change his strategy on how much he mills, because if he mills too much, he's going to hit the deck out first.
Agreed.
But we have to admit, Nolan had a very, very powerful security.
He did. Yeah.
Multiple flame hell scythes.
It was very good. Like it just looked like it was nothing you can get around, right?
Yeah.
I think he hit like almost eight or nine security that game, and still is 4 up. So
because he played that Machinedramon very early, but because of that, I think Tyler thought, okay, I'm going to get rid of that Machinedramon now.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that also started the chain of events where the flame hell scythe, one after another. That's just another recovery right there.
yeah. And I think Beelstar, like it can sometimes have the potential to go fast, but it's not really that kind of. It likes to play the late game too,
Yeah.
right? And
It's
get a
also-
lot of value.
It's also kind of more control.
Somewhat, yeah. It's definitely not as much as like security control, but it has like a lot of aspects of a lot of different decks put together, and so it does have like that issues with like Master of None at times. But I think again, like this matchup, it's an uphill because you need to make sure you can do enough damage and get enough value without also decking yourself out.
But in respect to other decks, like Blackwork Greymon, MelgaX X, I think this Beelstar has a much better shot against those types of decks because you're committing to one stack versus kind of just building wide and recovering simultaneously at the same time.
And there's Tyler, our Beelstarmon player from Canada, shuffling, perusing the venue. Nolan here on the right, our right, judge's left.
We have a very Royal Knight themed venue.
We do. It like we have a couple of ours obscured, but yeah, a lot of Royal Knight stuff. It's really cool. The same as the stinger in between, same stuff. So
in preparation though for BT13 though, I think that's kind of the main thing.
for sure.
So we're off to game 2 now. Nolan starting off again with a Viximon and a purple Mimi Tachikawa. This has been one of the tamers that, very powerful and also taxes you.
Yeah, it does.
Even taxes the X antibody option card. That's one of the major strengths there.
All right, just passing 3, nothing better to do. Not great for Tyler.
Ooh. Playing that Kari Kamiya, that's an extra memory now for each turn too.
Yeah. All right, Beelstar, Beels Imp, and another Beelstar.
Bottom decks the double Beelstar, the BT2 Impmon. So this EX2 Impmon can only search for Ian Mako, and also a Digimon with Beelzemon in its name. So you could have had Blast Mode if you had it. Unfortunately, we're not at a point in the game yet where we have a Beelstarmon that is also considered a Beelzemon.
Yeah, and you have to now bottom deck 2 Beelstars. Really unfortunate there.
Reinforcing memory boost coming down and only you hate to see that. You really hate to. It's like, okay, kill the other one.
Yeah, at least there's no Magda in there, but that is too funny. And if I was playing webcam, it'd be like one of those like, oh yeah, is that
That's it.
is that how it goes?
And then there's a Beelzemon just hard casted for its full 11 memory. Is it 11 or 12?
I think it's 12. Yeah.
12. In the race, we got a BT3 Salamon. I started like blurring all the different Digimon out there. But this Salamon does give you the recovery. It's the different artwork.
It is.
Yeah. I think it's BT2 actually.
It is. Yeah, I believe it's BT2 or 3.
BT2.
I think we got on 1.5, and I always that
That's
blurs
the problem.
it for
That's
me.
the problem. Yeah, because BT 1.0 and 1.5 were just 1.0, 1, 2, and 3 split into 2 sets.
Yes, exactly. All
So
right.
this Beelzemon's probably going to become the engine for him to start milling things, because when you attack or when Digivolving, you trash the top 2 cards each time.
Oh, all right. Oh, he's not even. Oh, TK.
Ooh. What kind of goodie does Nolan add?
And here's the issue: like 3, just only 3. Like you have to use a Happy Bullet showering, but you can't. You need to hard play a Beelstar because you just don't have it otherwise.
What do you? Nail bone just to protect it.
Yeah,
Gives you a body.
Only 1 though. That's so rough.
And then mill 3 more.
Nothing good off that one. Yep. Going to the
Death X.
Beels. Yep.
Yep.
think Nolan's been at the least amount of security he's been all game, though.
Yeah. Not at 3, though, because that Salamon doesn't do anything until he hits 3.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just chilling. But he'll gain 1 memory off the Kari if he decides to recover something.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, he hasn't found a Machinedramon yet, but for all we know, it could be in security. We also know he does have a Flame Hell Scythe in his hand, too.
Yeah, it's so nasty.
It's a strong deck.
It's very strong.
Ooh.
Oh, I haven't seen Mires in a lot. Like,
I don't see Mires often in security control.
It's a newish tech. It counts as yellow and purple, which is nice. The fact that it gets you a memory of return is nice. But, yeah, really interesting. Because normally you just need the purple part because you have yellow eggs.
Mm-hmm. So Viximon to Sala again. Kind of just a backup there right now. I honestly don't know if Death X has anything to be scared of in this security against Tyler.
No, I don't think so. Tyler head in hands on giving the Calling to Darkness, which is probably one of the pieces that Tyler's like desperately needing right now for something.
Taps the Kari, and there is the Machinedramon play for a reduced cost, and jumping security back up to 5. So it's
Yeah, I thought he was trying to attack with the Kari. I'm like, it's not a Marcus from the new Marcus.
not quite yet. There's the another Nailbone. Will attacks come down with the Mimi? Is the Mimi going to get suspended here?
I mean, it's just one. Yeah, I'd probably do it, unless you know what your play is. You're deciding not to, so it seems like you missed the trigger. But again, like this is a weird spot. You've got 4 life or 4 security as Tyler, and you can just do 4 swings.
So yeah, Nolan is just sitting on 5 security right now comfortably. Oh, nope. Is the Mimi... All right, so Nolan at 5 security. Death X just chipping away one at a time.
Oh.
Ooh.
All right. That's something to be afraid of, but like it would have been better if they smoked
but
first.
we know he has the Flame Hell Scythe, so...
Yeah.
Which the Flame Hell Scythe is going to have a reduced cost of 2, because the Mimi and the Kari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could play this and put him to 1.
And then Viximon triggers 2, since you play an option card that's 3 or more.
Yeah, this is looking, again, pretty good for Nolan.
This is where Tyler is definitely high-rolling it more, though, with the RNG-based...
Well, we don't know, because he ended the game with 5 security last round.
Yeah. And raising Pagu yet again, going to a BT... Oh, man, is it BT2 or BT3? I think it's BT2.
Yes, because what was the BT2 secret rare?
Bielsa and Black Wargrey?
Yeah, so if it mounts for BT2.
Yeah. And then the BT6 Jesmon comes down, trashes a...
Kikaitis Breath
to get to that Jesmon, but... Or the Beelzemon, but I don't know if you can... How does he get to the Beelzemon is the question.
I'm not sure, honestly. It looks like he just goes up the line in raising for it, but I honestly haven't seen a lot of level 5s.
That's the other thing.
Because it's not an on-play effect, right? It's only when digivolving and when attacking.
So pushing yet another Salamon up. There goes Machinedramon. Nailbone coming into play now. Bring back blocker. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good after swinging with the Anjay first. And again, he's got, I think, almost around 10 7 cost in their trash. So if you had any Beelstars left, you have 2 at the bottom of your deck, but you can use those for almost free. And he's in the think tank.
There's a lot of level 7 or level 7 cost options.
All right, Salmon X.
Look at the top card and recover, I believe.
I believe you can take it if you, do.
You can take it if you want and then recover, but if you don't,
yeah.
it just stays. So, yep. Quick little cycle.
And a +1 memory, like a strictly worst cool boy.
Yeah, worst cool boy.
Look, see, yellow can do it too.
And there is the starter deck Andromon coming down now to minus
security.
Yeah, minus security attack. Yeah. Oh, I have one too.
Exactly. And security control decks being able to choke for 1 is really weird, but man, it's nasty.
It is. But this has been a very well-developed board over on Nolan's side of things here. We have a lot of the tamers that, can tax. We saw in the first game that there were, multiple Kari Kamiyas already in play. Here now we're just seeing the one Mimi and then one-ofs in general.
All right, so playing the Beelstar.
Happy Bullet to clear all the Salas?
That, or if they're running Jolt Swarmer, maybe?
Ooh.
Jolt Swarmer would be a board clear.
Gavalt Schwarmer
but I don't think
would
they
be good.
have it.
I don't think they do. We saw the Happy Bullet showering for sure. Just to gotta get rid of it, but at the same time, you still have another level 5 for that Magna Angemon to Digivolve into a Venusmon potential here. Lethal is on board right now, but Tyler does have a blocker.
Yeah, and you do just have chances of it. You're going to use the reinforcement boost to go up to 7. If there's
Clear the blocker.
The Hellscythe we knew was around. And that would potentially be enough. We'll see what's in that security.
We'll see what the security is. Dober, Sala hits a Bielsa, and that
Sala
is
takes
it.
No one takes it in a 4 security control, quick 2-0.
What an aggressive deck.
Yeah, for sure.
Something that we don't commonly see with security control decks. We typically see them more passively holding off and kind of making your opponent use all your resources, digi-evolving consistently.
For sure, for sure. So we are going to do a quick break just to get him over here. We're probably going to do a quick interview on his build and what he thinks about it. And do we have the... Yeah, let's do it. So we also have... we're not the only North American, or not North American. We are the only North American, but not the only finals event going on this weekend. We do also know that Oceania is doing theirs as well. We do have a quick graphic for their top 32 if you want to go over that real quick and see what they did. So thanks to TAC Games for hosting this event and running it. So they have their top 32 probably starting right about when we end our first day Saturday. So we'll see if we can rate them and see if they're live when that happens. But looking at that top 32, we do have 12 Greymon X, 8 Grandis,
surprising.
2 Jesmon, 2 Merva, 2 Machinedramons, and then singles of Blue Flare, Metal Guru X, Beelstar, Maste, Beels, and Security Control.
Really wide distribution there, and we were anticipating that with Blackboard Greymon X as one of the main dominating competitors in this scene. Grandis and Jesmon would be innate counters to this deck.
Yeah.
What is actually very surprising in this analysis here is that Machinedramon is actually in the top 32 slots here.
Yeah, and I know, I have a bunch of usual suspects who would try Machinedramon, but I know that they're not, and so it's curious to see if we have any Machinedramons here and if they're doing well. If they are, I'd love to get them on stream.
Absolutely.
Jesmon as well, a little underdog too to get that top 32. So really interesting kind of spread here.
With Blue Flare, that's another dark horse contender that we have seen, even especially in one of your previous tournament streams.
Yeah,
we saw it actually make it to finals and
win. Yeah,
it won.
Yeah.
That's the huge thing. No Ol Force, but who knows? That could change for us.
Yeah. The only decks that I would say, so no Examon either, which we did see on stream too. No Commandramon. It's very shocking to me to see just only a single Metal Guru X. I know people are playing it today as well. Black or Gray Grandis, I think, is pretty understood.
Yes.
But we're in a really weird format where I think the best 2 decks, at least top 2, we know what they are. But there's so much range for a 1.5. So.
We also are missing the Cross Hearts in this particular matchup here because we did not see any Cross Hearts. We already showcased Cross Heart actually against the Blackboard Greymon X builds too with the last round.
For sure. So I think we are going to take a tiny break. We'll see if we can get Nolan over here. We might not be able to. We'll see with that. But that's going to be it for round number 3 at least, and we'll see you guys in just a minute.
See ya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Los Angeles, California Nationals Tournament for Digimon. DigiPanda here, and I have with me Nolan Lee, the last winner of Round 3's stream matchup. Nolan, what were your thoughts on the matchup?
The matchup can go a lot of different ways. If I stall out early and they put get a ton of discard fodder to like play cheap Beelstars,
Yeah.
it can be really rough. But if I don't stall out and I can just go 1-for-1, it's really hard. My deck's main goal is to deck the opponent out, and Beelstar's kind of doing that for me.
Yeah, we noticed that too. And one of the major things was you had a very impressive security.
My security was really nuts game 1. Like my Flame Hellsites were all my best friends. Like,
especially with the fact that you had a reinforcing memory boost, you revealed 2 cards. One goes to hand, one goes to
and they were both Scythe. Yeah.
And you're kind of like, well, this is
the illusion of choice.
This is convenient, but at the same time, you're like, get rid of my Magnet.
Yeah, I didn't have a dude in the yard, but as long as I stall him out so he has to keep milling, I'm pretty happy with it.
He did get rid of that Machinedramon though, and because of that, you were just like, oh, perfect. Now I can just start doing this again.
Maybe I think I definitely made a mistake not playing around Happy Bullet Showering because I put out a second Magna, letting him 2-for-1 me, but I got the recovery. I guess it could go either way, but something to think about.
What is your worst matchup? After all the playtesting, I'm sure like you and many other players who've gone hours, days, maybe weekends, I even know many players who came to this tournament in particular still like, I don't know what I'm playing. So
yeah, I love the Digimon card game. I actually speak on a Digimon podcast called Security Checkpoint.
Nice.
I love the game so much, but I haven't gotten to play it a ton recently, and the new mechanics haven't super interested me, so I've been on security control for like 6 months.
It's not a bad thing. It's a very, secure deck. Has minimal restrictions, bans to it, typically.
I played Diaboromon last year.
Yes.
And I ended up making top 16 with it. And the big thing about it was that I was not attacking security, especially against Gabumon, until I knew there were no cards in security that could kill me, right? There's nothing that would bounce my guys and put me in a bad situation next turn. I was waiting till I had 10, 11 tokens sometimes. And that kind of super inspired me to just stop trying to attack security.
Yeah.
And that game 2 against Beelstar, I was like, I'm in a good position. Dex could probably swing. I could probably end this in case it gets bad. And my first hit was Calling from Darkness, which adds to his hand. Now he gets his Beelstars back.
Yeah. But at the same time, you had the Death Examon. And Hayden and I were talking about this too, where in your particular matchup, there's no really good option card that gets rid of your Death Examon.
No,
especially with the fact that
with Fly Bullet,
they bounce it to your hand. It's like, oh, okay, I have it now.
He would have to catch me with my pants down for a Happy Bullet Showering.
Yes.
But I was trying to stay on top of it when I was raising Salamon.
A single Salamon. We saw that too.
The Salamon X antibody actually did some work that game.
Yes.
It showed the top, gained a memory from my Kari, so I could choke him playing an Angelmon.
What was that top card? It
was Angelmon.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't have another Mon to play until I played the X antibody.
Really good.
Drew it, gain a memory, choke him at 1. It was the dream.
Yes, and that was another play because security control typically you hand a lot of memory to your opponent. You give them 3 or 4. You were very much in control of how much memory and manipulating how much memory always went to your opponent.
Yeah, Mimi and both purple and yellow Kari do so much for us to make sure we don't play security control of old. Like back in the day with like Mega Zoo and just like playing huge that 7-cost purple option Trump Sword back in the day.
Trump Sword.
Like we used to give so much memory, but with the Tamers in play, we don't really have to. That being said, I think my worst matchup is any deck playing Hades Force, because then I can't just...
You lose your Tamers.
Yeah, I lose my Tamers, and I can't fill up the board to choke my opponent in the best way possible. I have to hold back Tamers and then give my opponent more memory. So I would say my worst matchup is really anything with Hades Force, but security control could still do it some days.
Have you played a lot of Black War Greymon X deck so far, or have you
Not today.
it?
It's the #1 deck I've tested against, and people tell me a lot of different things. I think if I don't miss a beat early, and they don't miss a beat early, if they draw Hades Force, I'm probably going to lose because I'm going to lose too many beats coming back. Yuya just does so much.
It does, because it prevents you from really targeting them,
right,
and giving you advantage to either remove the board or even DP reduce them to 0. That's one of major things.
Yeah, which is why I'm playing Venusmon and Angelmon this weekend because
Yes.
I'm giving them a lot of respect.
Yep.
But yeah, the Black War matchup, I think it's in Black War's favor, but I think it's also a very difficult matchup to play, and I'm hoping that a lot of people are. I know so many people who don't want to play test against security control because they're just. It's like going to the dentist,
It
right?
can be long.
Yeah,
it can be a long, arduous process.
It's a puzzle that no other deck offers,
Yes.
right? You play against security control and you play different Digimon. You're using your pieces to 1-for-1 against security control in ways that you don't against any other deck. So the opponent naturally slows down and has to figure out this puzzle. And I'm hoping I can take that to my advantage in the Black War matchup.
Yes. Let's see here. So far, what have been your other matchups?
I played Sukamon deck
Ooh,
round 1.
Interesting.
He made a lot of my dudes poop, but he was playing the black tamer that reduces 2-color Digivolutions by 1 and looks at the
Maki
top 3.
Himakawa.
Yes.
Maki Himakawa.
He was playing Maki, he was playing Izzy, and with like Chumon making more Chumons, Sukamon making more Chumons, Dexes got cheap real fast.
Yeah.
And I'm also playing Schwarzler Sats.
Yeah.
Which I just got to clear the board too many times.
Of course.
Round 2, I played against Grandis. And Grandis, I consider in my favor, but game 1, he beat me in maybe 5 minutes.
Ooh.
The Grandis swung twice, 3 checks each, and my security wasn't great. I think the very last card killed the Grandis, and
Nice.
it was too late.
It's but you still pulled out of that round too.
Yeah, I pulled it out, but in game 3, it
Yes.
was very close. My opponent was such a good sport. He's a really awesome. The LA scene, he's from here in LA, and their scene is so great.
Wonderful. Do you have any quick shout outs you want to give before we wrap it up?
I have a podcast with my good friend JB, Security Checkpoint. We talk about the Digimon trading card game,
Yes.
but we talk about a lot of other card games
Yes.
too. The DFW community has done so much for me. I'm only here because of the training they've given me. Thank you, DFW. And thank you to Christy, Derek, all my good friends, Liz, everybody.
Perfect. And we want to wish you well again for the remainder of this tournament. I hope you keep going because
Thanks.
security control is one of my heavy favorites too in this round. I still don't think Black War Greymon. I'm not convinced that Black War Greymon X is going to win outright.
No, it might not win outright, but
It will.
it doesn't need to be the best deck if it's the deck that's most played.
Yes.
It can still get to the top.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we'll take it up there. Thank you all again, and we'll be right back.
Thanks.
Back with round number 4 of the North American Digimon 2022 finals. We are finished our rotation of casters. We're back at the top here with Luis. Luis, I knew I was going to do it at least once today. but
Technically,
Luis-
I'm still a Digipanda too,
yeah,
right?
you are a fan of the digital variety.
That's true,
for
yes.
sure. So we do have quite a matchup for you guys today. All the homies are getting paired up today. It seems they're all getting.
Yeah, it is. It's a bloodbath out there.
It is. I've seen it's. We're already into round 4, and so many people are like Amari X1, Amari X2. It is a brutal tournament here.
Yeah, and here for round 4, we're gonna have Michael going up, or better known as Primitive, going up against Jose Salas. So we both of these guys are undefeated. We have Jose playing Melgaruman X, which I like.
Yes.
And I was looking at the top tables, mostly Black War Greymon, Grandis, as you would expect. But Melgaruman is still up there. It could take on any deck in a heartbeat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
And-
I'm not surprised that it would still be undefeated. And I still want to see it do well.
And Jose's not just any
Of
player of Metal Guru. He's done phenomenal this year. He did do the San Diego regional back in September. He did win that event, and he's been carrying the deck pretty much since conception. So that's going to see how we do here. So Sunamon here into the Gabu X, and then a blue Memboo's just passing it back.
Yep. A pretty good start. We're also going to see that he's going to be playing Hammer Sparks in his list. I think that originally the Garurumon players were playing Kokaido's Breath, which was good back then. But now it's like you have all these guys that can't be bounced, they're unaffected. Hammer Spark is better because it's still relevant when it's being checked in security. The extra memory can always, change things and give you what you need to close the game out. As for Beelstar, I'm not really sure, what to expect. I think it's not a deck that people were really like hyping up to do particularly well this tournament. But we're going to see what Primitive's doing with it.
Yeah. And so this is a really, Michael's traditionally, like I knew him first as a Gobblebond player, right? That
Okay.
was kind of how I saw him, and a lot of people saw him as first, but he's really kind of transitioned into more of this more control purple. He's done security control lists. He's done very well, and
That's the perfect Garuru stack. You have the draw one Garuru, Garuru X, and promo Garurumon after that. That said, though, against Beelstar, like you can always just swing into a fly bullet or something, and it's like that's gone, right?
It's gone. Yeah.
Garurumon protection against battle, great. Not against options of destruction.
Yep. So Michael gets 2 quick hits there, and hits into a Goblimon. So you live there with the Dark Lizardmon, and then also the Cool Boy. So and then using the Deathclaw on it to get some cycle
Yeah,
there.
just to get the cycle, you know, don't wait for it to be bounced. Guarantee your own deletion effects. Get the draw, the discards.
And to me too, it just means it goes down to 2 memory, which means it's very easy to just pass to 1 and leave it just at 1 memory.
Yeah, and you can even see the variety of the 7 cost options that he's playing. You know, playing the blue ones, even the black one that is the board clear.
Yeah, it's Roll Swarmer. Yeah.
Yep. It's always hard to pronounce that one.
Yeah,
so
that
glad you
one.
got me on that one.
That one I can commit to.
Yeah, and even though he does memory choke, with the memory boost, should be more than okay. Psychmon is great, but he's no Gassimon.
All right, so popping the boost, going to 3, and then playing a Goblimon.
Oh, it sees. Oh, there's the X. Yeah, the Sistermon is kind of nice. Lets you trash and cycle. See more of your pieces. Get those options in the trash. Gonna see Gabu X, procking the Cool Boy. Getting so much card draw.
2 more X's to the bottom of the deck.
So, do we start swinging now? Does he try and clear the board and then potentially bounce the sister?
I think you kind of have to. Well, something else too is that these are both players who play a lot of Digimon. You can see just how quick they're doing their plays. They know exactly what they can do with their deck, and they're just doing it very efficiently.
Does take the safe line of play there, right? No one's like a huge risk, just swinging a security. Gets the guaranteed draw, restand. When he goes into the X, he can bounce the sister. He's going to equip the X on the body. Yeah, keep getting the card draw. Not once per turn, classic Garurumon gameplay.
Yeah.
Now
And
we're going to see those options.
there's
Not
one.
there.
There's the fly bullet.
Oh, fly bullet. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
the
yeah.
altar. I
It's
thought it was
the
the
altar.
actual
Yeah,
Beelstar.
yeah.
It's the fly bullet. There
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, so it is hard, right? Because now Garurumon has to rebuild from scratch. He could build up in the front, but it's just a little bit too risky. So until he can build up in the back again, it slows him down drastically. I think a good way to spend a turn would be to set up maybe a Tamer, a Memory Boost, or something like that. Maybe even just sacrifice this Gabu and at least get that 1 damage while he still can.
And they're both are at 3 security right now, so kind of like a middle game.
Yeah, actually, I believe he played Gabu on this turn, right? So not able
Yes,
to
he
attack,
can't even
just going to
swing
pass.
with it,
Memory Choking to 1, definitely the correct play there. And honestly, for Michael, commit some memory, get the Garurumon off the board, right? He's got enough options that the Beelstar won't be like super expensive. The Altar Fly Bullet does look very nice.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's a really interesting thing that like is a weird promo alt art that they've decided to print for that too, because you know the deck really hasn't gotten any support
Oh, yeah.
ever, but just people keep playing it.
So he's letting the Garurumon live, which, you know, you're like, oh, I put him to 1, it's okay. But it's like, okay, now he can go Garuru X, go to 2, Hammer Spark 3, where start swinging again, right? So there is an inherent risk to leaving up that Garurumon, I would say.
Yeah, I agree with that. And though Hammer Spark is not always an ad, I think traditionally Jose does have Hammer Sparks in his build and he believes in it, but
Yeah.
it's not a guarantee, and it looks like it's not it either.
Okay. Well, get the Guru back.
Yeah,
Hey, now you can start building the back again, right?
Oh no, dang.
Actually, pretty good.
That's pretty nasty, yeah.
Yeah, and at this point, like, well, the Beelstar security is always going to be very strong. Like, there's only 2 checks left. Very easily, those could just be 2 random Digimon, and then Garurumon is, you know, free to clean up.
And deciding for the blue Memboost instead.
You can see the Ice Wall being bottom decked, taking, I believe, a Where X.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Okay, for Michael here, under pressure, because potentially next turn could be his last, technically. We're going to see if the Icemon is going to get deleted here in security or not. And yeah, it is. That's 16k. I do like
check.
the Omni X in the Garurumon deck. I think it's a great way to close the game out. And it's very helpful against this type of matchups where the security is very strong.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a big fan of that card.
Yeah, we do see quite a bit of cycle, and I believe that's the blue-red dual tamer as well, so we can play the blue options. I see people play the 4-cost memory setter that's blue, often for the
Mitsurai?
Yeah.
Mitsurai? There are other pandas on lunch break, so he can't save us with pronunciation on that one.
Yes. Just gonna go for that. I believe that's the new Gassimon, right?
Yes,
Very,
and that
very
does
nice art.
choke off the blue Memboost you did set up that previous turn, so really solid there.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't stop the Cool Boy, but it stops the Memory Boost, which right now is more than enough. But this could also just be a turn for Jose to just build in the back, right? Depending on what his hand is, maybe it's like promote and just get 1 damage. But realistically, like when you promote this stack, you want that stack to be winning the game.
You do. You do.
Yeah, and we know he has like a Garurumon, right? So he can definitely go into it. Maybe it's like set up another cool boy, and then you can promote BWGX, find the rest of your pieces.
Yeah, because like he was probably hoping that this next turn he could have just gone up his chain and attacked with it. With Mem Boost, you have enough Mem.
Yes.
And traditionally, it's really hard for Beelstar to choke at 1, but Michael's been doing a really good job with memory management. This
I mean,
game.
choking at 1 with the Examon is like by far the best there.
Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, because now you just got past 1 and it's back to them.
And I will say, well, Jose, still has 2 security. Like, there's the Examon on the board, and we've not seen Kinkaku promote just yet. But I have to imagine it's in the list, right? So you can get some rush attacks. We'll see.
Yeah, because we're both down to 2 security now. And,
yeah, it's gonna swing with the Gassi.
and
So
one
Gassi did his
security.
job, right?
Yeah,
Like he stopped that turn, and maybe that's good enough. There's a Beelstar can also just bring it back too, so it looks like that's gonna be play.
That is the case, yeah. So you got 2 memory, you are choked for memory, and you have game on the other side of the board right now.
Well, 2 memories enough to go. Yeah, X go to 3.
Yes,
and then still win the game. So at this point, look at his hand. He must have all the pieces. It's really just going to come down to, is Michael's security going to save him or not? Realistically, we're about to find out.
and we're going to see how greedy you want to be too, because you could just go into the X where Guru, and that would bounce the Ghazi back to hand.
Yeah,
Which means
so
that
you
your
could.
Mem Boost is online again.
Yes. You could also just equip the option, swing, go into the X, restand, check in for 2, and then your next swing is game, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking of how to set up a Metal X, but the Metal X, you want to just like, if he can, obviously, he might not be able to like end the game this turn. Gonna go into the where X right away.
Oh, he's got enough cards in hand. I'm pretty sure he can go into the EX1.
Yeah, after bouncing the Gassi for sure. Yeah. The Metal Garurumon from the EX, pretty good. Plus now at its bounce, he has more than enough memory, so he should be good to do pretty much everything. Metal Garurumon coming out. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very cheap, if not absolutely free.
Oh, man. Shoutouts to Brian. He had that image ready. He had it
That's
done.
4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, so literally free. Can now swing for 2 checks. Restand, swing for game. But it all comes down to security, right?
It does,
That is
yeah.
Beelstar. I feel like both players have played well. We've seen some good plays from Michael. Memory choke with the Examon was there. Jose definitely doing some good aggression, playing safe when he needed to. I think at this point as a Garurumon, like you just can't be scared and you just swing for game, right?
Yeah. So, looks like they are doing a cool boy.
Cool
maybe
boy?
maybe they didn't have the X ante. There's a chance, right?
It's easy to assume that he just does everything when you have over 16 cards in
It
hand.
is, right?
but-
Like this game's
there's
really
the option.
weird, where you can end with 20 cards in hand and be like, I just lost. Like,
Okay, yeah, he does have the X. Going to get the restand. Cost 1, gain 1 right back. So, yeah, it's just going to come down to what is in the security. And
do you have
that's
the
Examon. We
protection?
have the protection.
Very close.
No, we don't, right?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, he did,
Yeah,
he did.
you do
Okay,
have
okay,
the
yeah,
protection.
Yeah, that's going to be the game. It all comes down to that, right? One fly
It
bully,
is.
one Creator's Breath would have absolutely won the game for Michael.
It would have
realistically.
100%. Yeah, because he had
Yeah.
two attacks on board and could have just gone for it.
Yeah, and the thing about Garurumon against these decks, like, yes, their security is very strong, and it's hard for a word to go and do 5 checks, but it's like the first word did like 2 or 3, and then the second stack can win the game, and it's good enough.
Yeah. You are really on the whim of your security, I think, as Beelstar in this matchup. And
Yeah.
sometimes you are like a security control deck list, but at the same times you are like you have your bunch of rookies, your level 4s. Like it's very hard to depend on it compared to other decks. So
Yeah, like even if your security is super heavy in options, like at the end of the day, like it's Digimon, you're still playing a bunch of Digimon, and that's kind of like the deck you're playing, right? It's like, hey, most of the time my security is going to be good, but then you'll be in a situation where it's like, okay, he's checking for 2, like please let my security be good.
Yeah.
And for Michael, it was not that game.
No, it was not that good. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this game too. I don't want this stream to be the Beelstar curse stream, right? We've seen it 2 in a row, so we'll have to see his adjustments on this next one.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think he played to his outs. I think he did a really good job at keeping that memory management low, keeping the Gauzy alive, and saying they better just have the outs, and that's exactly what he had.
Yeah, and it's tough too because like he was doing things to make it very awkward for Jose, like the Jesmon for example. But it's like you can memory block them, but you can't memory block the cool boy. The Gauzy is gonna get bounced eventually, and we're going right into game 2. It's like Jose is going first once again with the draw Garurumon, exactly what you want to see on your first stack. Gonna see the Imon and the memory boost, the one that trashes. We'll see how quickly do we go into the stack. That's a pretty good reveal on Cool Boy, unless he needed the promo, because it is going to be bottom decked. Going to be picking up the Metal Garurumon instead. And like I said, there is you can see the red and blue dual tamer. I wonder how much value he actually gets out of that. You would think against Garurumon, like they would always have 8 cards in hand.
All right, and just trying to play it.
Yeah, right now it's pretty low tempo. With the right hand, Jose can do a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
It is very early into the game though, and he might not have the Guru X. Sometimes you have to just make a stack that has no protection, and that's okay too, right? Like, as a Garurumon player, you can't be too scared. Like, there is playing safe and being smart, but you have to just do your plays. Yeah, he doesn't have the protection, but he's still going to go into the where. I think this is the correct play.
Yeah, and like honestly, the protection doesn't do as much in this matchup because it's like
it's really just against Beelstar.
It's just Beelstars, yeah, and like,
you're still gonna die to all the options, and you survive against all the everything else anyway, right?
So I think the good thing about Metal Guru, and especially in a matchup like that, is like, yeah, sure, you can like get deleted in security, but you don't like the resource that you're losing is like time, but like not like availability to do it again, or like it's not even a lot of memory to go up your stacks for that. And like what I was saying earlier, that's 2 hits. That was a rookie and something else, and it's just like it's fine.
I do want to point out though that he went for the extra safe play to immediately Digimon into the Where X. So he loses one swing in doing this, but it is safer. And hey, that stack still did 4 damage. Like I said, sure, it died. Now your next stack, swing twice. If that security is not a fly bullet, that's game.
It is. Like, the weird thing about Beelstar too is that compared to like security control, right? You have some really good cards that could be in your security. Security control doubles that up by having a lot of ways to recover.
Heal, yes.
Yeah, and there's none of that in Beelstar.
No, absolutely not.
It is, you look at the 5 cards, like, man, I wish I had 2 more right now. Like,
yeah,
it's crazy.
And absolutely love the Davis there. You know, it's a good way to just guarantee that Jose's going to have the memory to close the game out, and playing a body would likely just get answered anyway, so I think Davis is the fantastic pick there.
Yeah.
And Michael now is honestly not a good spot at all. You can see that his trash is not filled with 7-cost options. Like, the game just started, he already took 4 damage. That's Garurumon for you.
Yeah, like if you blinked, you thought we'd still be at the end of game 1 because it's almost just as bad.
So now he does not have many turns, maybe 1 or 2, right? Like Jose next turn could very easily set up into a 5. Or maybe go into Garurumon and set up a Cool Boy, for example. Maybe Memory Choke, something like that.
Yeah.
So for Michael, it's go time.
Yeah, and
he's got to come up with something quickly.
Yeah, Jose's probably he's going to start with 3 memory because of the Davis. He's going to say, I'm going to go build my stack and raising. And traditionally, I don't think Beelstar plays anything higher than a level 4 blocker.
Yeah, no.
And say, please try, like, it's Michael's really at the whim of the last card in his security. That's really the biggest thing.
Yeah, exactly. But that's exactly what happened last game. And when you play this type of decks like that, it's just going to happen naturally.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm wondering, like, can he do anything to, like, make Jose's life harder? Nailbor there is fine. He gets some extra bodies.
Oh,
it's
extra
not the
body.
greatest. Yeah, he doesn't even have a level 4. It is expensive. He was going to go to 3 anyway.
That seems pretty rough.
Yeah, as long as Jose has a rookie here, which he does, I feel like he's just good to go. This is looking so good for him. But hey, that's Garurumon. Yeah, like if you can like play a cool boy here, memory choke into 1, like ooh, that would be
you've probably
excellent.
Won. Yeah. Even then, so we're at the spot too where if he doesn't play a blocker, it's just hybrid for game on top of the Davis.
Well, the Garurumons, they usually do not play hybrids. I mean, maybe he has 1.
I've seen like
I could see a 1-off. Yeah, he might just go into the wear then. That's okay if he didn't have a way to memory choke to 1. Pass into is still not a lot anyway. And with 5 security, it's really not much for Jose to fear. He does have the promo wear.
And
It was
you
good
just
to go
see
there.
So many 7-cost options in Michael's hand. Like,
So many. Well, I mean,
why
that's
are
the
they
deck,
not in the
right?
security? Like, come on, please.
Gonna get the cycle. Yeah, start discarding those 7-cost options. You probably want to keep at least one Jesmon out there, but it's probably not going to really matter.
And he's got oops all rookies in his security too.
Yep. All right, so what is the last security for Michael? Now, if it is a fly bullet and there is no hybrid, then he could realistically still win this game.
Yeah, like it really is. Like, it's a I don't know if shame's like even the right word, but I think Jose playing, you know what? Let's just clear part of the board, make it a little bit harder.
Yeah, again, going extra safe.
Yeah,
just in case.
The Dark Lizard mod does have retaliation, so you can't attack
just
into it.
stand.
Yeah.
Gonna go straight into the. Oh, does he have the Omni for game? Because that's even better.
That is
not
super
even.
game.
Don't
yeah,
even need
he doesn't
the,
even need to show it.
Yeah, there it is. Security's trash. It wasn't even an option.
See, look at that hand. Look at Michael's hand. Just all of the options in the world.
And that's gonna be a swift 2-0 for Jose. But I mean, that's Garurumon, right?
Yeah.
Even against the deck loaded with security options, Garurumon melt through it's like butter, and Jose's gonna take that 2-0.
Yeah, and like we're definitely like everyone's like, you know, Blackboard Greymon has a good matchup against that, but like sometimes like how can I answer all of the like they put so much pressure, so much card draw for so little of that.
Well, it's the speed, right? It's like, hey, I'm Garurumon. I made a level 5. My 5 can win the game. Like, sure, in both those games, he needed 2 stacks to close it out. But we saw game 1, the Ware did like 3 checks. Game 2, his first stack with level 5 did 4 checks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then his next check wasn't even checked. It was just Omni gets trashed. GG.
So we're going to see if we can get Jose over here, talk about how he's feeling, how he feels about Melgaru in this kind of format, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back. Joining me now, we have Jose, who is now 4-0 undefeated in Nationals with the Metal Garurumon. How are you feeling, man?
Pretty good. I mean, I've been playing Metal Garurumon for 6 months now. I mean, a lot of people probably have their opinions on whether the deck should exist or not, but I recognize how good it is, and it's still good to play into this field.
Yeah, so talk to me about that coming into BT11 now, because obviously Metal Garurumon has been very oppressive, very strong for so long. But now I'm looking at the top tables, and it's all Blackwood Greymon, Grandis. Garurumon obviously still has what it takes, but the player base seems to be shifting into these newer decks, or even Grandis. How do you feel about that? And why are you still sticking with the Metal Garurumon?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the player base is switching over, at least for Grandis, right? Grandis is a natural counter to Blackboard Greymon. Getting around that unsuspend sort of a deletion effect from Blackboard Greymon is pretty valuable, and you obviously can swing over it, no battle protection. Blackboard Greymon does similar things to what Alphamon and Metal Garurumon do, where they abuse Cool Boy and X Antibody to set up a board that can't really be, or is difficult to break. And I think most people here are playing Blackboard Gray because one, it's a new thing.
Yep.
And two, it's relatively straightforward. You build the stack, and you kind of sit on that stack and slowly whittle your opponent down. I mean, you don't really have to attack you. You know, you have things like Hades Force, and then the unsuspend from the inherited on the I don't even know what the level 5 is anymore, but to just like burn security slowly. So redirect and then reboot. A lot of decks rely on reboot, and being able to get rid of that Digimon when it does is pretty oppressive too. So I think most people are playing Blackboard Gray because it right now it is probably one of the strongest decks. I think Metal Garurumon can arguably still beat it, and I've done some play testing against it. And it's if I can hit bigger numbers and set myself up, I can almost always beat that board.
All right, so talk to me about your deck and how it's evolved. So now into BT11, for example, playing like Hammerspark or Kaido's Breads, or now we have Omni X. You still play the Blitz Omni, or are you doing a split? Talk to me about how your build has evolved to what it is today.
Yeah, so way back when the Metal Garurumon first came out, I was pretty heavy into the Hammerspark build.
Okay.
Free memory has just always been something that blue can abuse.
Yes.
As the metas have shifted, Metal Garurumon to me personally has shifted to like a sort of a setup deck. So I pivoted from Hammer Sparks to Blue Memory Boost.
Okay.
I lose that tempo change in security, but I gain back the ability to
Get more explosive turns.
Yeah, more explosive turns, typically OTK, or set up a board that my opponent can't out. Once Machinedramon became pretty common, BT9, BT10 format. Later on, I started adopting the Kakaitis as a potential out.
Yeah. For the mirror match, basically, and other OTK decks. Yeah.
Yeah, you go in, and if your opponent can't out this, then you lose. And in the mirrors, it happens frequently where the one person gets their stack first and they go in, and they set up with the MelgaX blocker, and then you have to respond to that or you just lose. So Kakaitis helped out there. Obviously, there's that luck factor where it comes out of security.
Of course, yeah. It's Digimon, right?
Yeah. Going into this format, and BT11, no, this is BT10, right? When the Omni came out, that became something that helped Machinedramon counter these sort of security-heavy decks. Like Yeah, exactly.
No risk necessary.
Mm-hmm. Like Beelstar security control, even like Machinedramon to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
And going into BT11, I've opted with this idea of setting up a board. So I'm still I'm playing more Tamers, more Davises now to maintain consistency.
Okay. Do you still play Blitz Omni or no?
Yeah, I still play Blitz Omni. I'm still doing the 1-1, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I like that, yeah.
I had considered today playing 2 Omni-X and 1 Blitz Omni, just get really greedy on the top end.
Yeah.
Because the Omni-X is what I found helps me break the Black War Gray board. If I am able to be aggressive enough and get them down to 1 security, then they have to redirect and kill their stack, and then they lose from there. And so I kind of had that mindset going yesterday, but then I decided to opt for maintaining consistency and test hands showed me that I can draw both of them or see both of them.
Right, because you draw so much naturally,
exactly.
Right? Yeah, well, thanks for sharing your insights. Any shout-outs? Anyone you want to give a shout-out to or anything like that?
Yeah, I'll shout out Michael's mom. I just played him right now. Not entirely sure why, but she seems to have raised a competent player.
Okay.
It was good to play Michael. I have actually had him. I've never played him before. I did what my deck did what it does, and unfortunately his deck wasn't able to deal with that. I'll shout out all my friends here that are kind of playing along with me in nationals. We reconvene after, chit chat about our games. People I play test with, obviously Collector Legion, right? That's the locals I play at the most. And the player base there has been consistently strong. So.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jose. You are now 4-0. I wish you the best of luck. I would love to see Gurumon in the top 32. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with the next round.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 2022 North American Championship for the Digimon card game. Joining me again, we have Digipanda. Ben, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Luis?
I'm doing well. It's been a long day, and we're just getting started. There's many rounds to go. We're trying to showcase some very interesting decks for you guys. And in this next round, we have one you might not expect at the top tables. We have a 4-0 undefeated Machinedramon player.
And from the looks of it, it's going to be a Mega Zoo variant too. So for this, we're not quite sure how fast he's going to draw the components to actually get to the Machinedramon, or whether the opponent, Darren, is actually going to be piloting a Black War Greymon X variant. So again, this is one of those matchups that we haven't seen it. We would like to know what
and it's interesting because Machinedramon has sort of always existed in the game, and then over time it's evolved. It keeps getting more and more support, and at this point there is more than enough Machinedramon support to make a very powerful deck. We're gonna see how Alex can show it off. His build. There's definitely not one correct or proper build.
No.
So I'm curious to see what Alex is gonna show us.
It's a very flexible build because some builds actually will go the red base variant, which I believe Alex does utilize. But first off, we see Devin already, finding the Agumon, the promo Agumon that provides that additional DP buff that you want when going into your Black War Greymons.
Right, and we are hyping up the Machinedramon as we should, but Devin here is playing Black War Greymon. He's currently undefeated, playing essentially the strongest deck, so It's going to be a tough one for Alex.
Cool Boy got 2 hits right off the bat already. That's pretty
That's
good.
a good start, yes. And is that the Sistermon for the discard draw?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. So he's going with the red base for the Gilmon draw engine, which when you draw your Gilmons is very effective. But if you only have 4 Gilmons, you're going most of the game no rookie.
Ooh, adds the Metal Gray X off of that Agumon X evolution and the extra draw off the Cool Boy. So he's already digging the pieces. This is why we see BT5 Koromon being played less and less, and we see more of the inclusion of the BT9 because it slows down your draws in some ways as well.
Yeah, we see that immediate Cool Boy value and the draw and search power of the Greymon deck.
Do you think he has the Greymon X?
Yes. This guy's undefeated, so I'm saying he probably has it.
Oh,
he does not.
Doesn't
But
use it.
Metal Greymon, he did equip the option, so it is going to get the when Digivolving effect to delete.
No blockers, though, either. So this means that Devin's stack is purely just DP buffs. A plus
Yeah, and one thing
4,000.
I need to point out for Alex here is like he's got Ultimate Connection in hand. Guess what? Your babies are red.
Oh,
It's
is that it?
unplayable. You can't even play it. We're going for the very early Machinedramon. Gonna equip some cyborgs. What do we got? Security plus.
Unfortunately, he cannot.
PvP?
So he will get the 5 sources tucked underneath. Unfortunately, he won't be able to blitz.
No.
That's the only unfortunate thing.
So a very, very early Machinedramon. It commits essentially his whole hand, and that's
Yeah.
the case where like, yeah, connection would be so much better if he was able to just play it.
Yeah.
To pass over less memory, cycle through more cards. But again, he could not. Opponent is going to do a quick read here on the Machinedramon.
And that total play there just passed over 4 memory. And,
Oh, I like that we got the gold Machinedramon.
I made sure we got that one.
Okay,
on
okay,
screen.
nice. Yeah, so Machinedramon here has a whole different set of effects. It can be very powerful and annoying to deal with. The Digivolve is pretty good against it, but
Yes.
because Demon is already in the Metal Greymon X, it's not really available, so that's okay. Unless there's a Gaiomon. Gaiomon
We
could
know he has the
potentially
Black
Digivolve.
War Greymon X already.
Yes.
So he might go into that, but the thing is, Machinedramon can prevent its deletion by just trashing 2 of the sources
multiple
underneath.
times. So Machinedramon's going to go out there and fight. I also want to say that Alex did commit essentially his entire hand to that.
Yes.
He has like 2 cards in hand, one of which we know is Ultimate Connection.
Ultimate Connection.
Which now he probably doesn't have the cyborgs for it.
Yeah. I know we saw the Megadramon from BT9. Oh, there's the
Yeah,
Black
so he's
War
gonna
Grey.
attack. When attacking, Digivolve into the Black War Greymon.
Going for security.
That's quite a bit of DP.
Is big and chunky. There's
With the Metal Tyranno is one fantastic new cyborg for Machinedramon. On suspend phase, who's going to attempt to pop the Machinedramon, trash the top
Probably
security.
going to do the Metal Mame because it doesn't have use.
Yeah. And the Macgalgamon, very interesting. That guy, he is a cyborg.
He
Now-
is.
Yeah, I believe that there's one of the Machinedramon that specifies you have to have blue or black and red cyborgs,
Mhm.
and the Chaos does not. He just says any cyborg, right?
Mm-hmm. I think they both do just generically cyborgs.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we'll have to double check. But yeah, great play from Devon, being able to memory choke to 1, get the trash, get some sorcerers off of the Machinedramon. We finally see the connection being played. He did still have cyborgs after that, so that's pretty good.
Still enough. Is that
Yeah.
the... So is he going to swing into it? Because I believe he does have the Metal Greymon DP buff as well. So he has the Metal Greymon that can attack unsuspended Digimon.
He
the
does get to
Megadramon.
pop the Cool Boy.
Yeah, with
That's
the Megadramon.
pretty good. But swings into another Cool Boy. Oh man, it'd be like that sometimes.
That is just unfortunate.
Yeah, he's gonna pick up the option. We see, I believe that was one of the Black Agumons, so Devon playing a mix of Agumons there.
Down
And
comes
just-
another
Yeah,
Machinedramon.
straight into another Machinedramon.
It should be noted that you were actually right. It is red and black.
Yeah, so he cannot put the Mac Agumon underneath, correct?
So- correct.
Yeah. It's like Mac Agumon, he's a cyborg, and he does have a good inheritable, but it does not doesn't necessarily work like.
What's the
you'd like it
inheritable
to.
do?
I believe it's when your opponent loses security, you get to restand, or it's when a card is added to your opponent's hand.
Ah,
Right? It's meant to be
yes,
for the
yeah.
Jurassic
It's something
Agumon
like that.
archetype.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it gives you a restand. I believe the trigger is your opponent adds a card to their hand. Which, decks naturally do. Like, all decks have card draw, so, like, it does happen quite a bit.
I'm kind of surprised that Alex already has 2 Machinedramons out there. This is a... I have troubles, just getting...
Sometimes it's hard to get one,
Yeah.
Yeah, but, he is passing over quite a bit of memory. Devon already has the Black Room set up.
There's the
and
D-Digivolve.
That's what I was talking about, the
Yeah.
D-Digivolve. is the best way to answer the Machinedramon, essentially. Now it'll only be a level 5. It's not going to get the inheritables most of the time, as they usually specify you have to be the machine.
Do you think he should have used that? That one. Was it the one cost option, or was that the other one that he just played last turn?
The Ultimate Connection?
Oh, it was Ultimate Connection.
Yeah.
I thought he had the other one, the one that gave him Blitz and Rush.
Oh, no. So that would cost 0.
Yeah. But he still needed a black Swords out to.
Yeah,
to
you
play
also have to discard a card, yeah. So, the Digivolve, like I said, pretty good answer to the Machinedramon. Honestly, Devon could just fight for board control here. Like, the Machinedramon already saved itself once. You can try and delete it a couple times. It's not going to save itself forever. And even if it's still alive, once it's been purged of most of its inheritables, it'll just be an 11k vanilla, essentially.
Another thing here to note is that the Black War Grey X, when it does unsuspend, it will not be able to pop the Machinedramon. It has to pop the lowest.
Yeah, but in this case, like, that's fine, because you want to get rid of the...
you want to get rid of that.
Yeah, because you can also just Digimon to a Machinedramon and then, boom, gain all those inheritables right back, right?
Or Chaosdramon.
Oh, that's true. Chaosdramon is quite good.
Yes, there's the guy.
To the Gaiomon here. Can opt for the Digivolve. Swinging.
Going after the other stack.
Yeah.
That's the right move.
Okay, and then on the unsuspend, he's going to clear. Get the security trash. Yeah, trash into security.
There's the Metal Grant
Just
Haguru.
Complete board control from Devon. Exactly what you expect to see.
Draws
and Alex finally draws a Gilmon.
Yeah.
It is so late.
He has 2 cards in hand.
Well, yeah, he had to commit so many resources to the Machinedramon. And, like, that's what I was saying. Like, the red engine draw for Gilmon can be good.
If you can get it started.
Yeah, but if you can, it just ended up hurting him because he just had options he couldn't play. So we are going to see the Chaosdramon on play. This one does not give you memory back, so
it does not.
Passing over.
That's the unfortunate thing.
So I believe
here.
on this one, he is allowed to put in the blue one.
Yes.
But at this point, it may just be too little too late.
Yes.
Because I'm against 2 very powerful level 6s.
Nothing with blocker, but
does get the Digivolve, which
Yes.
is kind of nice. But you're passing over quite a bit of memory, and the stack is still there. The Cool Boy is still there as well.
There's also no blocker on this stack, too.
No, there's not. It could just be as simple as swing, right?
Yeah.
Now, the Ultimate Connection can, or Attack of the Heavy Mobile Digimon Insecurity can destroy Digimon.
Yes. Only one problem with that, though.
You have to discard, and it has to be
machine of the same play cost.
Yeah, whatever you discard, you can do that play cost or lower.
Correct. And you know what Machinedramon doesn't have right now? A Digimon of that level. There's nothing that's play cost 13.
No, yeah. So as long as he attacks with the Agumon first, he should be good to go.
Now, come BT12, we will get that 13 cost.
Ooh, 13 cost Machinedramon.
Chaosdramon X.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Gonna go up into the Gray Man.
He's got the memory to spare.
Yeah, why not? But yeah,
There's the
this
X.
game was honestly complete control from Devon. We got to see the Machinedramon come out, but honestly not the way that you would like to see it. You'd like to cycle through your cyborgs and then play Machinedramon.
Yes.
Alex was forced into a situation where he was forced to play the Machinedramon, giving up his entire hand, very expensive. And although he did get the Machinedramon, they were both answered swiftly, I would say.
And that's one of the biggest problems with Machinedramon, in that if you don't have the sources,
that's going to be game 1 going to Devon.
So quick.
Sorry, you were saying?
I lost my train of thought.
If you don't have the sources.
If you don't have the sources to tuck under the Machinedramon or the Chaosdramon, then it's kind of just sitting there in your hand. And for Alex, he didn't have, the Sistermons, the Guilmons to really bring that up to speed for him. He didn't have the ability to draw deep into his deck to find those pieces. Now, he did have them in hand.
Yeah.
But his follow-up play afterwards is, where do you go after that?
Yeah, and you can see the way his deck is built, where it's like, okay, so he has the red base, so he's playing low rookie count, and the Guilmons are good, except you don't have them. And it's like, okay, so it's hard, you don't have the Guardramon or the Hagurumon, maybe he's still playing Hagurumon. So he's trying to supplement some of that with the Sistermon, but now you're trying to fit Sistermons into your deck. And, Sistermon is a good card, just you play this card draw, it's good, but what I'm trying to say is, you see, when his deck didn't flow, it just did not flow. Sure, he got the Machinedramons, but at what cost, right?
Yes. Because then, the D-Digivolve is the main thing that can really tower Machinedramon out of existence.
Yeah. And the thing is, an event like this is very tough because, Alex here is 4-0, right? Maybe he played at locals, he's 4-0, he's like, yeah, I want to throw a Machinedramon, awesome. But here, we're playing 10 rounds. If your deck is not that consistent, it's going to break at some point.
Yes.
And although I'd love to see Machinedramon, do well, I don't know. I'd like to see more from Alex. Let's go at another game here. We can take another look at his deck. Maybe he could show us something crazy.
We'll see if he decides. He'll probably decide to go second.
Yeah. You need that extra card. It's kind of nice. Yep, Demon's going to go first. Let's see. He's off to a fantastic start with the young Agumon. Last time he was a very early cool boy into immediate payoff with the AguX.
And whiff.
Although he whiffs this time, it's still pretty good setup.
It's some good knowledge, though, too, because level 5 and a Hades Force gets sent to the bottom of the deck.
Okay, let's see. Maybe he opens a Gilmon this time?
Oh,
No.
Analog Man.
Pretty good tamer. Brand new from BT11. Does a lot for the deck. I like Devon promoting it. Yeah, instantly going into the AguX, getting immediate benefit.
Trying to find it. There's a double hit right there.
That's pretty good.
It's always nice to get the double hit.
We see another Gaio, so maybe he's one of those builds where he prefers the Gaio for that aggression. We see in his notes he wrote he's playing 2 Omnimon X from BT5 for Grandis.
He's fine on this one.
Working out so far.
He's fine on this match in particular. Yeah.
So you can see that Devon is not scared to build up front, right? He's constantly promoting, getting immediate value. See the other Agumon.
Just one hit again.
But, I mean, that's a pretty good hit, right?
Oh, I agree.
The Greymon X is very, very powerful.
Is he going to try choking with a BT5 Greymon?
That could be good. It's great setup for the following turn. Now, because of the Analog Man, at least Alex can get some memory to work with and get some cycle, which is what he was desperately missing on the last game.
Now Devon has locked himself out of red for the time being. He has all black cards only.
Well, he does have the Tamer at this point, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, Devon, yes.
Yeah, Devon, yeah.
So Alex is playing the Hagurumon.
Trashing a Metal Gray to draw 2.
Yeah.
Looks like he got some good hits there.
Surely by now he's in a better spot. There's a sister. Yes, so just early game of cycle and draw, which is fine.
I think he's going to try
the
a different...
in the trash.
He's going to try a different strategy this time.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's a kind of a slower game plan, and we're going to see, you're giving Devon some time, and he's got Greymon X, he's got Cool Boy.
We know he has Gaio.
Could be level 6 already, right?
Yes, we know he has Gaio, so...
Yeah, it's crazy how much the Greymon X accelerates that deck, right? Because you go into it for 0, then it discounts, and you gain for the Cool Boy, right?
Correct.
It's just...
too much.
It's so fast.
Wait till BT12, it's worse. Because there's going to be a new Metal Greymon that costs 3.
Oh, yes.
And then, so in essence, you have a Metal Greymon for 1.
Okay, so it's going to go into the Metal Greymon X.
Yep.
Does get the discount, gets the pop.
Because he has the X antibody
and
underneath.
we know he's got the level 6. Maybe he has a different one. Finds a rookie, which is good to start building in the back.
Do you want to put him to 3 memory? That was the question. Because if
I just don't think you're scared. Like, what are you scared of?
Hades, right off the bat. So kind of the same thing.
Okay, yeah, can pop the Analog Man. And then does he choose to attack after or no?
He still could, but that would require another 5 memory investment.
Sure, so he's just going to pass turn, which is okay, going for board control. Once again, we finally do find the Gilmon for Alex. This time around, maybe it is still in time. It still costs him another turn to promote. The Fireball is, cute.
No Analog Man, so now he's locked out of black option cards again.
That's true. Once again, yeah, these connections are going to be unplayable. Has to hard drop a Cyborg. That's not what you want to be doing.
Yeah.
A bit tough.
There's no Metal Greymon, though, from BTA, which means that the stack isn't currently in jeopardy.
No, but it's easy for Devon to answer this level 5 and start pushing damage, right? Black or Greymon X, and then go from there.
Revealing.
There it is.
There's so many things you can add here. You have 2 hits. Oh, no, just one.
Yeah. But if he doesn't have the level 6, I feel like that's the pick.
Well, we know he has the Gaio.
Yeah. I just feel like the Black Gray is pretty good right now, right? You still want to answer the level 5 so that they don't just Digivolve into the... But I guess if they do, it's really not that strong anyway, right? Maybe if he Digivolves into a Chaos Dramon, that would be scary. Chaos Dramon, pretty good these days. The Digivolve is one where you can answer.
Yes.
Although... The Metal Greymon cannot be the Digivolve that turn, right? But that was the previous turn, so...
Correct.
I believe he should be good this turn.
But right now, Black Gray X, for the 5 memory, he can go swinging in and then also trash the top security.
I feel like that's pretty good.
Yeah. And then afterwards...
And maybe you go Greymon, choke to 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna go into it.
Because now we can just pop the Megadramon next turn.
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
reboot.
Like, just go complete board control. Does not have much to be scared of. If you put him to 1, there's Machinedramon is not even playable.
Digivolve Greymon for 2. That's it. Oh,
Okay, even playing
Switching.
Agumon is fine.
we'll probably find 2 hits here. Oh, nope, just the 1 again.
Yeah, some Tamers being bottom deck, but that's fine. It's not a game where we're gonna need the Yuya anyway.
Yeah.
The Cool Boy has done more than enough. And there's the pop and the trash. And once again, that's Blackboard Greymon at its finest.
It's just a fireball.
Yeah, like the red engine is cute. It's just we have not seen it do enough for Alex this game, sadly.
Yeah.
Okay, Gilman can finally swing and draw 2.
Redirect is the
Good.
question.
And guess what? Now he's locked out of black sources, right?
Yep. Still locked out of black. Now he has no color source at all.
Yeah.
So can't use red, can't use black. Gotta pay.
Like, play Machinedramon, really? Yep, that's really it. It's still, kind of expensive. Essentially, you're paying 7 memory for it. And while Machinedramon is an absolute beast, it's just tough, man. You're given Devon memory to work with. He has 3 stacks, Cool Boy available.
Oh,
The Blackbird Ray's already up there.
Oh, he's going with
So you can
blocker
get
this
blocker
time.
on it. The Metal Tyranno to trash when he wins battle. The Megadramon for the pop on the rookies, or the Cool Boy maybe.
Sets him to 5. So here's where we have an idea that, that's still enough memory to go into a Greymon X.
Yeah, it's also enough for him to
And
just
then a
go
Metal
into
Greymon.
Metal Greymon Digivolve.
Yep.
That's game, right? Like,
Yep.
if this Machinedramon does not win, does not like hold up against this board, like that's a wrap. And one Greymon X. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
It's just
Draw another
too
one.
good,
It's-
man.
It's a very
You
powerful.
see so many cards. It's crazy because like the Garurumon is known for its card draw.
Yeah.
But I look at this Greymon decks and it's like they just
They-
see their
they
whole
now,
deck every
yep.
single game.
One
Yeah,
thing that
there's the Digivolve and sorry Machinedramon, you're out of here.
One thing that Garurumon definitely is missing, though, is the fact that they don't have a purple equivalent. Like
Yeah,
Black
there's not like
Agumon.
blue, purple or something like
Yeah, where you can search for a Beastkin, and a Garurumon Digimon,
Yeah. So gonna just keep going all the way up. Honestly, at this point, it almost feels like it doesn't matter what Devon is doing too much. He's Digivolving, it's probably okay. The Blackbird Gray is gonna be enough. You're gonna clear the stack, trash some security, and be set up for a game on the following turn. The Machinedramon, I do like it. I'm glad that Alex is 4-0, and maybe he can keep doing well in the following rounds.
Yeah.
But right now, it is all Devon, all Blackbird Greymon.
It's brutal. Because
Yep.
we know that the reboot is going to pop that Megadramon. Megadramon.
And then he can potentially trash 2 securities. That would be the last. Still has an Agumon. Agumon in the back on top of that, if that wasn't enough.
And there's
Yeah,
Gaio
gonna
to
go
clear
into
out the rest of the
Gaimon.
security.
Yeah.
Oh, going for that instead.
Well, it's better to trash the security than to check it, right? Because
Yeah.
next turn you have
Yeah.
to spend, trash both of them. Don't even take the risk. Now Alex has absolutely nothing going up against 2 level 6s, 2 Agumons, and a Cool Boy.
Gigimon comes back up. I don't think he
Yeah.
has anything to raise into it, but
No, it's hard. Like I said, the red package, when it works, is beautiful, and this whole set, it just
Yeah.
wasn't it.
nope, not this time.
Yeah, gonna go down with at least playing another Machinedramon. Gotta respect it. Yeah, like I said, he
He'll have
did
his
not
boy
even
out.
have a source to play Attack of the Heavy Machinedramon while Digimon, which, could do quite a bit.
Do you prefer black base, or do you think the red
I prefer
base?
Black Base because I like the Guardramon.
Yes.
Because you Digivolve into your 5, you swing, you discard, draw 2.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see why people like the red base. I am biased towards the black base though, but that's just me. It is cool to see Machinedramon do well, and like I said, I hope we get to see more of Alex in the future.
Yep.
But Devon here gonna clean up.
Just making sure. Oh, is he gonna
Maybe
build
go for
another
another
BT5?
Digivolve just to just to say
that's
that
it.
he could. No blockers. That's gonna be the game. That's a 2-0 for Devon, who will be 5-0 in today's tournament. Very, very well played. Honestly, like we
Very.
can hype up all these other decks, Machinedramon, Examon, but at the end of the day,
MelgaX.
Blackbird Greymon is the deck to beat, and Devon
Yes.
there showing us exactly why.
Exactly. That Greymon X is very powerful for that reduction effect. We talked about it. We talked about how Cool Boy is one of the, cards that players have continuously talked about, criticized, even in some aspects complained about. We don't even know if Bandai is going to come out with another restriction and say, we're enough is enough with Cool Boy.
I mean, Devon did such a good job, that said, of always getting maximum Cool Boy value. He was always promoting. He's not afraid. Getting that Agu X Cool Boy. And as soon as you've done that, you've just seen so many cards, right? You've cycled through so many cards so quickly. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We're going to try and get Devon here for a quick interview. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am back with Devon, the winner of round 5, featuring Blackboard Greymon X. Tell me your thoughts going into this matchup. What were your feelings about being on camera on stream?
Not too worried about it. Thankfully, at my locals, I played against Machinedramon a couple times, so I wasn't reading all the text for the first time, so that was definitely helpful.
Yes.
And the stacks are pretty susceptible to D-Digivolve, so I just tried to make sure I kept instances of D-Digivolve where I could. Like, I can't remember, it was either game 1 or game 2, there was a thing on board, and I had a Metal Gray 5 in hand, but instead of going into that and then going into the 5X, I held it to keep the D-Digivolve for later in case I need it.
I noticed you picked up Gaiamon, and you were kind of like, I might need this later. And then when you revealed the Greymon X, the Metal Greymon, and the Blackboard Greymon, you were like, Digivolve or actually start doing some damage. And then you picked up, let's do some damage. So.
Yeah. And it also controlled board with the Blackboard Greymon X. So I was like, and I was holding D-Digivolve in hand. I was like, I'll probably be fine.
So what are your thoughts so far with BT11? What are your thoughts and opinions of, the BT11 meta with Blackboard Greymon and Blackboard Greymon X? All the support cards.
I have no like super attachment to the deck, so I'm not like a stan of the deck or anything, but I think it's pretty cool for the better deck in the format. The most similar best deck in format was Lord Knight, and that was, in my opinion, back when like Digimon was more pure, like playing to board and interacting. Ever since then, there's been like OTK or hybrids, all of these things that are like pretty hard to interact with.
Yes.
But this is controlling board. To be fair, if they have the right stack, you can't really interact with it except for beating it over with Grandis or Jesmon or something.
You also put the perfect Hades Force at that right time where you were just like, remove the black source. Now all you have is that red in the back. What are you going to do?
Yeah. It was funny. Hades Force, I started at 2, then I went down to 1 because I was like, this deck is too bricky. And then I was thinking about going down to 0, but then I was like, I need this craft and security. I'm just going to cut some of my top end. And so they're like both kind of bricks. So I'm a little bit slimmer on my top end, but I'm like, this card is super powerful when I'm ahead.
Yes.
So it definitely seals out games, but it can be pretty dead in the early game. You have to be
You
winning.
need that Greymon out too to have it work.
Right.
Do you have any shout outs to anyone out there?
Shout out to the play group in the Bay Area. Anime Imports is my main local store. We got a good group there. And yeah, that's about it. The Bay Area Discord too.
We wish Devon luck with the rest of the games today. Thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep. And that'll be it. We'll see you guys in the next round.
Sweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Digimon Nationals here in Los Angeles, California, 2022 Championships. My name is Ben Wong, DigiPanda, and I'm joined with Hayden Kostinen.
Yes, here I am. We have been here since like, what, 12 hours? We're approaching 12 hours.
We're approaching 12 hours.
Round 6. Very exciting, though. We have 2 competitors here. It was kind of the part of the day where it's like, oh, we want a cool deck, and then it's going to be facing against Blackboard Greymon.
It's always going to be that now. So we'll find like that really unique deck, and we're like, okay, what's it up against? And it's like, oh, it's just Blackboard Greymon.
We'll see what happens.
We'll definitely. Like, I feel like we might have overhyped just a smidge.
Yeah. So we have Steven on Blue Flare, a favorite of mine.
The Dark Horse.
Yes, of course. And then also versus Joseph on Blackboard Greymon. So we do have 28 people undefeated going into this round. So at the end of this round, we're going to try to see the 14 undefeated decks and players. But it's Blackboard Grey. It's going.
And they're right off the wings.
And so they're feeling it.
No rookie. That's rough. Koromon flips and then red memory boost. On the other end, we've got Steven.
Yep.
Wanyamon goes into, I believe it was the Wanyamon, goes into the Dracomon from the BT11 set. And then we had a Blazing Memory Boost. Let's see what kind of hits we get. We're seeing a lot of good things right now. No Kiryu.
No Tamer, though.
That's the only downside, but he will be able to add 2 of those components right to hand. Looks like we got Greymon, and was that a Deckardramon?
I believe it was Decker, yeah. There's also, is that a Yuya in there?
Yeah, some blue flare decks are running Yuya because you can go into the Metal Greymon and then Digivolve into the Decker Greymon or the Metal Greymon plus Cyber Launcher.
Yeah, he just showed what cards he added again. I missed it. It might have been a Metal Gray and a Gray.
I think it was a Metal Gray, yeah.
Yeah.
Koromon goes into that Agumon that was added, and then Cool Boy immediately flips to reveal Metal Gray, AguX, and Agumon. So that's a good hit right there.
AguX is very good. And just
Hard playing it.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, boy, that is a big old whiff.
Could not find rookies in the beginning, and then he just sent 3 additional rookies to the bottom.
Yeah, on top of looking on Cool Boy, I think there's 1 or 2 more Agumons in there, too.
Yeah. That Dracomon gets promoted out of the race. Let's see what happens here.
Man, I almost never see that alt art of Metal Gray because it's just like Blue Flare's always like the pet deck. Like, I don't need a max rarity this. And then, like,
yeah. Plays that.
I believe it's the Greymon. So, yeah, looking at the top 4, finding
Kiriha.
And another copy of itself.
Yes.
And passing back 1.
What a clean move.
Very
I don't
clean.
know. I don't know if Joseph should have popped that red memory boost to maybe counter choke. But
no, he's choking. He choked at 1. So he's
Agumon X. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
That's more memory.
And then having to do a hard Digivolve for 4.
Rough. So now we know that Steven can climb all the way up to maybe 4 or 6 memory. Another Wanyamon makes an appearance.
And let's see what he decides to do. So, flipping the egg but not dropping a rookie means he probably doesn't have one in hand. We know he has the Kariha, which if he wants to start memory choking, he can. Probably want to get rid of the Agu. Or no, just saying
interesting.
Not important enough.
What? Oh, okay. So Cool Boy, there's the X antibody, and that is all he can get.
I've seen so many Cool Boys hit only X antibodies today. It's crazy.
It is interesting. I was actually more surprised that Steven would go into the attack there because he doesn't have a tamer.
Exactly, yeah, same. I would think he'd want to try to save that Greymon, but he did get a Greymon from yeah, they're just moving the dice. Yeah, just to make sure it's all.
Just to prevent confusion.
Like when I play on webcam, yeah, it's really easy. But I don't play as many games online, and it's kind of tricky to be like, what's the do I have the dice? Like, do
etiquette?
you have the, yeah, what's the etiquette?
Etiquette,
like,
yeah.
Is it rude if I'm like, yeah, it's on my side? Like,
so pumping the memory to 4. Hard plays the Metal Gray.
With another copy of the Metal Gray.
Interesting. Stuns the AguX. And this Metal Greymon will get 2 checks if he chooses to.
Yes, he could swing 2 more. He's at Joseph's at what, 4 right now, so you could put him down pretty low.
Popping the other boost.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to see Kiriha or the a Digivolve into something else?
You want to play Kariha because you don't have a tamer out. You need to do that saving, right?
And also the Wanyamons are dead right now. They're not doing anything actively.
Oh. All right. No, it's very, very funny. And the reason I say that is because when we have these forms to fill out, Joseph perfectly said what makes his deck unique is that he has the BT9 Metal Gray X.
And there it is right there.
There it is. But that's Steven.
Yeah,
that's Steven's list. It's the other player.
Yeah.
So it's very, very funny.
Oh, is he going to go into the Z Gray here?
He's only got... Oh, I think he is. So he's got the Security Attack Plus on this. This could just be the end of the game right here.
Oh, no. It is also buffed still by the Metal Greymon X.
And that is it. The game is over.
Oh, wow. That was a fast one.
I did not expect that.
I did not expect the Metal Gray X. That was a really good tech card and choice right there.
Yeah, that's really cool. So for people who missed it, including almost us,
no
the
joke.
Metal Greymon X does let you do a Digivolve for free on top of a
Metal Greymon,
which it is. It's
doesn't matter
color,
the color.
Doesn't matter. And then you get Security Attack +1 for the turn.
And plus 3K.
And plus 3K and Rush from the Metal Gray, right?
So the Metal Gray does have the Rush still. I'm not quite sure if the actual Metal Greymon...
Yeah, we'd have to check that. There is a judge there. Yeah, but does it get? I know it gets secure attack +1 for the turn. I'm pretty sure it gets.
Yeah, I need to check that out too. That was very fast because I was like, wait a minute. Because there would be a huge difference between whether this Digimon gains Rush
Yeah.
and whether...
It does gain rush. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
gains
does.
Rush.
It
Okay.
does. It gains Rush.
That's very good to know.
Don't mind me. I am not a Blue Flare player or that much of a...
For the record, we're like a mile away from him.
Yeah.
So we can't see the cards, and we're just like, surely.
But that gain Rush effect comes in clutch, though.
Yeah,
because-
it does.
Yeah.
I have not seen that combo before.
I
but
hadn't
yeah.
seen it until now, and that was
Very
really
strong.
cool. Because normally we see the security attack +1 secure from the starter deck, Greymon.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. On the as a source, but not as
Yeah.
a top card.
Wanyamon comes into play again, and then we have Gaussmon to hopefully not have jamming and just get deleted. That's what we want to see. And then a Sayakomon to prevent cost reduction for Digivolving.
Which is great against this deck specifically.
absolutely.
I'm really liking Steven's deck so far. It looks like it's very good for this deck.
Joseph's also being able to pick up a little bit more now. He finds the rookie that he couldn't find last time, and then stabilizes with his memory. Quick promote. And there's Gauss. It does not get deleted. Greymon,
Yeah,
X
and even
antibody,
worse.
and there's the Agu X. Two
And the
hits.
next antibody. Okay. Joseph definitely had a slow start this last game, but it is a good one right
We're
now.
putting on some gas for this game for sure. And no memory choking because of that Yuya Kuga.
Mm-hmm. All right, just playing Metal Gray. No Tamer out. Very dangerous.
That
You could
is
lose a lot of
very
resources.
confident. That is
Yeah.
very confident hit right there. So going exactly to 3, Joseph here's his best play would be to probably go into the Greymon X play or the Agu X first to search.
Mm-hmm.
But going into a Metal Gray would still cost him the full 4 because of that Sayakomon that's in play.
Yeah, and you can, like, if you really want to punish, you can do a D Digivolve on the Metal Gray as well. And we'll have to see what comes out.
There's the Agu X. Draws another Yuya, suspends the Cool Boy to draw another card. And then reveal top 3. There's Gray, Black War Gray, and an Agu X. Snap picks Black War Gray.
I would too.
His hand looks like it's full of goodies.
All right.
There's-
And does that gains the memory back?
Yes,
correct? Okay,
that is
So
correct.
it gets around Shayako.
There's the Metal Gray Alterus, and that's going to pop Sayakomon. He's actually playing with one of the top, 32 Greymons from Evo Cup.
Can he do that? It's not the same level, right? For the Yuya?
It just needs... So it's not going to have protection card... Protection from options. It'll just have the plus 2,000 defense.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. And it looks like they swung into the Gaussmon.
Yep.
Anything to be played off of it? There is not.
And then reboot.
that just
And that's just
gets
pop.
out of it. Yeah. This
No
is a
saves.
way different game, too.
Very. Steven bringing out Wanya again. So that Black War Gray has reboot, and it's also buffed by 2,000 right now. There's the Blazing. Seeing a lot of components again. We've got Metal Grays, we've got Greymon, Male Burdra.
But no Tamers.
Still no Kiriha. I think it's sitting in his security.
Hopefully. That'd be nice because you are spending a lot of time and resources kind of wasted without it.
We also know Steven has already lost 2 cards when he did that crossplay earlier.
Mhm.
And it's a little different from Crossheart in that, when you cross, you either reveal top 3 or draw 2. With Gaussmon in the back, he has at least some little aggression, security poke next turn. That's assuming Joseph doesn't redirect the attack.
Yeah.
Just a Greymon.
There. Well, yeah.
There's
Still no tamer.
Zeke
Jeez.
and looks like a Metal Gray. That's the Metal Gray
Plus launcher,
Yeah, the Cyber Launcher. Shaman's like, I get a sword, you get a very big gun.
Yeah. A launcher.
Joseph has a lot more control this time around. I think he there was quite a brick last time.
Yeah. This matchup changes greatly if you're able to just get up to your first stack. Just a rookie. No, it's not a tamer.
Just Dracomon. Luckily, Joseph also has the Metalgramon Altruist mode, which means that he does have protection with those two Agumons in the Digivolution sources, just as one form of protection. Oh, we're gonna start putting multiple more bodies on board. That means that Blue Flare might be able to do something about it.
Oh, he didn't hear us, but he's on the same wavelength. Yeah, looking top 3.
He wants that Greymon. He needs that Greymon.
You get so much advantage from it. Like it's I wouldn't say like it's a wrong play, but like you're so tempted to be like, oh, why would I not want to gain as much advantage from my memory? But
his hand also indicates that he's got the BT5 Greymon. That's the other alternate art version that you can get from the memorial packs. There's the Greymon X. Gaining back 1 from the Cool Boy and an extra draw. And now he's got complete option card protection and that plus 2000 DP buff.
Now he did just play this Augu, so he can't attack with it. But
Correct.
you can do, if you want to get rid of that Greymon, I think he has X Ante in hand with the Metal Gray X Ante. So put it underneath, do the full devolution for 2, pass them 1, and clear the board.
Seems like a good plan. I think he heard you.
agrees. He close, pretty much, essentially.
Essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
So that stack's interesting that it's going to have 2 forms of protection. The X Antibody and also that Altruist mode.
Yeah. So without the what is it? You would be able to do the X Antibody Digivolution still next turn too, which is great for another stack protection, another Cool Boy. So I think it's strong.
Luckily, Joseph doesn't have that Metal Gray Mon from BT11 because trashing security is always beneficial in many ways, because if you trash that Tamer, you lose that value there.
Yeah, and I would have to, like, seeing how many cards in the top of Steven's stack, the amount of Tamers he hasn't played yet, I would assume there's at least 1 Tamer in that security.
Gaussmon going in. Is there going to be the redirect with that X Antibody? Nah, he's not scared.
Yeah, and like there's oh my gosh, that's the second one.
Gaiomon is another option, so that's an insta hit right there.
That Gaussmon's only hit Cool Boys. Yeah, there's definitely Tamers in Joseph security.
Oh.
All right. Surely you can't whiff
blazing.
3 times.
You can.
Oh my gosh, that is
Still no Kiriha, but you can find the Decadramon, the Dracomon, and also the Metal Greymon, I believe.
Yeah, I think you went through about half your deck and there's no Tamer in over half of it. That's absurd.
Joseph's playing this one a little slower, which isn't a bad thing.
No.
Checking things out right now, just trying to make sure, what the game state is. I mean, in this situation, what would you do? If you were Joseph,
I'd feel fine.
Would you swing into the Gauss, or would you just go into security and start beating in?
I'd probably start being aggressive. I know Blue Flare traditionally doesn't have a lot of protection stuff.
Ooh.
Oh, OmniX.
We know there's Gaio, so this could be game here.
Well, he's got 6 memory, so he's going to attack here. See how that goes. Good.
But Gaio could have been an extra check.
Yeah, I think you're fine, because I think he's going to go to OmniX, because he just drew it, and he's got 6 memory.
That's BT5, though.
Yeah, but like you get the pop, and then you get protection from swinging.
That's true.
Which is okay.
Now he's got blocker up and ready to go. He's got another Greymon X handy. There's the D-Digivolve and Pop.
Yeah, we haven't seen him, I think, at this match at all.
And Gaussman doesn't do anything, right?
No.
Oh, there's the Deca.
Oh, yeah, sorry. He has, yeah, you get to draw 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still no
I
tamer.
don't think I saw it there either. Oh, that's it.
Yeah. If it lives the swing, you are good to go.
Blazing.
Oh, and
Kiriha.
yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
We knew it.
All right, so MelgaX being the starting point for both of these games,
Very
but on
true.
opposite sides of the table. We'll have to see how Game 3 goes for these guys.
I know most players right now, they're probably running only one copy of the BT9 Metalgramon X from BT9. That's for that extra security check. That's for that extra DP buff. The thing is, we saw already 2 copies appear in Joseph's deck. So the question becomes, he's going a more aggro route. I'm kind of curious how many Gaiomons he runs too.
Yeah, I like to see the ratios because they must be pretty unique with how, because you're so like level 5 and level 6 is really tight for this list. There's so many good targets and so many good picks for it. So you need to make sure that you choose the ones that you like the most.
We've seen lists where, Gaiomon was the dominate level 6. We've seen other builds utilize 2 Omnimon X's from BT5.
Yeah.
We even saw a very spicy list from earlier that had the promo Black War Greymon with gravity crushes, and it's all different.
Yeah.
Everyone has a player preference of what they want to do.
And this is the not only largest event we've ever had, but this is the start of a brand new format for us. We have some ideas of how it looks, obviously,
Yes.
not only from just playtesting, but seeing it in other countries. But you don't have those refined lists, right?
No.
You have a lot of your own refinement that you have to choose, and you have to see what refinement kind of makes it to the end.
And a lot of these also are match-by-match basis, because if you're the Black War Greymon X player that runs into every MelgaX, for example, you have a stronger chance of winning against a MelgaX deck than playing against a Grandis or a Jesmon.
Yeah.
I think both players in this situation, they would want to go second. So yeah, Joseph is going first. And again, Koromon finds the same Agumon as the
It
first
sure
game
does,
with
yeah.
the red memory boost.
Again, I think, Steven won game 1 pretty handily just by being able to capitalize on, Joseph not seeing the pieces and kind of stalling a little bit. And that kind of what happened to Steven on this game too. So we'll have to see, maybe not who draws better, but who stalls the least.
Yes. I wonder if Steven will hard drop, the blazing memory boost, see if he can find it again.
I don't know. You did it 3 times last game. You missed them all. So, like, I'm like, oh, man, is it going to hit this time?
He's thinking about it, I feel like. You can see bits and elements of their hands, so...
Oh, just going straight on into it. This will get 2 quick checks.
And it has rush.
Yeah, because you put the security attack +1. Oh, you are just
What a mad lad.
feeling it. 3 checks.
3 checks, let's go.
11K. 1,
Lives.
2, 3.
There's the cool boy.
There's a cool boy right on time, but you are 2 swing. You are losing next turn if you don't stop, because there's 2 checks on that metal gray.
Yes.
And there's a rookie and raising.
Now, the funny thing here is if Steven were to go into a Z Greymon,
I'm going to say it straight up. I think he loses. I think he's already lost. Like, you have no rookie and raising. You don't have anything you can push up. You're going to be...
he's just
go
putting him
up
to 2.
Yeah, you can go up to 4, but I can't... Like, that seems incredibly tough. Unless... Like, the only thing is if Metal Gray loses in the first check in security.
Yeah.
But that is an incredibly tough opener to play against.
Hades Force here might save Joseph, too. That could be...
But you need to have a guy out to use it, right?
No, I'm saying in the security.
Yeah,
in security.
that's it.
Yeah, like that's
Hades Force are something with 8K or more DP.
Oh. Putting back to 2.
Here we go.
This is a huge nail biter, but this is also It lived.
And you are done.
That
Oh
is
my
it.
gosh, that is it.
What an upset.
Oh my gosh.
Blue Flare. We've talked about it being like a dark horse.
Yeah.
We saw how successful it was on the last tournament that you and I were a part of too. And
That is so mean.
Yeah.
That is such a mean play.
I mean, now we can literally understand why he said in
It's
his,
aggressive.
What makes your deck unique? It's aggressive.
And it sure is.
It did.
Yeah.
It literally just finished the game.
My goodness. Yeah, that is such a deadly combo. 3 checks on turn 1.
Yes.
And then the next 3 checks on your second turn.
It'll definitely make you start second guessing whether you want to give your opponent 3 memory if you're playing against Blue Flare. Because
he spent 5 memory that entire game.
yes. And that was it.
That is absurd.
That is it. 3 and then 2 into that Decardramon.
Yeah.
And then next turn, you're just like, okay.
Which you even didn't need to do 2. You just need 3 memory.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
absurd.
he had no other way to, there was no way to choke him at exactly 1 unless he had like the hammer sparks or anything like that. But to be fair, when you basically used your entire hand, the Greymon, the Melgax, the Metal Greymon, and then you Digivolve 1 and then actually draw 1 off of that.
Yeah.
That was enough of an investment to clear 4 security off of that. Or 3, sorry, off the first one, and then 2 more off that. Crazy.
Crazy good. Well, we're going to try to get him over here, have a little talk about his process for the deck and his thoughts. So we'll be right back with that. With round number, I think it's 7.
7, yeah.
7. Oh my goodness. It's been a long day here in Los Angeles for the North American Digimon 2022 finals. I'm joined again for maybe the last time today with Luis. Maybe?
Perhaps, yes. Well, unless we go to,
round 10.
Right,
Yes. So we have 13 undefeated right now. We have, I think it was 8 Blackboard Greymons.
Yeah, Blackboard Greymon is definitely the majority.
Yeah.
And then there's one-offs of a couple decks.
Yeah, Machinedramon, Metal, Garuru, a Crossheart,
and a Jesmon. Which
And
we're actually going to see on stream in this round.
Yeah, and surprise, the opponent is a Black Horde Gray. But
yeah,
that's fine. Oh, and Blue Flare, which won last round too.
Yes.
Yes.
And that game was crazy.
That was super crazy.
I was watching it from the side and I was like, huh. Yeah.
yeah. Unironically, like, I think he just won on turn 2. Like,
yeah, no, he really did.
So we have that looking forward to us today. And then, so we are playing until 1 undefeated with 13 undefeated right now. There is a solid chance that we do just have 3 more rounds, including this one. If they're, because I believe on round 9, there will be 3 undefeateds, assuming no ties and extra
draws. Right, it'll come down to the down pair, right?
Yes, there will be a down pair, and we'll have to go from there. And there's a down pair right now, but I'm not sure if that matters as much because there's 13.
Right.
So
but for this round, I'm really excited to see the Jesmon.
Yes.
I talked about this I talked to you earlier in DigiFest. I was commentating. We had a Jesmon undefeated. I put him on stream. He instantly lost. So I hope that this is not the case here. I want to see Jesmon do well. But it is up against Blackboard Greymon, so we will see.
That's pretty much like the last couple of rounds. It's just like, can this deck beat Blackboard Greymon?
Yeah,
no,
that's
too bad.
No.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Blue Flare took it. We'll see if it continues to go. I think that's the best deck I've seen today, that Blue Flare deck. I think it has a lot of chance.
Yeah, the Blue Flare is strong. I mean, when you open like that,
yes.
And I do like the MelgaX technology. It makes sense. You keep rush for the turn, swing for 2. Why not, right? Be very aggressive. As for Jesmon, it did get that whole new starter deck. We have one Saberhawk instead of 1, but you have the new Saberhawk one. We have all sorts of Sistermons out there, and I feel like Jesmon is good, right?
Yeah.
Although you wouldn't consider it to be like one of the top decks right now, but
and so that's why I feel like I've been burnt by Jesmon so many times.
Oh, yes,
where it's
exactly.
just like, like the first time we got it, like we had to it's going to be good, and like Saber Huckmon got limited, and even before it got limited to 1, it wasn't really doing a lot. And then we got the new starter deck, and everyone's like, oh, it's back.
Right,
And,
like even at its prime when it was like, this is Jesmon format, for us it was like, no, it's Bond format. Jesmon was always like second fiddle to them.
It was. So
ever since that, it's just never been there. And then the whole new starter deck, and like you said, we've been hurt too much.
And then we had BT10 meta with EX3 as well, and it didn't really do anything. Got new support, but didn't really top. And now people are like, okay, it's BT11. It got no direct support, but it's time. It's Jesmon time. And I
don't believe in Jesmon, no.
It's doing better than I've seen it. About as well, honestly, as it's done in BT10.
Yeah.
We see it, people are playing it, people believe in it. And it's just that issue of sometimes with running so many Sistermons or so many cards that you can't use to cycle, you can get very bricky hands.
Yeah, and it's also a type of deck where Jesmon can steamroll you for sure. And I could see how a Jesmon player could be 6-0.
Yeah.
But the more rounds we play, it's just harder and harder for him to keep that undefeated streak.
Yeah. And just for people at home, we are waiting real quick. There has to be a quick resleeve for one of our players, so that's what we're waiting on right now. But it will be up pretty soon. They will get their own time as well, so it's not eating up until their time. But who do you think wins this matchup for Jesmon Black or Gray? People say Jesmon's good because it can be Black or Gray.
No, I don't believe in it. Like, I really don't. I want to sit here and be like, yeah, Jesmon, but no, I do not believe in it.
Right? Like,
so, like you were saying earlier, like I'd like to be proven wrong.
Yeah,
Let's see what Ben has. Show me Jesmon popping off. I would love to see it. I don't believe in it, no.
Yeah, and I made a tier list like 2 weeks ago saying, and it was a Nationals tier list in the sense of, do I think this deck is going to get, win it, be a runner-up, or like top 32, top 2028. I think I started with the video saying Jesmon was probably not going to make it. I think I like squeezed. I couldn't remember if it was it or something else, but I'm like, all right, maybe it'll top. Maybe we'll get there. Maybe we can see it right now. If Benjamin wins right now, I think there's a almost 100% chance he gets top 32. Either of these players.
Yeah, that's pretty good. One thing that I did want to bring up is that we're talking about players that are undefeated, but players that are X1 and some that are X2 can still make it to day 2.
Correct.
So, for example, I heard that there was a green hybrid player on table 24.
Oh, okay.
X1.
Yeah.
So that guy could go undefeated for the rest of the day and still make it to day 2, right?
Yeah. I saw a Skull Nightmon doing kind of well mid rounds. I haven't checked up on him. I see a lot of cross art too who are just like X1.
Cross was very good, yeah. And it was funny, like we had the Machinedramon player on stream, he lost, and it's like, oh wait, there's another Machinedramon player. We also had a player that was playing Dorbigmon, who is no longer undefeated, but he's X1, so he might make it to day 2, right?
And we do have some Grandis players, and honestly, we've been trying to keep them off the stream just because those are like 10, 15-minute matches, and we can't move a like ongoing match to the stream, right?
It's not possible.
Our setup's already 4 cameras, one for face, 2 for cam. Like it's already a lot, so we can't do that on like a webcam tournament where we can switch tables. So we're trying to get some of the longer ones, some of the more interesting ones, and I think this Jesmon's going to be interesting. I've heard a lot of Jesmon matches just kind of go to time too, which is really, I wouldn't expect that.
So one thing I think is pretty funny, so we have this player interviews, Benjamin here with the Jesmon player. Yeah. So we asked him, what makes your deck unique? And he said, luck. Just one word, luck.
Luck, that is it.
I feel like you're playing Jesmon at an event like this, you have to be lucky to a certain degree, right? So
you do. And then Andres on the same, he likes going Omni X for the win, which is such a strong, I'm going to guess it's BT 10.
Actually a misspelled Omnimon, but...
Oh, Omni Mom. Yeah, Omni Mom. Let's see.
Yeah, the Omni X is good. We saw like Jose just used it to close the game out. Very powerful for sure.
Yeah.
Or if he's running about the BT5-1, still good in certain matchups. Maybe against Jesmon it comes up. I'm not sure. We will see.
Yeah, and while we have this minute, because I know you guys are waiting, and we're sorry that there's a hiccup on that, but just thank you purely from the bottom of my heart for all the support and everyone watching right now. This is a lot of work to put together and a lot of production, everything. Brian, who you guys will probably see maybe later, he's done a lot of work for this and really, really passionate, both of us and everyone here, honest. Everyone's really passionate about it. So I really hope you guys have enjoyed it. All the content creators as well who made the videos in between. I know they're a lot of work too. So we really do appreciate you guys hanging out, catching all the action. We hope you guys are enjoying it. And this is only half of it. We got top 32 tomorrow to also go through as well.
Tomorrow will be very, very exciting.
Yes.
We'll crown the North American champion, see who's going to represent us at the World Championship. And that's pretty exciting.
Yes, 100%. So, and I don't think we even know really how that format's going to be either. Like,
no, they usually keep us in the dark until the very end where it's like, oh, world.
Yeah, so, it's here. So
yeah,
we'll have to see how that goes out. But I really do appreciate all the support, and it's been really, really endearing, and I really do appreciate it. So looks, and if they are still, because you can't. Yeah, okay, they're still going. We also do well, there are competitors right there. So that is Benjamin there. That is our Jesmon player. And on the other side, we do have Andres with some new sleeves he's rocking.
Yeah, we got Andres from Florida with the Black or Gray. Again, this is the deck to beat for sure. As we've shown you guys, the majority of on-tier players are Black or Gray players. And there might be quite a bit that are also X1, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I did not do the math. I'm fairly certain by like round 5, it was mathematically impossible for Black Warrior X to not top. There are so many people who are undefeated with it that even if they all lost, some of them had to win because they'd have to play each other. And they're just doing so well right now.
And it just makes sense for an event like this. You're playing so many rounds. You just take the most best consistent deck. Black Warrior in this case for sure. Like, yes, people are trying to counter that and beat you, but it's just so strong overall. But here we go. We have round 7. We have Andres Perdomo against Benjamin Tran.
And hopefully these new sleeves won't be intimidating for him. You know, got to break them in real quick.
And I really would love to see the Jesmon prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Please, let me see some exciting Jesmon action.
Yeah, and we've said it. It's just, I love being wrong in card games because it just means there's a whole new archetype, a whole new deck that I can play that I thought wasn't even in the game anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I've tried Jesmon so many times, and like you said, it always just lets me down. Something is always wrong with it. So we're going to have the Koromon start for Andres here.
No rookie.
If you don't have a rookie, having a memory boost is at least
all right.
Next best thing, right? Let's pick up your rookie.
Yeah, so it's the X anti-rookie, so not your favorite.
But at that point, any rookie is your favorite, right? You would
yeah. And that's why like these decks are so powerful because you do get the double no rookie.
Yeah, that's see, but like in that case, they both don't have rookies, but it's infinitely better for Andres, right? Like he's a turn delayed, but he found his rookie. He's established a memory boost. Hopefully, has pieces. So for Benjamin, it's kind of rough. A lot of times the Jesmon decks, you know, they make sacrifices to fit in all the sister mons. So I wonder, like, if they're playing maybe less rookies.
I mean, they can kind of be rookies where you can play them, and you know, like Blanc lets you draw a card and stuff. But it's the same thing where like All Force. I think All Force was a deck that a lot of people wanted to do really, really well with this format, right?
Oh, you see new sleeves, they're slippery.
Yeah, they're super.
It's a classic.
It was like half a joke, but I recognize like, man, they're gonna be super slippery.
Okay, so here we go. We know he does have the rookie. Gonna be going into... Oh, he actually has a regular Agumon, so now I can go Agu-X over it.
So probably a good top deck.
Like at that point, I like just going the Agu-X. You don't get the effect, but the extra cycle can be nice. It depends, though. He might just be holding it. Maybe he waits to promote. He's gonna hard drop the Agu-X, actually. Get the search. We build in the young cool boy. So, the new Jesmon is kind of nice with the Blitz.
Yeah, so it has Blitz.
+1.
Yeah, it becomes like a 15k attack +1, and being able to play Sistermon is all good. But
yeah, like the Blitz would let you be faster, right? And then the new Saber Hawk lets you play another sister, so you can flood the board quickly. Is the idea? Here we see the Jesmon. Those look kind of nice. Just a lot of Agumons, but we finally do see the Greymon coming out. This time the Blocker Greymon. It's interesting to see how people
you can't Digivolve that on top of there. Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking the other one. That's right. Yeah.
And he has the Greymon X follow-up, which, again, very, very powerful. So, yeah, next turn we might be seeing a Jesmon. Not super scary at the moment, I would say.
No, yeah, it looks like Andres just isn't capitalizing on what he wants. Like, if he does have a level 5, you probably go into it. Especially if you can do it for the Savior. But
yeah, I mean, if he's able to go into a 5... Oh, and I was going to say, if he can go into the 6 and then on the restand pop the level 5, like, that probably would just be game.
Yeah, and getting another Agumon to essentially restart your stack, but...
Was that...
A Haze Force and a BT5 on me.
Yeah, BT5 on me. We're just going to bottom deck those. Yeah, just still finding pieces. Very slow for Andres, but it's fine. Eventually, he will have those pieces. Sir Benjamin, he also had a bit of a slow start. Can go into the Jesmon, so I'm curious if you're just like, okay, do you just immediately go into the Jesmon?
Probably. Again, he hasn't seen a rookie as far as we know, which is quite rough, but yeah. Oh, going into...
The Jesmon GX?
GX?
It's the sister. Sister lets you Digivolve, right?
Yeah. Goes into the GX. So I believe that was the older Jesmon.
They're gonna get the swing. Gets to swing at the unsuspended. And then with the Herald can clear the Agumon. So honestly, pretty good turn. Like for all things considered, he gets to clear the board, do 3 checks. Does hit into a Yuya, which is less than ideal. And he also did pass over quite a bit of memory. But for a start with no rookie, we will take that. That's definitely a good use of his Jesmon GX.
Now, will he have secure attack for the rest? Yeah.
He gets a Blitz, Pearson, secure attack +1. Pretty good.
So yeah, he's pushing lethal for this next turn.
Yeah, and Andres is still picking up the pieces. You know, like all the game, he's done nothing but memory boost and Agumons for searches, and like that is fine. But at some point, it's just way too slow, right?
Yeah, and that's what makes this deck good, is that you always will have like things to do. It's very hard for you to have like no play,
Right.
but it doesn't mean it's a good play.
Yeah, and usually like you could be going up the line, and while you're going up the line, you're drawing and seeing your cards, right? Like hard dropping an Agumon might be okay, but it's just, I think, too many searches for Andres. Obviously missing the pieces, and when he did get a level 4, it was answered. We see he is playing the promo Black Greymon, the Digiburst restand. But yeah, just an Agumon out on the board and facing a Jesmon GX. Very scary. Benjamin's about to win this with no rookies.
Yeah, seriously, he just played the bow into the savior into the stack, and that's the thing. Like Blackwood Greymon is all about that stack. If you don't have it, there's very little you can do with no board or nothing.
Yeah, the deck is very powerful, but it is very one-dimensional, right? Like your plays make the stack, and beyond that, there's really not much else you can do. He did pop the memory boost, and he still has Cool Boy, so potentially he could still do quite a bit of work this turn. Has to go straight into Greymon X, which is less than ideal. Looks like he did not have a regular Greymon, sadly. It makes a huge difference there. He's going to equip the X antibody option. Trying to, what, de-digivolve the Jesmon GX, or go into the metal and pop the sister?
That, like...
Well, I mean, at least get rid of the body, right? So
yeah.
You're just not done on the board.
Yeah, and so... Oh, no, you don't have the thing underneath it either. So this, you can...
Well, he's got the option, but does the sister have protection, or...?
Oh, yeah, got plus 2k, I believe, for the turn.
All right, Jesmon swinging. That's two checks, and that's game. That was surprisingly fast.
It's faster than sleeving the deck, yeah.
Yeah, honestly. No rookie needed on that one.
Not at all. Like, one, just to say that he, show he has rookies in the deck, but otherwise...
I guess that was a good display of the explosiveness of Jesmon, even though, to be honest, he didn't really do much either.
No, he just had a couple cards that had security attack +1. That's it.
And I guess it was a good time for Benjamin to commit. Like, he was off to an awkward start, and he gave Andres a ton of memory to work with. But it was clearly the correct choice. The Jesmon GX doing more than enough damage. And now we're heading into game 2, and maybe Jesmon does have what it takes.
Maybe if you keep drawing like that, or at least keep forcing your opponent to draw like that, I could see Jesmon doing.
Yeah, I will say in that game we did not get to see Andres do anything. Right? He was literally like Agumon, memory boost.
Yeah, and it's a shame because like he's undefeated, so he's probably been not drawing like that the entire day. And we're like, all right,
for sure,
let's put you on stream. He's like, deck got nervous. Like,
yeah, some people don't like being on stream because of that, right? You just feel like it might be bad luck, for example. Some people enjoy the extra attention.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like, at the same time, like, some people really want to be on stream, and it's sometimes like, I don't want to.
His hand is shaking. He's actually shaking so much.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, he's very nervous.
Are probably hungry too. Like, this is packed day. It is a very packed day here. We have, again, 9 or 10 rounds.
Yeah, if you've been up since, 9 in the morning maybe, or earlier than that.
No, way earlier. Doors opened at 8. We had to be in a seat by like 9:30.
Yep. So we are moving on to game 2 here. We're going to see if Andres can bring it back. Or is Jesmon about to take a clean 2-0 this time around? He does have a rookie and a champion to follow up. So off to an excellent start.
All right, we're both playing rookies today. Good to see.
Yeah, I'd rather just see both players get to play the game, right? And no rookie life is a rough one. Gonna see the red memory boost. Can pick up the Gaiomon. I've seen quite a bit of Gaio today. People seem to really like it.
Yeah, it does it all. Like, Digivolving does so much against so many decks.
Oh, for sure.
Like Crossheart, it just messes up their entire
this is very
stack.
interesting, though. I'm seeing a Crimson Blaze from Benjamin. I feel like these decks are not really playing those type of options anymore, but Crimson Blaze is very strong. I'm a fan of it. The Disciple memory boost is very, very powerful as well.
Yeah, it's just like they're more tall decks than wide decks, I feel like, right now.
Oh, for sure. Infinitely, yeah. Like, I'm sure there's matchups like maybe Bloomlord where it's insane against. But how many Bloomlords did he play against today,
I haven't seen any. No, I believe they're here, but I just haven't seen any.
Yeah, I think people really sleep on a Bloomlord, but that's a conversation for another day. We're seeing the Huckmon come out, get the double search, pretty good. Gonna stay in the back, pick up those pieces. And Andres, again, still just going heavy on the searches. Needs to find the pieces. Get the cool boy, but already AguX.
And Judge just confirming on the card real quick.
Yeah, he can't pick up 2, that's true. Again, more searching for Andres. Like, okay, right now it's still okay. It's still acceptable.
And
But-
you have a level 6 or a level 4 or a level 5.
Yeah,
Hopefully
surely maybe by now he has all the pieces he actually needs.
I don't know. I think he's searching for a level 4 and he's just not finding it.
Yeah, Benjamin also stay in the back. You know, protect the stack until he's ready to go into the Jesmon. Which makes sense. We saw how explosive that Jesmon can be when he did get into it.
Yeah, especially with the Disciple Master right there. It does mean that you do get to do it for essentially 2. Not that you need to keep it your
Right,
turn,
but maybe, right?
yeah.
Okay, finally we're seeing going up. Greymon for 1, Greymon X for 0. Tap the cool boy, gain 1, draw 1. Just to see so many cards. MelgaX could destroy the Bauhawkmon. Maintain turn. Does he want to like commit right now heavy?
I
Build in the back?
think you do, even though like
Yeah.
you know you're gonna get crack backed.
Yeah, is he gonna commit to the Black Greymon right away? Just have the memory boost, although it's not super relevant, right? Like the Jesmon can't blitz anyway, and it's gonna have quite a bit of DP.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go in there for
Okay,
1.
as a way to memory choke, I think that's okay. Next turn he's guaranteed 3 memory. He can go into Black Greymon or Gaiamon potentially, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's one of those games where like you kind of want to play chicken and let your opponent go into their 6 first, so that your 6 can then answer it. Well, for both players, just a slow game, a lot of searching, finding those pieces.
I don't see Benjamin pushing up. He's not. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to, like I said, wait until Andres commits to something first.
Yeah, or he just doesn't have his
True, he could still be missing those pieces
his
as well.
level 6.
Definitely
We saw him add
stay.
one, so I guess right. He added level 6 earlier with the
Yeah.
Huckmon, so that can't be it. He's just trying to be more
And
passive.
at this point, Andres just has so much to work with, right? The memory boost, the cool boy. Essentially bring out the second Agumon just to at least cycle or push some damage. Like, is the Black Greymon afraid of the Jesmon? You have the reboot, right? It's like, it might...
Yeah, but you can use some of the effects let you attack into stuff.
Yeah.
And Jesmon gets pretty big.
Well, it's
so
like, you have that on the Savior Huckmon, so he's already missed that.
yeah,
Because it's in racing. And because you have that on Saber Huckmon, you don't usually play the option anymore because
yeah.
it's kind
Blade
of
of the True, yeah, or Judgment Blade.
Judgment of the Blade.
Judgment of the Blade. I got there.
Looks like we are gonna go X on the body, swinging, or just Digibulbing
All right.
into the promo Blackboard Gray.
Decided to want to do some
Swing.
damage.
Yeah, it is just 1 check every time, so definitely not enough to go for a game or anything, but could definitely push quite a bit right now.
I really like this ad. I've seen a lot of it at a couple of these top tables running
I'm
it.
a fan. Yeah, Jackson is currently undefeated, and his build is playing apparently 4 of it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Doesn't choose to attack not even a single time. Wants to maintain all the inheribles and just go straight into the Gaiamon. And then attack the unsuspended. Doesn't have piercing or anything like that.
And the first
It
check in
does.
security would have just been a Huckmon, so
Yeah.
nothing too crazy.
Right. And we're still seeing nothing from Benjamin yet. Definitely missing. We see the Solarmon. I'm curious to see if that comes up.
Not adding any Sistermons either.
I mean, there's a couple in the trash. At this point, though, now it's kind of scary, right? Guy can be swinging for 2 checks every time. Then it restand, trashes another one. Before
And
you
yeah.
know it, we could be looking at Omni for game.
And you can just do a free swing into the Huckmon just to get it suspended.
Yeah, if you
so-
want to play like super safe. I feel like swinging to a security is still kind of nice.
Mhm.
But we'll see how he chooses to play this. He's down a game. Sometimes if you're behind, yeah, he's going to just play super, super safe. Even keeping the Agumon in the back. I guess that's fine, right? If you could put him to 1, maybe start building in the back. And then you're still pushing damage every turn at the very least.
Yeah, and I think he's thinking about Digivolving for 3 just to pass to 1 again.
Yeah, it's a fine way to memory choke. In this case, the Triggers Resolution is kind of nice. Gets the restand, gets the trash. And finally, Benjamin is pushing up. We waited a long time for this. Let's see just how much you can get out of it.
All right, Jesmon there. Playing from trash, maybe?
Yeah,
All
so we have once again the sister. It lets you
Gain a
Digivolve
mem.
on play.
No, sorry, yeah, you're right. It's that one.
Yeah, and this is exactly what it did last game, right? It is a huge memory commitment, but you're essentially going from your 5 to your 7,
Mm-hmm.
kind of like cheating out the 6. It's the Jesmon underneath. I mean, it's good, right? It's definitely powerful.
And you get blocker and reboot and the boosts.
Yeah, I get quite a bit of effects. Gets another sister.
Yeah, I've never seen I've very rarely must have seen the Jesmon X antibody alt art.
Yeah, the altars are very, very bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it gets the clear. Gets quite a bit of checks. I guess it's only hit Cool Boy.
And I believe it gains piercing. Yeah, it has. Yeah, he swung over and piercing. Yeah, that's right.
It does have the +1. So there's the second check. We got another one.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Now, I like the way Andres played that. He had set up previously in the back. With this play that Benjamin is doing, he does pass over quite a bit of memory. So with the 2 Cool Boys and a memory boost and a Melgax on the board, Andres has enough resources to hopefully answer back.
Yeah, I don't think you get. I thought the GX got reboot as well. Maybe I know it gets a lot of red text.
Might be looking for the Digivolve perhaps. The Melgax can maybe clean up on the sisters. Yeah, goes into the Melgax. There's the Digivolve. We're back to the Jesmon X antibody, I believe.
Yes.
And now Black Room can just do Black Room on things. He still has, again, quite a bit of memory. If we could proc the Cool Boys, I feel like that would go a long way.
Yeah, if you had an X antibody, you could pop one of the Sistermons, and then you'd get the
Oh, he does. That's
That's gonna
huge,
be very strong.
right? Spend 1, gain 2. We definitely take those. Get a good amount of card draw in case he was missing anything.
The Blanc with blocker. Yep.
Yeah, get it out of there.
And then if you want, you can attack with it. Go into Blackwood Raymon X to pop the other and swing into the Jesmon.
You're gonna pop the boost as well.
Oh, then he get a lot of
Because
memory.
that's so much to work with on this turn. Like Benjamin's plays are very powerful, but they do give over quite a bit of resources.
They
especially
do.
because he was checking into a Cool Boy on the swing. So
Mhm.
look at Andres. He has just so many cards in hand.
Yeah, 6 memory, like 12 cards in hand.
Yeah, like
A level 5.
stack is about as good as it gets. Gonna go into the Black Gray. Swing in. Yeah, he gets to attack the unsuspended. When he unsuspends, he can pop the Jesmon GX. Get some card draw. And now it's about, I guess, giving him as little as possible, right?
I suppose so.
And I feel
So
like that's a pretty good way to answer the board.
yeah, at the start of your opponent's turn, you will reboot. You'll get the destruction on the Jesmon, as
Yeah.
well as to get the memory. Andres is really respecting Benjamin's security, I feel like.
Yeah, he's played very, very safe. And I guess I'm okay with it, right? Like
Yeah.
at this point, board control is definitely the name of the game. Gonna pick up both the Greymon and the Omni.
Omni-X
And
is
just one
huge, too.
GX, you know, we saw him do a lot, but he has no protection. He's gone. Security's trashed. And we could be looking maybe at game next turn. All I can really do is start building in the back once again. Maybe set up one of his disciple boosts.
Up to, level
I
4.
don't know that we've seen like any sort of tamer or anything like that. Or just go straight into the 5. So you have guaranteed Jesmon. If he gets another turn, I don't know if Andres is playing like a Blitz Omni, for example.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a tamer either. And so we'll have to see, like...
Yeah. We've also seen him play the promo Blackboard Gray. And depending on, like with 2 Cool Boys, he might be able to go into a 6, right?
Yeah, he's starting to get danger of decking out.
Yeah, there's the promo. You go into a Greymon for 1, Greymon X.
Yes.
He's missing 1 memory to be able to go into the promo, sadly, right?
Greymon for 1,
Yeah, and then
3, and then
Greymon
for 2, 3, and then another 3. Yeah.
yeah,
Minimum
so
memory is 5
very, very close.
or 6.
He's gonna swing this time.
All right. Survives.
I feel like it's okay though, right? Even if you can't end the game, You can set it up so that on the unsuspend, you trash the last security, and your Agumon is ready to go. I guess you just give Benjamin as little as possible at this point.
And
Maybe
a
even
blocker,
play like
too.
another Agumon or something like that, just an extra body. Or maybe like a Yuya, just a memory choke. Like whenever Benjamin went into the Jesmon, it actually definitely did so much every single time. The first game, Andres just did not have an answer at all. But this time around, he had more than enough resources to be able to answer back.
I don't know, but like this Jesmon right now with level 5s hanging in the back is so scary. So there's a blocker, Metal Gray,
And it's just a one. I like that.
Yeah, just
give
a
him
one.
One memory to work with. No tamers, no memory boost, nothing for Benjamin. He's got one memory and a dream.
But that's sometimes enough.
I mean, it's enough for him to like go into Jesmon, summon a sister. Like he could definitely do plays, but are they game-winning plays? So he's gonna blitz. He'll play 2 sisters, one from the Savior, one from the Jesmon.
And
The sister lets you Digivolve again if he has another level 7. It's a possibility.
And we do have Blanc, which would give you a blocker to all of your Sistermons as well, which could help you sustain here, but
Yeah, but it wouldn't be enough because we know he has the promo Black ready to swing many times. I guess we get one sister.
and then again being able to do the Digivolve up.
Yeah, he really loves doing this play.
He does. It's his favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's every time it's been exactly what he's done, right? And again, it is a big commitment, but it's been very powerful every time. And use the Jesmon GX effect. They take the Gankumon. I believe take the one Digivolve effect of it, right?
Yes, which I know it has blocker. I don't recall if it has.
Yeah, I think that's how we protected his Sistermon last time.
Yeah.
So Jesmon GX is huge. Pretty good in hair rolls. Gets to play another sister. But is this enough, though, is the question. We see the Gankumon X antibody.
Yeah, so it has blocker, but it doesn't have reboot, which is
Yeah, so there is the 2 checks. So he did reboot. And they're both down to 0 security. Andres has 7 memory to work with. 2 cool boys. And over half his deck in his hand, right? So
yeah, and
he
there's
just needs one hit to go through.
yeah,
A
and
wall of sisters and the Jesmon GX.
just GX, yeah. There's one, and
There's
that's
one. Yeah. That's gonna be the game.
it. Yeah.
And just like that, we are gonna go to a game 3. I will say though, the Jesmon plays were strong every single time, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
But you can see the drawback, right? It's like, okay, I made this very powerful power play, but I gave you 6, 7 memory to work with. And for a deck like Blackboard Greymon, when you have that much memory and 2 cool boys, they could answer pretty much anything, right? There's like nothing they're scared of. They have the Digivolve, they can clear extra bodies, they can swing at stuff, swing unsuspended, they can unsuspend pop, trash security. It's too much, right?
Yeah, and it's just like throughout the game, like Black War Greymon just makes it so much easier to go up your stack, right?
Yes.
Jesmon, you'll always start at square 0, especially with the build that he's running. It's like, yeah, you get maybe up to a better, larger stack, but like, if it's gone, you got nothing. Like I'm developing cool boys, I have memory tamers, like I have a lot of things that go my way. So and I think just being able to have a deck that consistently use that cool boy, it's such a good card for a lot of decks.
Oh, he gets so much value out of it. And I feel like based on the way that Benjamin was playing, like he kind of waited quite a bit. I feel like, and every time he always went for the Jesmon GX after, right? I feel like he wants this specific setup and he gets so much out of it. But we've also seen Andres just start off with all these searchers. And as shown in the last game, you give him enough time. I mean, it's Blackboard Greymon at full power with 6 memory to work with, so it's tough. Gonna go into a game 3 here. Will Benjamin stay undefeated with the Jesmon? Or will Andres advance as another undefeated Blackboard Greymon? I felt like at game 2, he was very nervous. He looks a bit happier now, so
Yeah,
getting
definitely.
that win, doing quite a bit for Andres here.
I mean, you're on stream. It's been a long day.
It's
You
been a
probably
very
haven't.
long
You
day.
can't even use your favorite sleeves. You gotta just
True.
use these loner
Easily
ones.
with whole deck. And here we go, game 3. Gonna be Andres going first. No rookie.
We've seen this before.
Reveal a rookie.
Oh, on the
man.
last.
The
We knew it was
last
there.
one. On the last one.
Not a doubt.
Yeah, what about for Benjamin? Okay, so rookie for Benjamin. Gonna start going up the chain. Like if he can go into level 5 right now, and next turn come out and go into a 7, like
Oh, that's such
that's
a
what we wanna
good hit. 2 sisters into your trash on that one
yeah,
hit.
that's perfect. Right?
That,
Exactly what
you
wanna
can't
see.
wish for anything better than that.
Yeah, there's the Agu, and it's not the one he picked up. There's the classic where you don't have a rookie.
Yeah, and then
but
you draw it.
Yeah, your next card would have been one, basically. Gonna go into the blocker Greymon, just pass turn. Okay, so there's the 5. And Benjamin is ready to go. Maybe
Yep.
next turn is it. Next turn could be potentially game, more or less, for Benjamin.
Yeah, I think a lot of damage is probably coming his way if he's
Yeah.
not doing anything. Blocker is
If
good.
he does that this early in the game and he doesn't check into like 3 cool boys, then maybe it's just too much for Andres to answer, right? Especially if he still has to play Agumon.
All right, yeah, grabbing that
searches.
5 to. Oh, actually, that might be the only hit, but
Yeah.
I'm like, it just
Alright.
means he probably doesn't have a 5 to go into.
Is it go time for Benjamin? I'm very curious.
No.
No, not yet. Like I said, he does always go. There it is. He always wants that very specific line, right? So I guess he just doesn't come in until he has the full exact play. Picking up the Jesmon GX there, which is exactly what he was probably missing. We see the Agu X. It's a bit weaker without having the cool boy enabled, though. Still pretty good, though.
They're really good. For free, you draw 2 cards. Like,
Yeah.
why? That's super
You
solid.
can see Andres pick up the Gaio.
You can
I feel
actually
like
draw 3 cards too.
the D-Digital effect is a great way to answer the Jesmon GX, right?
Yeah.
Now, how does he want to pass the turn? Maybe set up like a cool boy? If he's like setting up cool boy, has Greymon X for the following turn, that would be ideal, I feel like. But he's just going to be a Greymon up top. And surely this time, Benjamin is going to go off. He pops both the Disciple Boost and the Digimon to the Jesmon for discounted. So maybe this time he goes to his play and doesn't actually pass over 50 memory.
Maybe.
Has the sister to gain 1. Play the other sister to then Digivolve. Again, this is the bread and butter we've seen every single time for Benjamin. He loves this play. Oh, pretty good. He's only
Yeah.
passing 5 memory to go into a level 7. That's going to clear, push 3 damage, right?
Yeah, and it's 4 because you get to
Oh.
give them in back. Yeah, so
that's
he's saying you got this cure attack from there, one
pretty
from
good.
there.
1, 2, cool boy insecurity? No cool boy
No,
insecurity.
there's a level 5, but yeah, you have 4 memory.
That's pretty good.
That's
the
pretty
difference
good.
is this time he did not actually clear on the Digivolve. But still, he's pretty much set up to win the following turn, right?
Right now,
So
yes.
it has to be go time for Andres. He has to go right now. And we've seen he definitely can answer. Although this time around he did not get a free cool boy insecurity. He does still have the memory boost and 4 memory revel. Is it more than enough? With a Greymon X, surely it is. Without a Greymon X, it might not get him there.
Yeah.
It's crazy how much like the Greymon X does for that deck. It like speeds it up dramatically.
Yeah, it offers protection. It offers up, like, there's no downside to it. Like,
Yeah.
the worst thing about it is that you would have to traditionally hard Digivolve for 3, but you're hardly ever doing that.
Yeah. And like the payoff is just so good. So he doesn't have the Greymon X. He does get the D-Digivolve with the metal. It's not good enough. He has option. Maybe swing into a Blackbird Greymon X. We know he has the Gaiamon as
Yeah,
well.
and you got the 2 of the bigger sister ones, so you can't even get the pop with the Metal Gray.
But that's true. They have quite a bit of DP, right? But definitely insane picks for Benjamin with the sisters there. Those disciples. Oh, those have the X.
All right, that one will do it.
Yeah. 6K. Still has 1 memory to work with. It's still relatively early into the game, though, so I am curious if he has. We know he does have the option. And at the very least, he's got the Gaio. But it might still be the full Blackbird Gray. This is pretty close so far. We're having a nice back and forth here. Andres definitely able to find what he was missing.
Yeah,
He used the memory because again, Benjamin's playing very strong, and even in the way that he did it there, he passed over like as little memory as possible. It still gave him 4 to work with.
A lot of memory. So yeah, there goes the X swinging into Jesmon.
And just like that, it's gonna be a full clear. Get the unsuspend, destroy, security trash, and now Andres might be in control. So if I know Benjamin, he's gonna just build in the back and set up the exact same play, right? That's pretty much the only thing we can do is just go into a level 7 when attacking.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it has been pretty good. Ooh,
getting
that's the savior hook
casually your best, right? level 5 in the deck.
Yeah. Honestly, the new savior hook one is pretty good though. That extra sister makes a big difference. Like those plays doing the previous turn don't work with this savior hook one. So
yeah, but that can just help guarantee game. Oh, another one. I think that's all 4 of this game.
Yeah. And I mean, he has 4 security, so I feel like he knows he has at least 1 more turn. So going for maximum setup, it seems like probably the correct thing to do. As for Andres, we've seen him play super safe. He definitely has to swing at least once. He wants to get the trash on the restand. Maybe it's a matter of build another stack in the back, and once again, just give as little memory as possible. Although, as we've seen, it doesn't really matter for Benjamin, right? He might pass over, give him 6, but he's going to do his play.
And unlike the kind of other rounds we've done, it's 2 memory there, and you don't have any tamers, nothing set up to help extend your turns. You just have this. So if your stack dies, you do have to just start again pretty much as well.
Yeah, the difference being like before, Benjamin was like swinging into cool boys and stuff, right? And there was nothing this time around. Swings for 1. So far, so good.
Yeah, that's an X ante. If it was a GX, you might have been in trouble. You're fine here.
Yeah. So if your Andres is like, okay, assume your entire board gets wiped. Like what is the follow-up, right? Like, it's it set up a Greymon in the back while also trying to give him as little as possible, right?
And I believe there's a Greymon blocker inheritable under this. So this Greymon X can block 2 attacks, which is pretty big. All right,
okay, gonna be Agu X in the back. Maybe it's like set up a cool boy or something, or drop another Agumon.
I'm trying to think if you had the Omni X in hand right now, would you the old one
go into it? I don't know. Maybe
it stops. Like they only have like 1 or 2 big swings.
Yeah, it would stop quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
There's gonna be a Metal Greymon, and that's a pass. All right, so Benjamin here, he has to do something. If not, this is his final turn, right? He does have quite a bit of setup. Instantly pops both of them. There's the savior, a one-off.
Yeah, and he wants to play it from hand, so you get to do the sister.
Yeah, even better, right? He gets absolutely everything.
2, 3.
What does he want? And does he have the pieces? Like, he does have quite a bit of cards in hand. He did. By now, he's seen so many, but that might have been 4 Disciple Boost this game, actually.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
So, surely he has exactly what he needs.
You would hope.
Yeah. The Saber Hogman restand might actually be bad, though, right? Because then you could get popped by the Blackbird Gray.
It's only the lowest DP, so it hits the sister mod.
That still kind of hurts. Maybe it doesn't make a difference, but you're going to lose that sister, right?
It kind of depends. There's a lot of sequencing.
Yeah. The sister's gone.
You get to do you get to play another one off your...
The Jesmon Blitz.
Yeah, the Jesmon, yeah.
And then he could still go into the Jesmon GX if he's got the right sister, which, I mean, he does because he could just recycle it from the trash, right?
Yeah, and there is
go into the other sister, though.
BT, yeah, the Blanc that cycles. And it looks like that is it.
Yeah, I don't think that's good enough, right?
No.
It's just not good enough at this point.
There's
Every
no
single
blocker.
time before, he always went into this massive Jesmon X, which completely shook the board. This time around, it's just a young Jesmon, and it's just not looking like it's going to be enough. We have Andres more than set up with potentially 3 stacks, level 6. Swing at the unsuspended. And I mean, that's got to be it, right?
Pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah, just play super safe at this point. Trash from security. Next turn is game for sure.
Oh, yeah, especially with this board clear. Yeah, there's
Yeah, and like we've seen a Crimson Blaze in security, right? There's like nothing else he has to be scared of. He has protection anyway, right? Doesn't really matter. Yeah, even Agumon could just swing. And it was looking good for Benjamin. You know, I will say I was impressed by the level 7 plays.
There was a solid chance.
There definitely was. This was a close set. But at the end of the day, Black War Greymon, way too strong.
One memory, no cars on the field.
Yeah, Andres playing very well, full control, and that's gonna be the set. Andres Perdomo is gonna move on and be 7-0 undefeated in nationals so far.
But Benjamin 6-1 with Jesmon.
Pretty good.
That is really good, especially with this room of players in here. I'd say that's a feat all in itself.
Yeah, I feel like his plays must have been catching a lot of people off guard. Like, it was very explosive. He held a lot. And again, when he went for the Jesmon, it was immediately Jesmon GX, getting so much out of it. But ultimately, it was not enough this time around.
Definitely wasn't. So we are going to see if Andres wants to talk real quick, do a quick little interview. We have some amount of time left. We started pretty late, so maybe not a lot. We might not take we'll let you know. We might come back with a quick interview. We might not have time for it, but we will be back in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back to the 2022 North American Championship for the Digimon card game. I'm joined once again with Eggman. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, at least a little bit better than Digipanda. Take his tiny little break, so back with us again. Yeah, I lied last round.
Hopefully Digipanda will be feeling better and he might join us for next round. Or at the very least, hopefully tomorrow, right?
Yeah. So, anyways, we do have a pretty spicy matchup. We are into not only undefeated territory, but I think all these players will be making top 32, almost guaranteed by this point.
But that's very exciting. Yeah, I did not think about that.
Yeah. So this is round number 8, and so we have 7 undefeateds. We have 4 Black War Greymons. We also have a Crossheart and a Machinedramon that we're seeing here, as well as I think a Melga. I think a Melga is still undefeated. I'd have to...
Okay, I like to hear it. Yeah, so last time we did see Machinedramon on stream. Did not go well at all.
And it was this exact matchup.
No, he played against Black War Grey, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Machinedramon. Oh, no, sorry, it's Crossheart. Yeah. I'm so used to Black War Grey right now.
You expect it to be.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Always. So it is going to be Machinedramon against Crossheart. Again, the last Machinedramon did not go so well. And that was earlier in the day, only 4-0. This guy, he's a 6-0 right now.
7-0.
Benjamin from Canada. Oh, yeah, 7-0.
Yeah, 7-0, because around 8. Really strong.
Yeah. On the other hand, we have Jesus or Jesus playing Crossheart. He likes the different colors and different tamers. And just Digimon and the community, which I will say has been awesome. It's very cool meeting everybody. If you guys have not made it out to an event like this, and you play like the online regionals, it's definitely worth it to make the effort and come out to an in-person event.
Yeah.
I love this. He's playing the black base Machinedramon. I think it's so much better.
Yeah, so we saw the red base you were talking earlier with the Digimon, just to let you not only have some red stuff, but like to just get some card draw early on. But why do you like the black base way more?
Because you have Guardramon, so you can Digivolve up to your 5. And the Guardramon Inheritable is so powerful. Like, it's an Inheritable that is discard 1, draw 2 on an Inheritable, right? That's actually so powerful.
Yeah, and it is Jesus on the left and Benjamin on the right. Just a quick
and
change.
Even cases like this where it's like Hagurumon is such a good Digimon, and sure you want to like on play it sometimes, but like it's just a rookie. You need to take that free draw, take the free attack, right? Like everything just kind of flows better. Gonna see the Analog Man effect right away, get an immediate value.
Yeah, and it's weird, like just how some decks just need a tamer. Like, right? Yes. And like something like this is good. And then like, and
another one.
Maybe they need 2 tamers, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, so in my Tetsuya Machinedramon, the cycle is so much that we ended up actually cutting Ultimate Connection. Just because you cycle so much from the Analog Man and the Katsus potentially that like it becomes kind of a redundant effect when you're already doing that without spending the card. Early damage, I think for Regimen is okay. In this case, it's going to load up his trash, getting even more cyborgs. But Jesus up to a pretty good start. But yeah, like this one is like with 2 Analog Mans, you can't really memory choke Benjamin, and the amount of cycle he gets is actually absurd.
It is. It's a lot of cycle. And you put that card in your trash, which you love to have machines.
Exactly. Like, that is what you want to do. You're cycling into a better card, into your Machinedramons. See, this is what I was talking about. Exactly what I was talking about. You can Digivolve onto your Guardiamon. Your 5s are actually really strong now. Like this Machinedramon has a fantastic Wind Digivolving effect that you want to do. And then when you attack with it, you get this, again, free cycle. So it's cycle on top of cycle on top of cycle. And then you find your very strong and efficient Machinedramon.
Yep, and a great inheritable for your stack too, right?
Oh, it's so good. We've seen, you know, in the Black Raid, the power of trash and security is just too powerful. So yeah, this Shamon does not unsuspend. And this Machinedramon is 8k. Very tough to be dealt with.
Now, Jesus with Crossheart pretty much has their same version of the analog, where you do get to get the draw one and cycle just by putting one underneath the star of your main. So doing that with the Ballistamon, has a couple tamers in hand, couple cards. See if you find what he needs to do.
Yeah, another thing about Digivolving up to your 5 is that, hey, now you can Digivolve up to your 6. Because the Chaosdramon, when Digivolving effect is there, is very strong. And sometimes you want to just turbo out into the Chaosdramon. And with the analog man, he's going to have more likely enough memory to do so.
So doing a big think, only has 2 memory to work with.
Well, for Crossheart, 2 memory sometimes feels like 50 memory, right?
Yeah, never mind. Just going up into the cross 7. So you got 1, 2, 3, 3 sources. So you get to reduce it by 6.
Yeah. Actually, well, you don't have to, right? You have to follow the exact order.
You do.
Yeah.
So I believe it cost 8, so he's passing 2, 6, and then you will get the pop of the stack, which is strong, but definitely not as strong as you'd want.
The middle was answered, but it's still fine. You still got some value. Like, he definitely would have liked to have the attack. By the way, I will shout out this Doraemon. Looks adorable.
It's
so
super good.
Yeah, Doraemon's kind of cute because as you put sources from like the Chaosdramon, you get to draw one, right? Which is nice. I definitely do prefer this black base here, and I want to see it do well. But we're also seeing Jesus do very strong plays. So this is what you want to see. You want to see, you know, 2 decks, both put up a good fight. We have Attack of the Heavy Mobile Machinedramon. Gonna be discarding something and then playing a Machinedramon. Yeah, he's playing the new BT load Machinedramon, which is just so powerful with the analog man. Likely gonna be playing the EX1 Machinedramon here. Or
the Chaos.
So the Chaos does not give you memory back, but I mean, he had more than enough memory to work with. I guess it's okay.
And
I'm still gonna get the effect.
Will he be able to attack over?
Well, he could de-digivolve it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which isn't as bad for this
It's a good way to answer
stack.
those annoying stacks, right? You're not giving away those sources, and then you can swing.
And then you trash the security with the Metal Tire Animal.
Pretty good.
Oh, and another cross 7. All right.
Yeah, so you see Benjamin, he cycled a lot. That was an expensive play for sure, but it definitely seemed worth it. And that he should have good follow-up with Analog Mans to continue cycling. Now we're going to see what Jesus gets set up. He does have the 1 Tamer, bodies on the board. And again, he does have, you know, quite a bit of memory to work with.
And I'd say one of the Crossheart has 2 kind of...
So he's going to redirect the attack. Yeah, like now you also have the defensive tool of the Analog Man. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Is that you don't like de-digivolving, which, you know, you get rid of all the resources you get and Tamer Destruction, and this deck has both.
Yes, it has both, right?
Yes.
Like you have good defensive tools, and then you have good cleanup on top of that.
Yeah, because he does have the level 5. I forget the name immediately. But when you attack, you get to lead a level 3 or lower Tamer.
Yes, Tamer or Digimon, right?
Tamer or
it
Digimon,
works both ways. The Megadramon.
Yes, that's the one.
You're gonna see more Tamers being set up by Jesus. But now it's tough to actually push damage, right? And Benjamin's still pretty comfortable at 4 security. He's gonna have memory the whole game, right?
Yeah.
Although he might have ran out of cyborgs for the Analog Man, which is what I'm saying. The Ultimate Connection becomes kind of dead because you want to pitch all your cyborgs for the Analog Man anyway.
Oh man, but 3 of those Tamers up at the same time, that is disgusting.
And a Black Memory Boost
can have a lot of
seems good. You pick up a rookie. I love the Chikurimon. It's another reason why I like the Black Base, because Chikurimon is insane. Like, it's such a good Digimon in security. There's so much stuff that is just like, oh, you can't delete me, you can't whatever. Chikurimon most of the time is always good.
Yeah, it's a security trigger, but it's also not an option, so it gets around like Yuya stuff.
Yeah,
like,
and like it's a rookie, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to play rookies anyway. So I really love this Benjamin build. I'm very impressed by it. So can't actually memory choke when you have 3 of the white tamers.
Yeah, you're going up to 4, and again, you're just building resources that you get back later. So it's the same thing.
Yeah, I think with the cross art is that everything feels so free because like your costs are not really cost.
Yeah.
And the cost of those costs, which is the sources, the digicross, like you save them, so you recycle them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So once you get a little bit of setup, everything just becomes kind of free, which is why the deck is so powerful. Like I said though, this Commandramon is pretty tough to be dealt with.
It is.
It has protection. It has, attacks that can be redirected towards it. And then if you redirect the attack, it's going to proc the Metal Tyrannomon Inheritable, trash your last security.
Fourth
So,
one.
like, you don't even want to, like, try that, right? And at this point, like, you'd like to say that Benjamin probably has a Machinedramon in hand to follow up with. We're going to see even more Tamers being set up there. Going to get the card draw. To the unsuspend draw. Honestly, with the 2 analog mans and the memory boost,
I think he
I still can't proc the analog man, yeah. But he's going to be swinging at security. Leaving the Tamer when attacking. Does reveal a Mikey, though. But now it might just be as simple as attack of the heavy mobile Digimon, blitz for game, or rush for game.
Do you believe in Grumblemon in this build?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I like maybe as a one-off.
Yeah.
But yes, I do. Because the analog man is one of those tamers that doesn't have to suspend itself, at least in your turn, to its effects.
For sure.
And in this case, is where you just need one hit, right? Why not? Maybe he doesn't have a Grumble, but he does have the Machinedramon.
Yeah. And
which
then
I feel like is going to be enough to close the game out, but we're going to see. So he's going to pay the 12, gain the 5 back.
Only 4, but yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because he didn't have enough more.
Yeah, he actually was missing quite a bit of cycles, right? Like, he could have been getting more memory of the analog mans, but sometimes, even if your deck is like 20 level 5s,
you still can't find him,
Still can't find him, yeah. That's the classic. So Jesus does get potentially one final turn here. And to be fair, he is pretty set up. Like, through these tamers, he has cycled, honestly, more than Benjamin, right?
Yeah.
He's probably seen the majority of his deck here.
Yeah, no, there is, like, honestly, a lot of... I've never seen, like, more than 2 of these out. To see 4 of them all activate on the same turn it's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky, I would say.
Oh, he just top decked the one.
Yeah, that's it, though. Benjamin still has 4 security, a blocker, 2 redirections. We'll see.
And it can redirect into something that's suspended, too.
Yeah. Like the redirect mechanic, it's just like better than blocking, right? Because you kind of like bypass that.
And I'm seeing into his hand. It looks like he's got like at least a cross 4 in hand, which is really good. Cross 5, so attack there.
Okay, so we're gonna start swinging, and we're gonna try and hold the analog mans. They're gonna right away immediately start redirecting those attacks.
I think there's a big chance Jesus just gets it here.
Ooh, memory boost. Another swing. Oh! Does he have a discard?
No.
I guess it doesn't really matter at this point, right? Because everything else already swung. He's going to discard a Guardramon just to pop. Maybe that makes a difference. It probably does not.
No, I don't think it would.
Maybe that's actually bad because he loses the Guardramon. I don't know. Well, we'll see. They still do quite a bit of Digicross for Jesus here. But we still have, I believe, the Machinedramon is a blocker?
I don't
Maybe not, actually. It might not be. But we at least have one redirect for sure. Then we're going to see the first Digicross.
Yeah. Looks like it's going into a cross 4. You still don't have a Starmons after all that, which is a little absurd.
And just drawing so many cards. So that is going to be the redirect. Yeah, do not want to give him that end of attack ability. Does get to material save. Keep recycling those sources over and over again because why not? It still has memory to work with. Now we see the Mikey for the Digicross.
That's for 1. And then you get to look top 2 or top 3. Oh, there's the stars. Ooh.
I feel like he's close to decking out, right?
Close to it. Getting the Starmons too. A little bit late for that, but you do get it.
Yeah.
Another swing there. This needs to hopefully crash. It does.
8K.
You get the save again.
Yep.
Oh no, you don't, because there are. It shouldn't get the save. Because you proc 2 Durulumons. right? It gives all your securities Digimon minus 2k for the turn. You swung with one from the cross 4 and one from the cross 3.
Oh.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I'm not sure on how that one works, to be honest.
Because I think it's for the turn, not for the swing.
Not for the swing. Well, looks like it is destroyed, and he does get the Digicross. Or Digisave. You know, for another Digicross. Like, when your boss monster only costs 1, it's like you can do so much with so little memory. He is very close to decking out, but still, so far, so good. And swing once again. Last check's going to be a Machinedramon.
Which is a third proc of that.
One more, right? And he's seen so many cards that not surprising if he just has another one.
He just needs one more swing, yeah.
Maybe he doesn't have it. I feel like if you have it, you kind of just slam it, right? This has been really back and forth. I really liked all the plays that Benjamin was doing, but at the end of the day, like, Jesus had so much time to set up, and all these tamers.
Again, he's got so many.
Yeah, he was able to just cycle so much, find so much memory every single turn.
I mean, he just needs one more card with Rush.
Swing, anything will do it. It's going to be another Digicross. Yeah, gonna get to recycle all the sources. Yeah, we see the Jesmon in his hand. And that's classic cross hard. An absurd amount of free swings, to be honest.
Yeah, imagine if cross 4 was still around.
It does have blocker then.
It does have blocker, okay.
Okay, wait a second. He did have blocker. Alright, so does he have another one then?
I think so.
I think he did, yeah.
I mean, if you have, because...
And it's funny because he had all the tamers to reuse the sources.
Yeah, he's done it 5 times.
Actually
you need
absurd.
Everything for this deck, though.
Maybe hitting that Mikey insecurity changed everything then. Good swing, and that is going to be the game.
Oh my gosh.
What a back and forth.
Yeah, and to confirm, Darulu is a your turn, not a when attacking.
Okay.
So it was a 6-6, which means it tied, and yeah.
Okay. So we are going to go into game 2 here. Jesus with that early victory. Digicrossing all day, every day. But again, I really did enjoy what I like from Benjamin. I mean, I'm definitely biased, but I do prefer his build significantly. We can see why. I feel like consistency is the key for me, right? Like, you have black base, black rookies, you could digivolve, you could cycle. Everything just flows better. Like, yes, the Gilmon draw engine is insane. It's more explosive.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to be way more inconsistent, right?
Yeah, and the triple tamers proc, like, having all of them out on the same time, that's super duper strong. And I think that's something I need to, like, look at my own builds, too. Like, I'm like, oh, they're nice, but I don't know if I want to pay 4 to see it. But if it's the first tamer you play every game, like, it does stack up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Mirai and Mastamon, right? It's like, oh, it's so expensive, but if you drop it early enough over the course of the game, it will more than pay for itself, right?
Yeah. So
in that case, Jesus with 4, I mean, oh, come on.
You draw 4, and again, like, it's almost always a +1 because you get to use those sources too.
Of course, yeah, it's free.
Yeah, it's super free. Yeah. So we'll have to see how we go for that second game, but I think it was super close. Like, I think it really could have gone either way.
A close game, yeah. And honestly, like, no matter who wins here, we're gonna have one of these 2 decks undefeated going into round 9, which is pretty amazing, I would say.
Yes. Oh, 100%. Like, the fact that we've been here, what time is it now in Cali? It's almost 7 Cali time. So being able to do that is just crazy.
Yeah, like, I don't think Crossheart being undefeated is, like, too surprising. I think the deck is powerful enough to be there. Machinedramon would be a bit more surprising, but I would love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are going into game 2 here. We're going to see if Benjamin can bounce back with his Machinedramon.
Just doing a fireball to draw 2 and pass 2. Pretty strong.
The Dorimon into Black Memory Boost, so no rookie. But even this is another case, right? It's like, oh, you have Black Memory Boost, you have Black Rookies.
Yeah,
it just makes sense,
It
right?
really do, yeah.
I'm gonna pick the Doraemon actually, right? So interesting card. If you proc it, it's very powerful. It is a bit difficult to proc, but it is doable. Taking
Alright.
early damage. This time around, he's not getting those free cyborgs. But last game, he started great, and then he
my
just
gosh.
ran out of cyborgs, right? It's
That
kind of
was-
weird, but it happens. Like having double analog man, and he wasn't able to cycle them multiple turns, kind of hurt.
Yeah, but
He was able to pick up the rookie.
Jesus just hasn't found a tamer at all. He's looked
True.
top group of cards. He used Shoutmon's effect to look top 3 again. Nothing. None of them.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my friends that plays Crosshair, and he was like, "Oh, I opened a game with no tamer. I was so sad."
Yeah, like what do I
It's like,
do?
well, I guess
Yeah.
it's gonna happen, right? It's just like almost as if you open no rookie, but
Meanwhile, he
plays
plays
so many
4
tamers.
analogs and he finds one. So like,
yep.
seems pretty good, or at least sees one, right?
We see another Black Mirror boost setting up, getting those cyborgs. Gonna pop the other boost and go into another one. I guess why not? So interesting. He's still playing Ultimate Connection. I'm very curious to see if he would play it as a 4. I feel like there's just no way, but maybe he is. It still can be very powerful. It does work in security, which is kind of nice. Will we see a tamer? I believe we do.
Yeah.
Pretty good. You gotta set up your tamer, get your free Digimon, get your card draw. Okay, we're probably gonna see Benjamin start to Digivolve up.
He's got a lot of memory he can work with.
Or I guess just cash in some early damage. It's risky if you hit into a tamer.
Ooh,
Oh
that is
man,
so good.
That is rough.
And that's kind of like when Crosshair came out, we had a lot of decks that just did like a bunch of little damage across the game.
Yeah.
And for Crosshair, it's less about like your security is big and strong. It's more about you gain advantage
You're getting
whenever
free resources.
Yeah, a lot of the time. Yeah,
You see the emergency program shutdown there?
I do. I've
How do you feel
looking
about
at
it?
It's spicy.
It is.
It's doing something like
spicy. I don't know if in a good way or a bad way, but it is spicy.
you're undefeated in the largest event we've ever
He's
seen.
doing something,
so
right?
like
So-
something's good.
Yeah. Okay, very early Machinedramon. So it's a case where you're gonna commit your entire hand because you don't have cyborgs in the trash.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes this pays off. Sometimes it just hurts because like you'd rather cycle those cyborgs and then play them for free, right? But
Mm-hmm.
in this case, it's just gonna be the hard drop Machinedramon. I do love Machinedramon though. Such an iconic Digimon.
I'm not exactly seeing all the sources underneath there. So there's blocker. I believe he can. It's a metal gray, so he can attack things.
Yeah, I believe he has the extra DP on his turn. And I believe that's the reboot. If I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're correct. Yes.
Which is okay. It's not like an insane stack, but
You definitely
might
want to
take
see the Megidramon though.
yeah,
right?
maybe he just felt treaded that he was taking so much damage. He wanted to get something on the board. He's playing Numemon, very
Yeah.
interesting as well. You can see he wants to Digivolve, right? He wants to go up the chain,
Mm-hmm.
which you can't do with a red base.
No. And yeah, the cheap for 1 is nice, and honestly, like, it's a good like to play out. So
Sure. I feel like these are not good security hits for Benjamin. Where are the cyborgs?
yeah, where are they? You're down to 2 really quickly, and
Yeah, he's taking quite a bit of damage here. While Jesus is like pushing aggression and still being able to set up tamers and Digicross. He has a lot of memory to work with. Exactly what you want to see for Cross Hard.
does he not have the Oh, I guess you get 2 cards.
Sure, we'll take it, right?
I saw there was blocker underneath him.
I believe there was. He was probably
Okay.
waiting to block the cross hits, yeah. Oh, but still, I feel like this is such a strong start for Jesus. I don't know if Benjamin can come back.
Here's my thing too. I think I don't really like blocking the cards because you get the resources back, so you can go into another one, right?
Right.
That's just something for the deck itself. Like obviously, the Taiki's suspended, so you don't get to do its effect again. But
I don't know if it's a very slow start for Benjamin.
yeah,
I just don't know if he's going to be able to go to a game 3 here.
so deciding to save the Shoutmon and the Ballista, which is really interesting when we know he just added 2 Akaris to hand. I guess he's got 1.
Yeah, and after all that, Jesus still has 5 memory.
Yeah.
Does he get Digicross with the sources on the board?
You could cross 7 to get rid of that Machinedramon if you want to. Just get rid of all the resources they got.
Yeah, like all that Benjamin has going for him, I guess, is like 2 memory boosts, which could be relevant if he gets another turn, but I fear that it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah.
The early Machinedramon can be a bit expensive. Commits his whole hand to it, right? Like, he doesn't have a hand. He's not going to have resources. It's like, okay, well, this Machinedramon better go all the way, but I don't really have a lot of faith in that.
Oh, and you've got so many sources underneath there. That's
quite a
5.
bit.
So that costs 4. It's still your turn. Oh, you love to see it. That'll be able to get the popping effect of the Machinedramon.
Yeah, so it could save itself.
But you still do 2 swings right here.
It's pretty good. It just feels like Jesus is in complete control here.
Mm-hmm.
Like exactly how you want to see again for Crosshard. You're getting that Mikey first swing from security.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Ballistamon just stuck on the Taiki. Otherwise you get piercing here. If you well, he gets the save, that's right, but
Yeah, gonna set up the Memory Tamer. So we have Machinedramon on the board. He's got no sources. He can Digivolve into Chaosdramon and get sources back. So maybe he can do something.
yeah.
But again, like almost no cards in hand whatsoever, right?
Yeah, I
So,
think he's got like 3 cards, but
like maybe those 3 cards. Oh, okay.
No, he
well,
does
yeah,
have it, though.
That's the
Okay.
start. That is the start of their comeback. So far so good. Gonna go attack on suspend, blocker, reboot. Makes sense.
yeah.
He definitely needs to play very defensive here. The D-Digivolve on the Shotman is pretty solid. We definitely do take those.
But then you'll have to get rid of 2 or just I guess 3.
Yeah, he's gonna have blocker reboot, so it's okay. And he technically still has quite a bit of memory to work with. There's not a lot of cards in hand, so I'm very curious to see how he's gonna pass the turn out. Maybe he's gonna play another Machinedramon. It's definitely doable.
I don't know. I don't think you have enough sources in the trash to make that really
might
work.
not be like ideal, right? He just has not seen that many cyborgs, and like when you take all that damage early on, you really want to see some free cyborgs and security, but
Yeah.
it was not to be this game. Benjamin taking his time here, fighting for his term in life. You know, you want to be undefeated going into round 9. And even loss here, you know, probably still likely get to top 32, but you want to be that guy that's like, yeah, I got, you know, round 1 or day 1 undefeated Machinedramon, right? I feel like that would be great momentum going into day 2. There's attack of the heavy mobile machine Digimon. Discards the Melgax. So what is he going to play then? It might just be pop the boost because...
Why not?
yeah, why not?
Why not?
Right?
Why
It's
not?
like you have 2. You're down a game. No,
No.
he's going to keep him. Okay, he's got 1, 2. Yeah, that's kind of a yikes for me,
Yeah,
honestly.
that's kind of rough.
He does get the swing and the piercing.
You got that does do a lot. You do
Man, but you've given over 8 memory? Like, is holding the double boost worth it in that case?
probably not. So what? He'd be down to 4
Like
or
4? I mean, it's
yeah,
a massive
4.
difference, right?
5 with Tamer. Yeah, that is a really big difference. I
Yeah,
think
like
you're
as a
right.
player, I'm a fan of like, hold your boost to extend your plays rather than deny your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
But there are times where it's like, man, how can you feel comfortable passing over 8 memory to this man? We saw what he could do last game.
Yeah, when
He did your cross like 6 times in 1 turn.
that was got 3 less Tamers for that, but
True.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Alright, so he does have, you know, quite a bit of obstacles to go through. There's the Chaosdramon, Machinedramon. No analog man. Maybe there's one in security that could be huge. Nope, it's just a door.
Oh, it lives? No, it doesn't. That needs Shoutmon its name.
Okay, so Digimon are off the board, but Digicross, always possible. We're going to see the Mikey, get those Surge.
Guess you get those 2 to hand. It looks like they're missing. You can get another Taiki to your hand, and then you can
then
use
play
that
it again, right? 'Cause
Yeah, play it
you have
again.
more than enough memory. Why not? Like at that point when you start Digicrossing, it's like basically free. So
Yeah,
if the memory you spend is getting the pieces, that's acceptable.
but I do see a cross 3 in hand, I believe. Yeah, I do see that. So you do have another attack.
Just
And
thinking about it.
it's tempting.
Yeah, it is going to
Yeah.
take the Mikey.
Okay.
I feel like that is the correct play for sure. Gonna Digicross now.
And oh, you okay? There it is. Okay.
Yeah, 1 from hand. Plus 1 memory, gets the card draw.
Top
We
two,
still have-
nothing too good.
Still have the blocker on the Chaosdramon.
Attacking.
Yeah, so I feel like he's gonna let it go. And I
Interesting.
feel like he really wanted an analog mana security.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's
Yeah,
fighting
you're like,
for.
okay,
Yeah.
let me get it. I get one more block, but it was not there. A 5 memory left for Jesus.
And I think he's just going to probably to play the Taiki again, probably try to look for a cross 7.
Yeah, he's so close to victory. I'm sure he can smell it.
It helps. Oh, there is that cross 7? Or is that a tamer?
A rookie in the back. There's the Mikey for the Surge. 1.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, he's going to take it, of course.
You know, I don't see any Zenzuros in Jesus' list. I don't think I've seen one.
You think he doesn't play it, or we just haven't seen it?
I'm starting to think he doesn't play it.
Maybe. That's kind of crazy, but
Yeah.
gotta make cuts somewhere, right?
And it looks like just passing.
Okay, it's gonna pass over. Yeah.
-3. All right, big deal.
Okay, so Benjamin got to live another turn, and he did save the Memories.
Yeah.
So surely this is now the time where we use those Memories and we do something. Once again, facing down 8 Tamers, infinite sources. He still
And-
just has like no actual resources in hand, right? Like
Yeah.
from the start of the game, you just committed this whole time to Machinedramon, and you're just living off the top of the deck. Getting some swings. And now what?
Got like 3 cards in hand, if that. Maybe 2.
Yeah, there's gonna be
Oh, he
analog man.
finally
that's,
found
that's
it.
Something. Yeah,
You get
I
one
guess he just
redirect, but and,
no
and
way to
blocker,
spend
right?
the memory. Yeah,
If you get 2 swings here, you pretty much win.
it's the cycle. Gain 1, draw 1. The classic.
And the analog man has another effect for when one of your Machinedramons are deleted,
Yeah,
right?
so you could play another Machinedramon.
Okay.
Well, it's the Machinedramon that has the effect. So when the Machinedramon dies, you
Oh,
can send the
okay.
analog man to the bottom of the deck to play Machinedramon for free.
Gotcha. And that's the
The
BT11.
It's pretty good because you can play the old Machinedramon for free, and then he gains 5 memory, which passes turn.
Yeah.
It's a very strong setup, but it's hard to set up. And we're gonna Digicross sideways now.
Into a... when your Tamer's taking all this room, you can't...
I guess so,
you
right?
just can't find it.
Yeah, gets card draw. A swing. We have one final block.
You get to choose what you save.
And any swing will do it now. I really like Benjamin's list. I feel like he was making solid plays. I could see how his deck would do well.
Yeah.
Just valuing consistency above everything. But man, in this game, you know, the thing is, he just didn't see out that many cyborgs. Had to commit so much to Machinedramon in this game.
2,
To find
3,
those sources.
4, 5, 6, 7.
And that's gonna be game. Jesus Altamirano taking it 2-0 against Benjamin. And he will move on to round 9 undefeated with the crossheart.
For sure. And doing really good plays with it, getting a lot of the sequencing for it, getting a lot of the crosses you need for it. And I think just a really, really good play for him.
Yeah, that man played so many Tamers those games.
Yeah, he did. He
So
just-
many.
That's why he started stacking his high. He just didn't have any room anymore.
Yeah,
Just
did you
needed
cross
to.
in 5 times in a single turn?
Mhm.
Crossheart looking very, very good if you ask me.
Yeah, and I'm again like going 8-0. I think he's all but guaranteed to get into that top 32 tomorrow. So
Oh,
if
for
I was
sure.
him, breath of relief. I can take it a little bit easy. Know I'm going to be coming here tomorrow early in the
With
morning.
At least one crossheart in there.
Yeah, at least one for me. Just one for me. I'm happy. So we're going to go see if he wants to do a quick interview. So we're going to be right back, and we'll see you guys then. When Brian... Thanks, Brian. All right, we have our undefeated, currently 8-0 Crossheart. Jesus, how you doing?
Doing great. Pretty excited. Yeah.
Glad to hear. I think with this, you've all but guaranteed a top 32 finish. So
That's what I came here for.
I hope you don't have nothing new tomorrow because I think you're going to be busy there too.
Yeah.
Bring it with Crossheart. What made you choose this deck?
So there's a few factors. When I played it with my locals, I felt like Crossheart is more consistent because Nationals is like it's gonna be like 9-10 round events. So I feel like if I'm gonna bring a stack deck, I'm gonna break more, or like I'll have at least 1 or 2 breaks, and then I'll just become really disappointed. And Crossheart is like more consistent. I just love the draws, and I love like you can play Rookie Rush because like I'm a Rookie Rush player, so I just love the early aggro and then everything you can do with it.
Yeah, but
and it's so creative too.
And something, exactly, is that even though it kind of smoke screen is like a Rookie Rush deck, you get to be creative late game, right? Like early game's just building your resources, but like once you got to your late game, like the end of game 1, you had 5 tamers out, you had all these sources you could play with.
That first game was crazy for me.
I I've nenever seen like all 4 of them out at once, and then all of them tap like that either. Like, very
I was thinking really hard of like, because when they die, I have to save sources. So I'm like, what do I need? What do I do not need?
Yeah, because they don't save all the sources. It's just partially.
It's just 2 or 3, depends on So I was thinking really hard and like, I have this in hand, so I don't need this. So this can go away. Or also I need to look at my trash too, because they've already like if there's a few there already, then I need to like probably save those. Yeah, it's just a lot of like micromanagement.
It is. It is. And so, and like, you're obviously doing really well today. How do you feel about your Blackboard Greymon matchup?
So I already played 2.
Okay.
So one of them like destroyed me game 1. I wasn't even playing the game. Like they play Hades everything, and I'm not playing the game, and I feel horrible. But I was able to bring it back, and I was so happy. I was so proud of myself because I practiced that matchup, and like it's not unbeatable, but I have to work really hard for it. I have to like think ahead, put my thinking hat on, and like, what sources do I don't need? Like I have to like keep sources in hand. Or don't overextend with tamers, because if I overextend with tamers and they Hades, I lose.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over.
100%. So because
I just have to think harder. I feel like it's still a worse matchup for me, but it's not unbeatable.
For sure, because I know a lot of people were probably considering Crossheart, and they're like, with a tamer destruction deck so prevalent right now, why would I want to do a tamer reliant
deck? They're scared. Yeah. I would be scared too, because I really thought about it, but like I'm like, I like the aggro, and if I came here thinking if I play versus Black War and if I lose, that's okay. I still have like 2 more matches that I can lose, and I'm still good.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to see the records going on. We might be done at 9 rounds. We might be done at 10 rounds. I think it might be dependent on maybe a pair down or ties.
So it's 1 or 2 more rounds.
1 or 2 more rounds. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm guaranteed 32, right then?
I believe so. Don't come at the end of round 10. If you're 33rd, don't come to me.
I'm like, man, you tell me. No, I'm joking. But
yeah, I think you're good. I want Crossheart to top this event, so thank you for doing it for me. I really do appreciate that. Any shout outs before we take a break?
Yeah, shout out to all my DFW homies. Thank you for playtesting with me. Shout out to Salvador Rosas. He's been helping me a lot. He like told me bring this deck. He helped me with the deck. He gave me good techs. He gave me a really cool tech, and he won me the Melga Mirror, the Melga match. Yeah.
You want to give me the sweet tech, or you want to save it till later?
I'll save it till later.
I'll save it till later. All right, you heard it here first. We're gonna hear it second. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. We're gonna take a tiny break. We're gonna be back with round 9, which might be the last round of the night, and we'll see you guys over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Digimon Nationals in 2022 here in Los Angeles, California. My name is Benjamin Wong, also known as DigiPanda, and I'm with...
Louis the Panda.
Hey, 2 pandas. We're back.
Pandas.
We are going into round 9, and we are going to the pair down because this is a specific round that could make or break or even end this, level of competition.
Yeah, so we have a Grandis player, Daniel McNally, going up against Jeffrey, who is undefeated with Black Raymond. If Daniel is able to pick up this win here, then there will only be 1 undefeated. Therefore, day 1 will be over.
And then from there, we go into our 32-player pair-up tomorrow on the bracket.
Yes, that said, if Jeffrey is able to pick up the win, then there will be 2 undefeated players. Therefore, we will have 1 more round so that there will only be 1 undefeated player. If you guys are curious, the other undefeated players are Jesus, who we saw playing the Crossheart, and 1 other player who is also playing Blackboard Greymon.
So pretty diverse, I guess, in the top 4, where we have 2 Blackboard Greymons, 1 Crossheart, 1 Grandis. In general, I think Grandis has a pretty good matchup against Blackboard Greymon.
That's the story of like the day or the weekend, right? It's like, hey, Grandis is good against the Black War Gray, and people are playing Grandis here. But at the end of the day, it's still been Black War Greymon supremacy. Although we are seeing at least one Grandis here. So he doesn't actually have a loss. I believe he has one tie.
Yes, he has one draw right now. He is
exactly.
8-0-1.
Yeah, so technically it doesn't count as undefeated, but we'll see if he can pick up the win here against Jeffrey. You see, starting off with the Agumon into the Cool Boy.
Give us one moment. I think we've got a window covering.
Yeah,
All right, we're good.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
So we have Daniel building the stack. Is that a Davis I see?
Ooh, he's actually got a pretty good hand
Wait,
considering.
that's not another blue card. Is that Lobomon?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
A lot of Grandis players are going into the Lobomon and the Davis play.
Look,
it's an interesting thing.
I see it. I don't have to like it. I understand it, but I don't agree with it. But Daniel is here, looking pretty good, and right now we are rooting for him, although we are very unbiased, of course. Looks like he's got pretty much a full chain.
He has almost the full
there's
chain.
Davis.
Weedmon, Okuamon, and it looks like I think a Kukuamon.
Yeah, looking
was
for that
also there
level
too.
6.
I think he's looking for the Okuamon X. He has the Grandis.
Yeah, like Grandis can end the game very, very quickly. One thing that we also talk about is that the Omni X from BT5 is absolutely key in this matchup for the Black Greymon players. Not all of them are playing it, but if you are playing it, this is exactly where it shines. We're going to see Jeffrey staying in the back, going into the blocker Greymon.
This is going to be very much a game of chicken of who comes out first, because whoever comes out of Rays is pretty much going to annihilate the other person's either security or their entire board presence.
And it's an awkward situation for Jeffrey. He has to just going to play the Greymon Agumon to get the Surge. Doesn't want to Digivolve, and like there's no way to like efficiently memory choke, so I think playing the Agumon is a good choice.
He does get 2 hits off of this.
That's pretty good.
Choosing to add the BT8 Metal Greymon and the Black War Greymon X, that will be good for the future. We don't know if he has the Greymon X antibody yet from BT11. That could be the big game changer in the next turn.
Yeah, but confirmed he has his full line now.
Yes.
We see Daniel has 3 memory.
Another Davis, he might even consider playing it. Just to... I don't know if he'd, necessarily play it outright because Jeffrey already has Yuya out, so...
Right, it's kind of awkward, right? Like, it's not going to be a memory choke situation there. But Grand is definitely one of those decks. Like you're saying, you want to make sure, like, when you promote, it's like that game-winning turn, right? So if Daniel is not ready to promote, might just be more searches.
Oh.
Is that a Korikaku?
It is a Korikaku. It's
Why?
not. Why not?
I mean, you're not going to get the effect. Okay, so we have a green memory boost.
Coming down.
Some green cards. Cannot pick up those blue cards, by the way.
2 Grandises and then what looks like 2 Okuamon. So he has seen all of his Okuamons at this point.
So surely by now, this is exactly what he wants.
Oh, no, it's a Weedmon. It's a Weedmon.
Grandis. Okay, and perhaps next turn will be the turn where Daniel promotes and looks to establish dominance. I like him playing the Kukua, getting the extra body on the board.
Grandis, Kabu, and Megadeth.
Yeah, now it's like, hey, if you don't answer this extra rookie, you potentially would just lose the game next turn, right? And if you answer the rookie while you're doing something up front, which the Grandis can then
capitalize on that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So very well played from Daniel there. I think that is definitely the correct setup.
Does he? I think he's looking for the Okua X, but I think he does have Grand Kuagumon and the Grandis in hand.
I mean, sometimes like you could wait there for the perfect stack the entire game, and sometimes it's what you have, right? Like in card games, you don't always have everything you want, and you just have to play with the cards that you have drawn.
Jeffrey has double Black War Grey X in hand right now, not pushing out yet still.
Yeah, both players being very conservative. Again, really favoring like that very specific line that they have. And maybe they feel like they could take the time, but it may be go time for Daniel in the following turn. It's going to be Greymon X for the pass. Let's tap the Yuya. Only gets the DP in this case, though.
Yes.
So 3 memory to work with and the memory boost.
And will he promote? I mean, I feel like Jeffrey here is baiting.
Yeah, but finally we do see the promote, so it is go time for Daniel. Let's see if this was correct or not.
I don't think he has the Okua X, though.
He's thinking about it, but he did commit to the promote.
He did.
Yeah, so now he's out there, and he's got to make this stack work. So let's see just how much he can get out of it. There is the promo Grand Commandramon. Get the full Digiburst technology. No, actually only 2. So he's keeping 2 sources. Get a secret attack +1. Still has the memory boost available as well if you wanted it.
Only did 1 Digiburst, though.
Yeah, I mean, he could technically still do one after.
So we know right now that Grand Commandramon is plus 2,000 DP from that Yokomon inheritable.
Yes.
Unfortunately, if you Digiburst these other 2 pieces, he will be losing that piercing.
Yeah, so perhaps that's why he's thinking about it so much, right?
Yeah. The other thing is the Grand Commandramon, not Grand Commandramon.
Like he's going to go ahead and do it, yeah.
So I think he is going to go for it with the...
Yeah, so now secret attack +2.
Keep in mind, he did Digivolve
There's
into an
the Grandis.
Insectoid Digimon, so he does suspend and get to force his opponent to lose a memory.
Yes. And he's got the boost, which he's going to use as well. Going to 2.
So this will be 3 checks.
Yeah, 3 checks. Can swing. Restand after, and he's got the additional hit, right?
Jeffrey did reveal a Hades Force, so that is an indication that there is 1 less Hades Force in there.
Red
Mem
memory
Boost. MelgaX,
Nothing.
Agumon.
Got the restand, swing on security again.
Cool boy. It
and
doesn't matter.
What is the last check? Well, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah,
right?
because the Hades Force would
Cancel the
default.
highs. Yep. That's going to be a clean game 1 to Daniel. He
Clean
also
game
had a hybrid,
1.
by the way, right? So it was going to be more than enough anyway.
Correct.
And sometimes you don't have to overthink it, right? Like, hey, I have the guy.
yeah, I got it.
Goes over 3 checks,
Got it.
restand, and hey, that's game.
He went for it, and from what I've heard, he's had a pretty good record so far against all the pair downs with Black or Gray X players. Black or Greymon X, we've seen a lot of today that it can really control the boards. It can come back and literally just hold up a blocker, or even just constantly delete bodies. 2 of them with X antibodies really force your opponent to have multiple bodies and really think about their options. But with Grandis, it doesn't matter sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's like a matter of the time. I feel like throughout the day, we've seen 2 Black or Greymons.
Yes.
There's the Black Greymon where it's like, hey, I have my line. Maybe I set up a cool boy, and then I go into Greymon X, and I draw, and I gain, and I go into my 6. And then there's the Black Greymon that's like, oh, I play Agumon and I search, and I stay in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, and I play Memory Boost and I search, and I play. And like sometimes those slow games can be okay, but against a deck like Grandis, like you give them time, he found his pieces, and Jeffrey didn't do anything that game.
No.
Not to say that he played that poorly, like he was just sitting there finding his pieces, but like he just didn't get to play the game, right?
I feel like he found all of his pieces. He was just hesitant on pushing out after seeing that.
Yeah,
what his opponent
that's true,
was
because we
playing.
did see, like, he was sitting on the 4, and we saw him pick up the 5 and 6.
Yes.
But, like, he could have, like, pushed up and evolved and gotten, like, maybe no immediate value. Instead, he stayed in the back, and then he lost.
Yeah. And in this situation, I don't even know if, going first for Black or Gray is advantageous or, disadvantageous. Considering the fact that, with
Ooh, 2 Megadeths.
Green, he adds the Weedmon. He could have, if he had the Weedmon preemptively already in hand, he could have just choked Jeffrey off at 1 memory.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just like make them go first. They get 1 less card. They're a combo deck. They don't have that card. Maybe it influences. Or you're going second. That extra card could be a rookie, which you need because. And Jeffrey doesn't have a rookie here. I was gonna say.
Yeah, but he did lock himself into black now, so he can't play red memory boost. He needs that AuguX.
Yeah,
if he
exactly.
Needs
This is the other thing we're talking about, right? Like now you have where you're mixing the colors. Like, oh, now he has a red Greymon. He can't Digivolve, right?
Yeah.
But he did have the blocker Greymon, so he's good.
And then he drew probably the Agumon X off the Digivolve for the Greymon.
So right now, those searchers are still fine as long as like we commit to doing something this game.
We know there's a Weedmon in hand, so if he goes Weedmon Okuamon, he basically has his entire line.
Yeah. I believe we can also see a Megadeth in hand, so that's probably all the Megadeths in his deck.
3.
Not that it was going to do much against the Black Gray anyway, like they so often have their protection.
Typically,
definitely more
yes.
relevant in other matchups, maybe like the mirror match, for example.
Oh, goes to
Okua.
Okua X. Not the Piercer, but if he can get one body to stick.
Yeah, well, like we were talking about last game, it's like sometimes it's not having the perfect line, just having a line.
Yes.
And the line was good enough, so.
I know, I think that's where you have to balance whether you want to be greedy or if you want to just have the perfect stack, you know?
Yes.
I know for me, I love to go Agumon X or Gabumon X every time.
Oh, of
I
course.
just want that because it's
But
extra
sometimes
value.
you just can't.
Yeah.
Right? Like sometimes it's like, oh, you have to play. Get the search. Gonna go into a Greymon, and Greymon's gonna be swinging.
Ooh,
So Korikaku.
Korikaku.
You know, so funny enough, Korikaku, I guess you played because it's 6K instead of 5K.
Yes.
Which I guess it is better. Plus, he is cooler than Lobomon. Yeah,
Yep.
I said it. And in that case, the 6K made a difference. So
The
I
other
guess go Korikakumon.
The other thing is, even if you Digivolve into it from a tamer,
It's still 2, right?
It's still 2.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's the same thing. It's just 1 extra DP. Lobomon has no effect. Korikaku's effect is not relevant, so it doesn't matter.
yeah, that's
We're gonna see
interesting.
the rookie come out is what we saw in the last game from Daniel. You know, setting up for the following turn. A difference is that this time around he does not have the Davis set up.
No, but he does have a memory boost.
Yeah, exactly, and that might just be enough.
I
The
wonder
question
if
is, how does he pass? It's going to be the memory choke with the Weedmon.
Ooh. Does Jeffrey go into the Metal Greymon play here and pop the Kukuamon?
Well, he can also just go, Greymon X, equip the X antibody, Metal Greymon X, and then pop.
Oh,
right?
and then
Also
pop
acceptable.
with. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another option.
Okay, it is going to be the Digivolve and the pop.
And now he has a vulnerable stack though again.
Yeah, exactly.
so-
You have to come out to answer a Weedmon, and that could cost them.
It doesn't look like. Yeah, it does not look like Daniel has the Grand Kuwagamon. If he has the Grand Kuwagamon, he can instantly remove the Metal Gray.
Oh, he is going to promote. I mean, all things considered, it's still relatively early on into the game. So we're going to see
We see
with 3
Grandis.
memory. Yeah, we do see the Grandis, I believe. We're going to go straight into it.
Oh, for the reduced cost.
Yeah. So he gets the suspend. And from here, it's a dominant position for Daniel, right?
Yeah. No piercing, but
Yeah, it's like we were both kind of slow finding our pieces. And maybe, like you're saying, that Weedmon might have been the bait, right? To get Jeffrey to come out and expend some resources.
yeah.
And now Daniel's able to swing over. Like, yeah, it's not the I come out and I do 5 damage in 1 turn.
Mm-hmm.
But it is like the board control.
No X antibody, so it doesn't unsuspend.
Yeah, it doesn't even
but-
get the unsuspend or anything like that. But it did fully answer the stack, and maybe that's good enough.
Yeah.
I like Daniel being flexible here. I think a lot of times people can just
Oh.
hyper focus on like, oh, I must do the OTK.
Yes.
But no, you don't have to.
And one other thing about Jeffrey is he just lost 2 level 4s. That means that out of his entire deck, there's approximately 8, maybe 10.
And look at that. Yeah,
Tops.
maybe he didn't have the level 4, right?
Yeah.
And now, although not what you normally want to see, but Daniel can start chipping at the security for Jeffrey and make it easier for him to close the game out.
The cool thing would be if he hits Cool Boys. And unfortunately, you know, there's only a certain number of X antibody Digimon that you can actually hit that are viable
Right.
targets. So we know 1 Greymon X is already gone. I doubt he
I mean,
runs.
Cool Boy could bottom deck more level 4, right?
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Maybe no Davis this time around. I do see the Korikaku, but Daniel looking pretty good right now, honestly.
It's a pretty decent.
Daniel wants to go
hold.
get dinner, man. He's like, let's end the tournament now.
That's another level 5 too, which means that we know at least 2 level 5s are out.
Yeah, so can't really memory choke. So yeah, I think just going into the weak one and then maybe into a 5 in the back
Yeah.
is good enough.
That's the play, I think. I mean, we see he has a Pomumon, but it's not like Jeffrey's going to play Digimon by card effects.
No, Pokemon is crazy good though. Both Pokemons actually.
Yes, both are very
Yeah,
strong.
very, very strong. But only an Agumon in the back and like no Cool Boy setup or anything like that. So I feel like there's not a lot for Jeffrey to fear, but it's probably correct for him to play relatively safe. He's in a great spot right now.
Do you Digivolve or do you just play a level 3 and
Yeah,
build
that's a
wide?
good point. We might be at the point where like maybe you just want to. Here's the Davis. He's gonna just.
Oh,
set
he
up
has the Okua.
Okua in the back.
We know he has the Okua X in hand.
This is actually a case where the 3 memory is not enough.
No.
Even with the Greymon X, which he may not have. I don't think it's enough for Jeffrey here. Like he definitely needed a Cool Boy being set up or something like that. And like this could be a setup turn where I guess you just try and pass over as little memory as possible.
Agreed.
Maybe it's like set up a cool boy and then go into a 4. And this is best case scenario.
I don't
worst
think
case scenario he doesn't have a 4.
I don't think he has the 4.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Like he's kind of. I mean,
okay, drop cool boy, pick up the 4.
do you think you would have digivolved into the 4 by this point? Oh, he just a hard pass.
That's a yikes from me.
So that means that his hand is probably just 5s and 6s.
Yeah, and this is the case where, like you're saying, he did have 2 4s early on, and maybe that's all the force he'll ever see the whole game.
Yeah.
It's a situation where like hard dropping a 5 is just not a play.
Oh, you don't want to drop
And
the
I
5.
guess his hand must literally just be 5s and 6s, right? Because
Yeah.
if you have another Agumon, you can at least play, get some searches going.
At this
No memory
point,
boost.
Daniel could just kind of chill with his stack, as the backup stack.
Yeah.
And just chip. With Davis, he can, stabilize his own memory.
Yeah, and to guarantee that he has like, swing, hybrid.
Also
next turn
pushing up
potentially.
too. That's interesting.
It seems good. Well, I kind of like it. It's like his opponent gave him a big turn.
We know the Okuax. It's not going to do any value, but
Wait,
I think
did
he just drew the
draw
Grand.
Yeah,
I think he just drew
that
Grand.
was the top deck. Might have been exactly what he needed, and this might be game right here. Is that a promo?
It's a Grand.
Agumon
Yeah, it's a
Steve?
Grand.
There it is.
Yep, play it. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
For 2 for the reduced cost with Okuamon X's effect, because there was no Okuamon.
And he can get the memory back from the Weedmon anyway. So 1 Digiburst.
Oh, he's giving it to the Grandis.
Sure, why not?
Well, it's bigger.
Yes, it
It's
is
safer.
bigger. In case there was like an Omni X insecurity or something.
Yeah.
Because now it'll be 18.
He's giving the +2. And the +1?
Okay.
We can't hear the players, by the way, so
No, of course not.
we're making assumptions.
I feel like this is just Daniel's game, though.
I also feel that way too, but I feel like there were several games earlier where, we counted them a little out too soon.
Of course, yeah. Like I guess in this situation, you're just sitting there like, okay, like what if next hit is Hades Force? Can I set up a board state that worst case scenario I can still stabilize and win the game, right? Gonna keep on Digibursting.
Why not?
I mean, at this point, I think you just spend all the
Do it again.
resources. One more. All right, so that should be a
That's 4.
4 checks.
4 checks.
With 2 bodies I can still swing after.
So
and we are
let's
swinging.
see. What's first check?
First check.
X antibody,
Okay.
lose a memory. Second check, Agu.
Agumon,
Third check, Gray, and that is it.
That's gonna be the game. Daniel's gonna take it with a swift 2-0, and Daniel McNally is gonna end day 1 early for us.
Exactly. And we talked about that too. The security had 2 more level 4s. So
Yeah, it did. Exactly. He was just start for level 4s. And we also talked about it all day, and we finally saw the Grandis come up, and man, it demolished the Blackwood Greymon.
it does. And the fact that, I would say at least 60-70% of the competition today was Black War Greymon X.
Yes.
So with that in mind, if you played Grandis, you played Jesmon, those were actually good natural counters to Black War Greymon X that we did see several times. Because I think, where did Jesmon end up in the last couple of rounds?
Well, we saw him lose, and we never saw him again.
Yeah.
So I will
Sadly.
say though, in that game specifically, it just felt like Jeffrey didn't get to do much of anything. We saw him surge. Then one time he promoted and he went into the Metal Greymon. It was a bait.
It was a
that got
bait.
cleared,
Yeah.
and then he had nothing. I don't know if he went into a Black Greymon
He
that
did
entire
not.
set.
He did not.
I don't think he got.
He
to
could
play.
have game 1, and that was the major thing, where if he had gone into that Black War Greymon X, probably the first game, it might have ended a little differently, but I think because he Digivolved into that Agumon, into the Greymon X he had in hand, instead of promoting that Greymon and doing that free Evo, he expended that extra memory, and he also lost the ability to climb further. So in the end, it was kind of a game of chicken that paid off well in Danny's favor.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid game though, and I believe that with that, we now know that this will be the final round. Now the players are still playing, obviously, and we are going to try and get Daniel for you guys here for a quick interview. So stay tuned for that, but that is going to be it for us for today. Stay tuned for the interview though. We'll be back with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the final round of the first day of Digimon Nationals here in Los Angeles, California. I'm with Danny McNally. Is that how I pronounce it?
Yeah.
Perfect. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm like nervous. It feels good though, I Played a lot. I practiced my matchups. Felt
So
strong.
why did you pick Grandis? What was
Honestly,
the
because
deciding factor?
I I had a couple different choices, Shout, Grandis, Melga, but I came here and I saw there was so much black or gray. I mean, I expected it, but I just saw it everywhere. So I felt pretty confident in Grandis being able to take that matchup, like, most of the time.
It really does.
Yep.
Here's one thing I noticed, because I noticed that a lot of, X-antibody players in general want to build the perfect stack. For you, you didn't care about the perfect stack. You promoted.
Not necessarily,
you kind of just. There were moments where I was watching the game and thought, is he setting up a bait? Is he making a bait right now to make him push?
I like to call them calculated risks. I just try to get as many cards as I can for the lowest cost I can, generally from drawing and digivolving, and then even if it's not optimal, you can sometimes you get lucky and you draw the cards you need, and most of the time you just build the stack to the best you can and just start a new one.
Yeah. What is your favorite tech that you put in the deck?
Okay, so I do have one. I played double hybrid, blue hybrid for the Grandis. I played 4 Davis, so I played double hybrid. And it definitely stole games. I wanted to be in security. They wouldn't expect it. I bottom deck one, whatever it was. They wouldn't expect the second hybrid, and it came up a lot.
We also saw that, with Corey Kakumon specifically, that DP threshold is enough to challenge even certain Digimon when they
6K
check
is
in.
extremely important.
Yeah.
People ask why not Lobo or lower cost if you have to play it, things like that. But it felt right. Like there's Kabuteris in the mirror, so I wanted to be able to get over those. There's 6K thresholds are pretty real. Anything Magna, Angemon, stuff like that. A lot of 6Ks.
Yeah, for sure. Anything else you want to say? Any shout outs to anyone here, family back home?
I mean, shout out my team, Luxury Gaming. A lot of practice with the players. Shout out to my locals in Cape Coral, Florida. Cool cards and comics. We play a lot there. A lot of good players. Just a lot of different people. Tyler Sears, Team GFG. We play with them a lot. So many shout-outs. Just a lot of practice and a lot of good people helped me get here.
For sure. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Great games that you played.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That'll be it. We'll head back and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Sounds good.